get real. Good evening. How are we all doing this evening? I am reporting live from the former site.
Yo, man. What's up?
Hello to Mexican Femboy. How's it going? Yes, I'm reporting live from the the former site of the downtown Seattle Cheesecake Factory, right across the street from the Seattle Convention Center. Unfortunately, in the past year, it kind of caught fire right in the middle of SoccerCon earlier this year, and then they just didn't bother to reopen it. So now this Seattle staple remains empty. This Seattle convention staple in particular. And hello, Math GSS. How's it going? And yeah, while we're at it, hello, Blue Star Rob. Hello, hello, King Ghidra. Hello, Mr. Taco. And okay, I think that's everybody. But yeah, this is the very first thing I saw as I approached the convention center, which kind of took me aback, considering this was like a legit staple. Everybody would go to the Cheesecake Factory across the street, provided they had seats, because it was relatively close. You could sit down, and you could eat a shitload of food.
Aw, dang it.
Yeah, it's a damn shame. Damn shame. But all the same, I am back from PAX. I have played a lot of video games. I walked around so much my feet felt like they were about to explode. So I guess where we can start is basically how PAX is formed. Like, because it's weird. In the past, like, I think this was like 2 years ago or something, they changed how PAX is laid out, because before it used to be entirely within this building here, the Seattle Convention Center Arch, they call it now. It's this, you enter in from this building, and then there's also like a sky bridge that leads across the other building over where the Cheesecake Factory was. And you basically had the the expo hall split into two distinct areas. And then you had all the panels above and below, and all the little meeting, all like the little panel rooms and everything. Thank you, Mr. Taco, for the tip. And I think, that's I dare not speak over Erica there. I gotta let that shit rock. But, so the way they changed it as of a couple years ago is that now video games are only here, like the expo hall's here, and then literally everything else, from board games to panels to the console free play room to the arcade free play, is all over in this tall-ass building. It's like a zillion stories high. It's like actually only like 5 stories you can walk across. It's just, they're all really tall stories because they have to be full of like ballrooms and stuff. But yeah, now it's like all split across here, and it's like a couple blocks away, so you're doing a lot of walking. So when I tell you that my feet were about to explode, this is a big contributing factor. But also in past years, like you had a lot of panels that took place in meeting rooms and ballrooms in adjacent hotels, so funny enough, this is a bit more centralized, because now rather than being spread out across like 12 buildings, if you want to go different panels, it's like, it's all just 2 buildings. But now it's like every panel is in this building, so you either, because in the past there were some panels you could just go like downstairs from the main expo hall and it would be right there, no problem. But now you gotta make the trek every time. And yeah, believe me, by the end of it, my feet felt swollen enough to be giant bunny feet. Though I was not bunny moding at the time, no. And yeah, that's to give you an idea of how far of a walk it is, because basically, like, this is if you were to go like directly across this road, which nobody does. Instead, it's like you see the arch over by the right. It's more over there, and you're doing like this big, triangle formation. It's like a 10-minute walk. downhill, then that means you have to go uphill if you want to go back to the the expo hall. Yeah, we got the expo hall here. And this is like day one. I got there as early as possible so I could get good parking. So this is before like everybody showed up. This is actually pretty light. I don't think I got any pictures of when it was absolutely packed with people, but you can actually see the floor, which was not exactly the case by the time like right before the doors opened. And this is right when the doors opened. So like the first thing you saw on the side was the Nintendo booth where they had like a zillion setups for Kirby, Air Riders, and Pokemon ZA. And I did get to play both of them. I'll talk about them a little bit later because I'm gonna go a bit more in order of like what I played and what I did. And yeah, yes, PAX with people, precisely. And actually, now that I think about it, the first thing I did play was Pokemon ZA. So we'll talk about that a little bit later because I actually got in they were doing this thing at the Nintendo booth called the Warp Pipe Pass, which is basically, if you signed up early enough online, you could reserve a spot in line on any day. And I basically did that, so I was able to play Pokemon ZA the instant the doors opened, which was pretty nice. It took a lot of stress out of like trying to rush for a booth and hang out in line. Because we'll get to how it went on Saturday, because Saturday is how the usual PAX experience goes. But for Friday, I actually had a bit of a reprieve because I was able to reserve a spot in line. And hello, Ty Games, and hello, Red Widow. Yeah, I'm all paxed up and paxed out. And yeah, we got some. Just to give you an idea of what the rest of the floor looks like, miscellaneous booths and such. And we had like Atari and NIS America. We got Borderlands back there. And we'll get to the Borderlands booth in a bit because Borderlands kind of made themselves the main character of the show floor, not exactly for great reasons. It's funny you mentioned that, dumb Mexican fanboy, because the Atari booth here, what you can't see is that there was a dedicated Bubsy corner. And we'll get to that in a bit, because I did actually get my hands on Bubsy 4D. So don't worry, the Bubsy is coming. And yeah, we'll get to Randy too. And hello, Blackfoot. How's it going? The NIS booth, I didn't really play anything at the NIS booth, but from off the top of my head, it was Disgaea 7 Complete, Ys 10 Proud Nordics, the latest Trails game, and then another game I don't really recognize. I don't know if it was like a brand new announcement or what, but like all the games you would expect were there. R-Type was over at the City Connection booth. Which I don't think is visible here, but I did drop by and play a game or two there. And yes, I'm back. Hello. But yeah, and then we also had the Namkai Bandai, yeah, of course. The Bandai Namco booth, which had a bunch of games I played there. I played basically everything there except for Little Nightmares and Sword Art Online. So I'll talk about the rest of those games when the time comes. And then even NASA had a booth, which was super weird. R-Type 3 was good. I never made it very far because it was hard and I was small, but I remember it fondly nonetheless. Yeah, because I forget, like, I think the one they were showing off was like a remake. I don't know if it was brand new or what, but yeah, they did have an R-Type there. And then, yeah, they had also a lot of retro game resellers. So this is the booth for Pink Gorilla, which is a local video game store in the area, which sells a variety of games. And once I saw this, I knew I had to take a picture of it, because if you've been on Retro Gaming Blue Sky enough, you will have encountered the ooze. So this is all for all my ooze heads out there. Yeah, like, to give you an idea of the pricing, because I got a bit of a chip in my shoulder when it comes to convention pricing. Oh, so Nice is putting out R-Type Tactics. Okay, that's weird because City Connection is the one putting out a different R-Type game. I think it's like R-Type, I forget what it's called, but it's like a straight up, like, shmup. It's like the R-Type you'd expect it to be. I didn't even know there was R-Type Tactics. And yeah, the ooze is kind of infamous amongst retro game blue sky. It's one of the very weird American-made Sega games from the Genesis era. I think it was like right before Comic Zone, and Comic Zone probably the better game, but Ooze is certainly fascinating. And no, I did not see any copies of Wild Woody. I'm sorry to say. And yeah, so about convention pricing, because usually Pink Gorilla, they tend to price their games a little on the high side, if I may be honest, but they were probably the most reasonable ones here. Because like Vice Project Doom, I looked at the price later, that's pretty much on par with what you can find on price charting. Like Vice Project Doom being the game at the NES cartridge at the top left there. Because for a lot of other games, like Psychonauts there is $40. I think it usually goes for about 30. But that's not even the worst of it. Because if you go over to the booth for Game Over Video Games, you will see here that Dirge of Cerberus was $45. If you go to price charting, it's $30. And then I'm sure if you were to examine the prices of all these N64 games, you would find much the same, but the most galling one was Battle Fantasia here. Because it doesn't really pick up in this picture, but this copy of Battle Fantasia was in pretty rough shape. Like the back, like it was like totally water damaged on the back. It was all ripply and everything. It's $50 here. But if you look on pricecharting.com, a copy of Battle Fantasia complete in the box for your Xbox 360 costs $20. This booth was upselling you Battle Fantasia for $30 with water damage on it. So all this to say, if you're gonna buy a retro game at a convention, do your research before you pay anything. Because I did pick up a couple games, but I made damn well sure to do my research ahead of time. That Liquid Damage better be pissed for $50. I mean, I guess that depends on your priorities. I mean, I'm not here to yuck your yum, but I mean, I guess that's worth $50 to somebody. And yeah, Battle Fantasia, I've seen it played before. It does look super cool. So that's why I was interested in picking it up, because I was like, oh, $50, that might not be so bad. And then I look up the price just to be sure. I'm like, oh, I'm getting actively fleeced here. Never fucking mind. Battle Fantasia was more like RPG-ish sort of battle thing. Like, I forget exactly. I just remember seeing Best Friends play a long time ago and thinking it was cool. So I was like, oh, I could pick this up for a lark. I mean, $50 is a little steep, but I mean, a lot of these games are pretty hard to come by these days. You know, better $50 than $100 a couple years down the line. But no, if it's actually going to be $20, then fuck that. I'm just gonna buy it off of eBay or something. I'll take my chances there. And yeah, to give you more examples of con pricing, you want to pay $40 for a tiny little plushie? $40 fucking dollars? Like, I like me, Futaba and Makoto, but like, and Tali, but like, $40? Absolutely not, man. I'm sorry. Like, I know inflation and all that, but nah, I'm sorry, nah, yeah, and that's, yeah, all this just to get out of the way, just my whole bugbear about convention pricing. And that's actually another pro tip. If anybody's ever going to go to PAX in Seattle, if you're going to be there on either Sunday or Saturday, go park at one of the Amazon buildings. Because if you go to Amazon Doppler or Day One, they're a couple blocks down. It's like a 10-minute walk from the convention center. You can park there for free on weekends. And all that you have to do in return is just walk a little bit further. So you don't have to pay all the insane event pricing, like the $50 for parking across the street from the convention center. If you're willing to walk 10 minutes, you can get your parking for free. So that's a PAX pro tip for you. And Yosuke might have been there. I don't know, because might be out of frame. He might be slightly over to the side. I cannot be sure. Well, that's the thing. That's why you get to the convention center. That's why you get your parking nice and early, so you got a good spot. Then you walk over to the convention center, you grab a spot in line, and then you just whip out your folding stool and you play Kudu Kudu Kududin on your Switch to pass the time. Like I did. Kudu Kudu Kududin, by the way, insanely evil game. Highly recommended. So yeah, anyway, about the shit I actually played. Yeah, so first thing I did, the entire PAX adventure, I played Pokemon ZA, where they had us play 2 demos. So the first demo was basically the battle challenge, where you run around at night and you fight people, like you fight other trainers in this blocked off city environment. And because you know how Pokemon Legends Arceus had like pseudo real-time combat? This actually takes it even further beyond, because the way it worked in Pokemon Legends Arceus is that you and the opponent still took turns. It's just that you could walk around in real time during all that. Like, you could reposition yourself in real time. But the way it works in Pokemon ZA is actually real time. Every time you do an attack, there's a cooldown now. So if you time your cooldowns, you can basically just keep on like a constant stream of attacks. And it also means that there's less of an opportunity cost if you do something like growl or tail wag or something to reduce your opponent's attack or defense or whatever. Like, there's less opportunity cost because that's its own cooldown now, and you can follow that up immediately with an attack. It's all real time with cooldowns now. Yeah, it's basically a Pokemon ARPG now. And so like there's even like trainers are walking around with their Pokemon out, and so you can also sneak up on them. And that's a mechanic that the demo actually teaches you. You can crouch, you can hide behind little boxes, and then once the opponent and their Pokemon turn their backs, you can sick your Pokemon on theirs, you can get a preemptive strike, and then you basically get another free hit after that. But otherwise, it does work totally like a Pokemon game would. It's like, it's a really smart adaptation of Pokemon to real-time mechanics. If they ever put out a demo, I would suggest giving it a try, because I think it actually worked pretty well in execution. But what I think is actually might be perhaps more controversial is how they did the bosses, because the second demo we played was against a rogue Mega Evolved Pokemon. Because there's this whole story beat about how Pokemon are rogue Mega Evolving, because normally you need a trainer with their little, like, a Mega Evolution Crystal. And then, they need to use the power of friendship and stuff to, like, Mega Evolve their Pokemon. But now there's, like, this phenomenon going on where Pokemon are Mega Evolving on their own and running around berserk. And it's apparently, like, super painful to them, so you have to, like, basically, like, beat the shit out of them to put them out of their misery, to, like, knock them back to their senses. And so the demo has you fighting a rogue Mega Absol. And the thing is, they attack the trainer as well. You actually have to watch your positioning as a trainer. So there are times when the Mega Absol will try to attack you, and you actually have to dodge roll out of the way. Yeah, Lucia from Devil May Cry, exactly. But yeah, you actually have to, like, dodge out of the way. And the way that, the thing that I found a little odd about it is that when you try to dodge, like, because when you lock onto the Pokemon, like, the way you issue commands to your Pokemon is you lock on to the opponent Pokemon, and then all your face buttons are replaced with attacks. And then, so it's like you push B to make your, because because Lucario joins you, like, for this battle. And then you that's also your tutorial on how to Mega Evolve Lucario and everything. So it's like, I hold down the lock on button, and it's like, oh, do your Aura Sphere by pushing the B button. But when you're not locked on, the B button is your dodge roll. So whenever you have to dodge roll, you have to turn off lock on and then do a blind dodge roll, or you have to manually keep the camera on the Mega Evolved Pokemon, and it's a little clunky. I'm not gonna lie, it's a little clumsy. So I wonder if there's gonna be any means to change that, because right now that's like my only real complaint, that having to like, because you're actively dodging opponent Pokemon attacks, you are just like, you have to basically stop looking at the Pokemon in order to do that. And you have to manually reorient the camera, and it's a little weird and odd. But other than that, though, I actually did really enjoy the demo. I'm actually and also, that's the thing. I didn't see any health bar because I didn't get hit. I actually did manage to dodge all the attacks because, you know, it's like the tutorial one of those, so it's not terribly hard. But I'm not sure. But I also will say that this game does look a hell of a lot better than Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Like, now, like, it's a Pokemon game that looks nice and runs at 60 FPS, at least on Switch 2. Like, it's not, because really my only complaint about the visual is at this point is that all the textures on the buildings are flat, so you have like all these like balconies and railings on all the windows that are just flat textures, which is a little goofy looking. But other than that, it doesn't look too shabby. It actually looks presentable. Perhaps unlike Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, I don't know how it'll run or look on Switch 1, but hopefully it'll at least look better than Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, because, man, that game was just really rough, even for what they were asking. And at least now, like, the way the game is laid out, because you're in a city, there's, like, a lot of geometry that's constantly blocking out the horizon, things in the distance. So you'd think they could use that to, like, increase performance and resolution stuff, because they're not rendering nearly as much to the screen. So that's my hope, that because of that, it'll still run fine on Switch 1. Yeah, it's mainly, resolution and frame rate. So it runs at 60 FPS on Switch 2, which is also really nice. Like, having a Pokemon game that runs all silky and smooth like that. Yeah, basically, that's exactly how I was, Math GSS, with Pokemon Scarlet and Violet on Switch 2. It's like, oh, it actually runs well. And there's actually a lot of Pokemon, like, spawning in the world that's, like, not right next to the camera. It's so nice. Yeah, and exactly. I think they actually took their time with this one, which helps a lot, too. Like, they actually, like, they didn't just... Because their big problem before was that they were, like, pumping out a new Pokemon game, like, every year. And now it's, like, been, like, what, like 2-3 years since Scarlet and Violet? Like, they've actually been taking their time, and I think we're starting to see the fruits of that. So yeah, definitely looking forward to that once it comes out. Then I played Onimusha, Way of the Sword. And let me tell you, it's so nice playing an action game where I can just push the face buttons and do attacks, and I don't have to worry about a stamina gauge. Like, someone woke up and remembered that we can have action games that aren't Dark Souls or Devil May Cry. We can have other types of action games. And that's not to cast shade on Dark Souls or Devil May Cry. But, like, there used to be more variety. And, like, now I can just play... There's an action game that's just, like, it's Onimusha. And it was really fucking good. I really enjoyed my time with Onimusha, Way of the Sword. Although I will say, this might be just because it was the demo, but it was definitely on the easy side. Like, I did not have any trouble in combat, and I think I got hit maybe once by the boss of this demo. But yeah, I very much enjoyed my time with the Onimusha demo. Like, I will also say that, like, in terms of, like, what makes it so easy is that, like, the parry window is very generous. I don't know if there'll be any, like, difficulty options, like, maybe, like, make it a little tighter, but, like, yeah, you do have a pretty wide parry window. So, and yeah, also, like, no tank controls or anything like old Onimusha. But who knows, maybe they'll add that in. Yeah, slow, deliberate, and hard. I will say that, like, this isn't as slow, but it's not like super fast paced. Like it's not like stylish hyper action or anything like that. Like it is a little bit faster than old Onimusha, but like you're still doing like E-Sen stuff. Like you're still like timing like your counterattacks and everything. Hold on a second. But yeah, I very much enjoyed this demo. Not a whole lot to talk about. It was pretty much like walking around this walking through an environment, just fighting enemies, seeing some story cutscenes. And there is one part of the demo where I got a little lost, like the pathing wasn't super clear, but other than that, totally fine. I don't know if it was PS5 or PS5 Pro. I will say that like it looked pretty good. There wasn't like a whole lot of dithering or artifacting or anything. The only thing that really stood out, like in terms of like visual problems, was that on some shots, like his hair, like because you're playing as Miyamoto Musashi, like his hair looked a little grainy in spots. Like usually when it's like there's like a depth of field effect in the background, and then like he's in the foreground, there's like some kind of like graininess going on. Yeah, that sounds like it might have been Pisser. Yeah, exactly. We're on the same page. I'm glad we're on the same page. But yeah, it looked pretty good. I don't know. So if it was Pisser, then that means that this would have to be PS5 Pro. But even then, like PS5 Pro upgrades have been so incremental for a lot of these games that I'm sure it'll look fine on PS5, like base PS5 anyway. Yeah, we're just full of piss and vinegar tonight. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, then we had the rest of the Nintendo booth, because what you saw earlier with Kirby's Air Ride and Pokemon ZA, that was only half the Nintendo booth, because on the other side of this part of the convention hall, you had the rest of the Nintendo stuff, which is this cordoned off little area where you had a bunch of demos for Switch 2 stuff. It was Hades 2, Borderlands 4, Elden Ring, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth Remake Intergrade, and Hollow Knight Silksong. And before anybody asks, no, I did not play Hollow Knight Silksong, because I don't think Nintendo quite understood what they were getting themselves into when they set up this whole booth situation. Because Silksong only had one little like thing in the middle. Like if you see like right below the banner, you can see like a little thing in the like a little marquee in the middle. That was for Elden Ring, but they had something just like that for Hollow Knight Silksong. So only 4 handheld stations for Hollow Knight Silksong. And as you might expect, a lot of people got in line to play Silksong. So the way they dealt with this is that once every like half hour to an hour or so, somebody would go up to the front of the line and hand out tickets, like raffle tickets. Like 12 of them at a time. And if you were one of the lucky 12 to get a raffle ticket, you could go to the second line to play Silksong. Otherwise, if you didn't get a raffle ticket, you were allowed to just go in right away, but you couldn't play Silksong. You could play every other game, but you couldn't play Silksong. And that's how they dealt with that. So, as for what games I played, I did play Hades 2, and it's actually my first time playing Hades 2. And, yeah, surprise, surprise, Hades 2 is fucking incredible. Shocker, I know. But, yeah, it looks and runs fine on Switch 2. No problems there. And I actually did beat the entire first area. I even beat the boss at the end of the area. I did not wipe a single time before my time was up. And, one of the, like, because they have like a little staff member watching you play, just, answer questions you might have or anything. And the staff member there said that I was the 16th person that day out of hundreds and hundreds of people. I was only the 16th person who managed to beat the boss. So if there was any doubts of as to my gamer cred, well, just let the record show. Anyhow, other than that, I did also play sorry, I lost my train of thought. No, thank you. But yeah, I did also play Final Fantasy VII Remake, which was actually a little disappointing. Because I have played Remake before. I like Remake just fine. But from the sound of things, the demo they were showing for Remake was running off of portable spec, even though I was playing it docked. So all the textures looked really mushy, and Cloud's hair in cutscenes was dithered to shit. Like, it looked really rough. But the lady who was watching over my shoulder was like, oh yeah, like, she was trying to hype up the graphics, and she's like, oh, you know, the graphics look just as good in portable mode as they do here. Like, it's like the same graphical quality in portable mode and dock mode. So I'm thinking that was just like, because it's a demo build, they're just running the portable settings on docked while they iron out how it looks docked. Because when you look at earlier trailers and stuff for Final Fantasy VII Remake on Switch 2, they look pretty much fine. It was just this one demo that looked rough. So I'm hoping it's just this demo build. Yeah, we're still talking about PAX, Dumb Mexican Fanboy, and we're still pretty early on. We're still on day one of PAX. We're actually getting it, like, talking about the video games now.
Whoa, nice graphics.
And thank you, King Ghidra, for providing the service to your fellow chat member. But all that said, it's probably
nice graphics.
Oh yeah, you get a twofer. But yeah, that was still probably better than Elden Ring. Because those of you who are following Gamescom coverage might have heard that the Elden Ring demo is a little rough around the edges. And I can confirm this. Because when you're indoors, when you're running around caves and stuff, it's running you generally fine. But once you open the big wooden doors and you're looking out over the landscape, the frame rate fucking tanks. And then, you know, I get my shit rocked, I die, I respawn in the cave, and then they're like, oh, yo, here's the tutorial cave. Like, here's the tutorial hole. You can drop down into the tutorial hole. And then I was just gonna skip it, but then it's like, oh, they wouldn't let me open the door. I have to go in the tutorial hole. So, into the hole I go. It's running pretty fine. It's, you know, it's 30 FPS, but it's holding up all right. But then black squares start replacing the lighting. Like, I'm running around, and then all of a sudden, like, in random parts of the cave, on the walls, there's like just a black square projected on the walls. So the lighting is just breaking up at some point. Yeah, just like straight up looking like patches of Velcro or something. And then once I got out of the cave and I went back to the open world, like, the frame rate tanked once again. Just like getting super, like, dropping down to like 15, like 20 FPS. Like, it's super rough. But there were also, like, I was playing the portable station, and I did look around because there was also docked stations for Elden Ring. And looking at it docked, at least from the couple of seconds I was able to steal glances of, it actually looked like it might be fine docked. But portable, it's definitely rough. It's definitely super rough in portable mode. So if that's what you're getting Elden Ring for, I implore you to reconsider. And then there was also one other demo that I did not play, and that was the demo for Borderlands 4. But hold on.
I implore you to reconsider.
Thank you, Ty Games, but
I implore you to reconsider.
Oh boy. But hold on a second. What's this back there? Who's that guy back there? You see him over on the left? Maybe if I get the computer to enhance. Indeed. The Grease Elemental himself. One Randall Pitchford. Fucking jump scared my ass at the booth. Because while I was playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, or Remake, I mean, his hair looks normal there, but believe me, it was still pretty greasy and like in full resolution if you got to see him up close, because when I was playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, I was at the docked demo station and everything, and over here you'll see all the Borderlands demo stations. On the opposite side of these was Final Fantasy VII, right? So I'm at the demo booth in the middle here, like right behind this one, all the way on the leftmost edge. I'm just playing Final Fantasy VII, minding my own business. Then I look out of the corner of my eye, and Randy Pitchford is literally right there, right next to me, and I just about shit my pants. Yeah, just like, you wouldn't expect it, but here he was, in the flesh and in the grease. No, we haven't gone through the Atari booth just yet.
Whoa, nice graphics.
It's pretty soon, I think, because that was pretty early in my whole PAX adventure. It should be coming up momentarily. But yeah, all this to say, I got my ass jump scared by one Randall Pitchford at PAX while I was minding my own business playing Final Fantasy. But this actually provides a pretty good segue into the next thing I want to talk about, which is the Borderlands 4 Rage Room. Oh, God. I mean, we already got the one, like, the rich guy as a figurine in there. That's close enough. But,
Aw, dang it.
yeah, anyway, the Borderlands Rage Room. Okay, so, basically, over at the Borderlands 4 booth, because they had their own dedicated booth besides what they had at the Nintendo booth. They had their own dedicated booth, and right next to their booth, they had the Rage Room. And the Rage Room basically became the main character of the expo hall that day on Friday, because it was the loudest fucking thing on the show floor. So what it was a closed-off little room, like all these like clear plastic walls, and it was filled with folding chairs, oil drums, mannequins, and a shitload of bottles and ceramic plates and stuff. And people would go into the room, they'd give you protective gear, they'd give you one choice of smashing implement, like a hammer, a baseball bat, or a metal pipe, and they would just let you smash all the shit in this little room, while people outside could look inside and then, take pictures and shit. The only problem with this little marketing stunt is that it was the loudest shit in the world and it was pissing everybody off. I didn't see it, but I was told that at the Mega 64 PAX panel, that they spent a good amount of time complaining about the Borderlands 4 Rage Room. And this might be a little loud, but I did record some video footage of what it was like. And let me tell you, in advance, it was way louder in person. Whoa! So yeah, I don't know how loud that came out on your end, but in person, it was pretty fucking loud, especially whenever they hit those oil drums. Because the oil drums, like all the other stuff, they were just kind of like, high-pitched, little like, smashing glass and ceramic and stuff. And, when you hit the tables or the folding chairs, it doesn't make that big of a noise. But oil drums are big, metallic, and hollow. So it makes this loud boom noise that echoes throughout the entire fucking convention hall. And I was at some of the nearby booths and just getting jump scared every 5 seconds by loud booming noises every time they hit one of the oil drums. Yeah, believe me, Red Widow, you're not the only one. Because the next day, well, actually, we'll get into the next day, because let's put a pin in that, because that picture is actually coming up a little later. But so yeah, suffice it to say, Randy Pitchford and Gearbox have a bit of a reputation of making themselves as obnoxious as possible, and boy, did the Borderlands 4 Rage Room live up to that reputation in every conceivable way. They didn't quite shut it down, Red Widow, but they did address the issue. And I'll get there momentarily. But first, I followed that up by going to the Arcade Free Play Room. And the Arcade Free Play Room was actually dope as shit. They had a ton of really cool shit in the Arcade Free Play Room. So yeah, you can see right there, they have, right in the middle, you got Tetris the Grandmaster 3, Terror Instinct. You got some DDR machines in the back there. Right in the very front is a Korean version of a Beyblade arcade game. But yeah, and you got a Terry cosplayer over there. You had Taiko Drum Master, you had House of the Dead. And believe you me, I played a shitload of Taiko Drum Master. They had The Simpsons arcade, they had Super Hang-On. I believe that was Gauntlet Legends back there. Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo, Sonic the Fighters. They just had all kinds of super cool shit. Yeah, and I got my ass whooped at Super Puzzle Fighter, but all the same, super fun game. I love Puzzle Fighter. And then they also had a bunch of rhythm games over in the corner of the room, like Tuni Them, I think it's called, and My My. And hell yes, Yenko Best Girl, exactly. And I mean, it's an arcade, so it was pretty loud. You know, lots of disparate, because especially with all the rhythm games going on, people like banging the taiko drums, it was pretty loud. It was an arcade. It's about as loud as your typical arcade, but it's the good kind of loud. It's the kind of loud everybody likes. And it's also in an actually, like, soundproofed room, sort of, you know? It's not just behind thin layers of, like, plexiglass or something. Yeah, quieter than the Rage Room, certainly. Without hyperbole. And yeah, if just to appease anybody, or just to ease anybody's mind, I did go ahead and do my civic duty in playing Mai Mai. You'll see play the Chijo no Senshi from Sakura Wars 5. Advanced level 7. Got AAAs, pretty nice. And then, of course, Gekite. I played that shit on Expert, and I still managed a 92%. So, I think I did my duty. I have fulfilled my dues. Rest assured. When I was at the Video Game Museum in Spain, I played one of those rhythm game machines with the rings. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly the one that we're looking at right now. Yes, my duty. And then they also had Gundam vs. Gundam Next, which I got into a 5-game win streak on this. Like, this is a game I've never played before, Gundam vs. Gundam. Never played this shit before, and somehow I got into a 5-game win streak playing as the fucking Nobel Gundam. Fucking going Sailor Moon on their ass. Yeah, exactly. Maybe I'm just a new type. Who knows? And hell yeah, in this house we love Alan B. Beersley. And nice done, Mexican femboy. It's good on you. You're like, you want some, you want the real shit. Here you go. And then also, yeah, I did a little bit of Sonic the Fighters. I beat it as Fang. Good shit, good shit. And then they also had an Exa Arcadia cab. So it's one of the few places outside Japan you can play Gimmick Exact Mix. Because all the Exa Arcadia machines are supposed to be Japan only. But somehow, some way, they got this out of Japan, and I got to play the arcade version of Gimmick that they made back in 2020. And it's, yeah, basically just like a fancy remake of Gimmick 1. And it kicks ass. So shoutouts to the Yumitaro looking out his window emote, if anybody's 1 second. I think it's a... I think I got that on there. Yeah, there we go. But, yeah, Gimmick Exact Mix kicked ass. And also, if anybody's off-put by the fake scan lines there, you can turn them off. You can disable the scan lines. And Gimmick is a game full of gimmicks, as a matter of fact, because if nobody's ever played Gimmick, it's an NES game by Sunsoft. It's a really late-era NES game. Only came out in Japan and Europe. And the way it works is that you're playing this little guy, Yumitaro, this little green fella with a horn, and you basically create a star. You throw the star, and then the star can defeat enemies, but you can also ride the star. And the arc the star bounces at depends on your jump height when you throw it. So it's actually this really, like, it's an easy to learn and difficult to master system. It's really cool. And the game is actually kind of balls hard if you want to go for the true ending. As shown by my numerous deaths. But I think this continue screen is new, because the whole plot of Gimmick is this girl here she's a real girl. She picked up Yumitaro here as a toy, and then he became her favorite toy. All the other toys got jealous and then kidnapped her. So Yumitaro is going back to rescue her. And that's why all the enemies are like these cute little looking dudes, because they're all just toys. And yeah, Gimmick looks incredible for the NES, and it's got an absolute banger of a soundtrack. I should probably add some Gimmick songs to my pre-stream and BRB playlists, to be honest. Absolute fucking all-timer of a soundtrack. But yeah, this is, as far as remakes go, this is actually super faithful. Like, all the level layouts are the same. It basically just looks like they did like a Super Nintendo or Sega Saturn version of Gimmick 1. And I say Gimmick 1 because they did make a Gimmick 2 a couple of years ago, but you shouldn't play it. It sucks. But Gimmick 1, though. Hell of a game. But yeah, day 2. This is what happened to the Rage Room. So apparently they got enough complaints that they had to wrap up all the barrels, all the oil drums, all the metal barrels, in comforters and blankets. And that's how they tried to solve the noise issue. And it worked for the most part. You can still hear it a little bit, but not nearly so loud. But yeah, exactly. It's because again, like, all I did was I just walked by day 2. I saw all that, and I was like, yeah, that tracks. That makes sense. After all the shit I was hearing yesterday, I could pick up the context clues. I could very easily imagine what led to this, and that they probably got screamed at. And so there you go. And yeah, just another shot of that. Oh, brother. But anyway, day 2, I lined up for 3 hours to play Pragmata. 3 fucking hours. I have never waited that long in line for anything at PAX. Usually I just tap out and leave if I have to wait any longer than 2 hours, but I was stuck in line for 3 hours to play Pragmata. And it was worth every fucking second, because Pragmata might be my game of the show. Pragmata fucking rules. So, for anybody who doesn't know how Pragmata plays, it's like a third-person shooter, but you got like a little dash button, you can hover and everything. You're like this astronaut guy on a moon base. And you also have a little girl who's hanging out with you, a little cyborg girl. And what she does is that she's hacking the enemies for you. And the way the hacking works is that when you lock onto an enemy, on the right side of the screen, a little puzzle shows up. And then you use the face buttons to navigate this grid and try to reach the end node to complete the hacking. And there's all these little squares there. Some squares, if you run over them, they do damage to the enemy. Some of them will lower the enemy's defense, etc., etc. And then you just basically have to complete a line from where you start to the designated end node. It's basically like sort of like a pipe dream sort of thing, except like it's all like free form. You can go in any which direction, and later on there might be hazards and stuff. And like, you would think this would be super unwieldy in a third-person shooter, because like you're doing like, you're running around and you're shooting, but you also have to do like pipe dream on the side. What the fuck? But then after you get used to it, you enter this flow state, and then like you're just basically just bashing out the puzzles as you're dashing around. Like you're basically like multitasking at the same time, and you're just like, okay, there's a dude over there, you solve the puzzle, you blow his brains out. Then there's this dude over here, solve the puzzle, blow his brains out. And it's super satisfying. It's super cool. Like, it works way better in execution than you would ever expect it to. They already in the demo, they introduced enough things that I think that they can keep it fresh the entire time. Because in the demo, like, you start with the really basic stuff. Like, you start with this like little extra damage nodes. But then about halfway through the demo, they give you a consumable resource that will just add defense nodes onto the grid. And then you can choose to go over one of them to deplete your reserve, or you can just choose to ignore it to save it for later. And like, it basically adds other wrinkle, like how to navigate around these things. And so I can easily envision a scenario where later on in the game, they introduce things where it's like, you can't touch this tile, or you have to connect a certain sequence of tiles or something like that, you know? Like, there's a lot of potential there for really cool stuff, like for really cool iteration. And, let's see. Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. Before I continue. How about... How about we add a little background music while we yap? Okay, that's weird. OBS is not picking it up for some reason. Go figure. Don't know why it's not picking up here when it was picking up before, but that's OBS for you, I suppose. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Okay, there we go. I'm just gonna lower the volume like this. Yeah, just to make this, to add a little something going on in the background. But yeah, so the whole thing with the Pragmata demo is it was 30 minutes long. And that's part of the reason it took so long for the line to finish is because there were only 8 stations, 7 of which were available for everybody, but one of the stations was reserved for press and media. And then there also had like a line for ADA, which would just, you know, so like to let people with disabilities like kind of jump ahead in line. So it took a long time for everybody else to get through the line, right? And on top of that, the demo was 30 minutes, so it's a pretty beefy demo. But the way the demo worked is it wasn't a 30-minute timer on the game itself. It's just that you can see next to the lady with the lanyard, there's a little clock on that little table, and that was the timer. That was the timer that they were running off of. So you basically could just play the entire demo if you wanted, and that's what I did. I beat the demo in 22 minutes. And then I was about ready to leave, and then the lady tells me, "Oh, you know, you can play more of the demo. You can go back in if you want." So I was like, "Okay, how about I try that?" And so basically, the second time around, I tried speed running it. And so my first playthrough was 22 minutes, and then by the end, after 8 minutes, I was about 10% away from killing the boss of the demo. So I nearly beaten that demo twice in that 30-minute allotment. And this just goes to show how much of a difference it makes when you really grasp the mechanics. when you actually get into the flow state, like once it all clicks for you. Because yeah, like 22 minutes. But then, like, once everything clicked in, it's just like, oh, I'm doing everything way faster. It's like, instead of just, like, fumbling around with the puzzle, like, oh, do I push it over here, over here? It's just like, no, I'm just, like, locked in. I'm, like, routing the path in my brain as I'm, like, dodging and using my thrusters and, like, doing Vanquish-type shit. Like, I'm so stoked for the final game. Like, I had my doubts, but this demo made me a believer. But after that, I played Bubsy 4D. And I hope Dumb Mexican Femboy hasn't left yet. Because now's the time where we talk about Bubsy. So Bubsy 4D was actually pretty alright. I'm sorry, Todd. I'm sorry to disappoint. But, no kidding. Like, it's from the same developers as Demon Tide and Demon Turf and I think Demon Tide are the names of those games. And I'm sorry, Soryu. But, because, yeah, this is not from the same developers as all the other Bubsies, and not even the same developers as the recent Bubsies on, like, PS4, like the Woolly Strike Back or whatever the hell it was called. Like, the really bad, like, 2D platformers. But no, like, this is a full 3D platformer by people who've done other 3D platformers. Yeah, you came back just in time. And yeah, it's actually not bad. Like, it runs well. It's got some pretty fun, intuitive movement mechanics. I did see, and yeah, the art style is actually not bad. Also, hello, Moxie. Yeah, the art style is actually, like, not bad either. Although I will say that, like, the graphics, like, the character models, like, during cutscenes and everything, they could use a little bit of like, tightening up, but, this is still, like, this game's out in 2026. They got time, And yeah, I know, Bubsy shouldn't play well, but it does. It's kind of fucked up. And yeah, I think anybody really could have called that from outer space. So just, like, seeing this game, like, seeing the trailer and be like, oh, yeah. Yeah, this is probably going to be the best Bubsy game ever. Not a high bar to clear. And I'm here to report to you that that is, in fact, the case. And, I did see some concerns on Blue Sky a while back that perhaps the game's schmovement, as it were, would undermine the level design, because the developer posted a video on Blue Sky going, oh yeah, our game's got schmovement. And then, basically showed, like, a video of them doing, like, all these, like, crazy mid-air hops and like, dives and glides and stuff. And basically skipping a huge chunk of the level, which led to people thinking, okay, well, if I can just skip your level, then what's the point of your game? So, I will say that I'm not nearly good enough to do all the schmovement in quite that sequence that they did in that demo. I could not skip nearly as much. So there does seem to be a pretty decent execution barrier to that. But also, there is completion percentage for collectibles in the environment. So you are still incentivized to actually interface with the level and, like, actually have to deal with the layout and design. So if you want to completely speedrun it, you can do that. But if you want to get 100%, you will actually have to, like, contend with the level as designed. So it's not a complete wash. So it's still too early to tell. It's still just one level. But I think we'll be fine, is what I'm trying to say. And that, like, you can do schmovement. You can, like, there is all the expressive platforming, but it does require a certain amount of skill and understanding and mastery of the mechanics. And yeah, exactly. Like, Mario Odyssey, that's a game you can break over your knee if you know how to play that just well enough. But it's still an incredible game in its own right. And I'm not saying Bubsy 4D is on the same level as Mario Odyssey. At least, a little hard to say that at this juncture, but, all the same. It's pretty good. I will be keeping an eye on it I will follow with a keen interest. And Gex reboot, I feel like that's only a matter of time at this point. Like, especially now that Bubsy 4D exists and has been invoked in the world. Hey Asuka, you just missed Bubsy talk. I'm sorry to say. But also, you missed the Rage Room. But you know what? Who wants to see the Rage Room again? Anybody want to see the Rage Room? Because we have video of the Rage Room. So again, much louder in person than it is in this video. And even then I can see the video peeking into the red on several occasions. Yeah, like, if it was myself, I'd feel a bit more comfortable about maybe turning this into a redeem. But no, that is some random guy. Even though their face is obscured, like, probably best not to. Yeah, it was certainly an idea, and that's why, yeah, going back, this is what they did to the Rage Room afterward, starting from day 2 onward. Because, yeah, they didn't have this on Friday, but from Saturday onward, they had to wrap up all the barrels with these comforters to dull the noise. So, methinks they got a couple of complaints. Turning into a replica of Randall's office, oh boy. Yeah, we were discussing about how the Mega 64 panel apparently talked about it, and how you could hear it on the other side of the room. But yeah, see, this is me playing Bubsy 4D, and actually, like, look, you're actually, like, engaging with the level. You can't just easily jump and glide all over this shit. You actually need to know what you're doing. So, that does give me some hope that the mechanics won't completely trivialize and invalidate the level design. But who knows, maybe if you get far enough in it, you just gain a knack for it, and who's to say? But also, they were selling t-shirts. I was incredibly tempted. I will not lie. I cannot lie to you, dear viewers. I was very much tempted to get the "what could possibly go wrong" shirt. No Rage Room shirts, unfortunately. Damn shame. Damn shame. Let me, resize this back to normal. Wish OBS made this a little easier, but we'll make do. And this is tuna with bacon. Yeah, you're not wrong, Ty Games. Kirby Air Riders, we haven't talked about that yet, because I am going in order of everything I played and experienced. So, Kirby Air Riders, that will come later. Next was He-Man and the Masters of the Universe, Dragon Pearl of Destruction. And this game was okay. It was fine. So basically, this is like a He-Man version of something like the Capcom D&D games, like Shadows over Mystara, and also stuff like Golden Axe. Like, you can tell looking at the interface, like, that's very, like, Shadows over Mystara coded. And it was pretty decent for what it was, but it was still very much early. This was definitely an early build, because what you're seeing right now is the how to play tutorial soft locking itself. Because you'll notice it says double tap to dodge. And this is completely automated. The player has no input. And that robotic dinosaur is supposed to be dashing at He-Man over there. at which point he double taps to dodge and get out of the way. Except in the current build, the dinosaur just dashes past him, and he just stands there, and the how to play demo does not proceed. He just kind of stares at the dinosaur. Thankfully, there is a skip button, so you could just push the skip button. But, yeah. On top of that, for whatever reason, the music would not work for me. It worked for the people next to me, but not me. I even went to the options, I cranked up the music slider, the music just would not work. I don't know why. So, yeah, game is still very much a work in progress. But apart from that, it was a serviceable hack and slash type of beat 'em up, like your Golden Axes or your D&Ds. But it even had the special, like in the I believe it's I think it's D&D, where the dragon head comes down from the corner of the screen and like breathes fire on the entire field to like do like a screen clear. It has that exact same super. What number game is this? Let me see. Let me count. So let's see. Pokemon was 1, Onimusha was 2, FF7, Elden Ring, Hades. Oh yeah, I did also play the Atari 2600, the new version of Galaga they made for that. Not a whole lot to say about that. It was Galaga for the 7800, but being played on a replica 2600 console. But then Pragmata, Bubsy, so... Actually, right. Before He-Man, I actually missed a game because I didn't take a picture of it. I did also play Digimon Storytime Stranger. And for whatever reason, it looked really, really rough. I don't know if it was the TVs they had running at the demo booth or what, but it had like a very smeary, hazy look to it. I don't know if it's Unreal Engine 5 or what, but it had this really smeary, hazy look to it. And whenever I turned the camera, the frame rate would drop. So I think it might be doing some kind of adaptive frame rate thing. I don't know if it's the TV doing like soap opera mode shit. I don't know. Because none of the other games at the Bandai Namco booth looked like that either. Because I did play some other games I'll get around to later, but it was just Digimon. Which does kind of worry me, considering that game is out in October. It's out pretty soon. And other than that, though, it was a pretty neat demo. You got to run around a little city. You got to talk to all these little Digimon fellas in the city. It was neat. Yeah, it really is just soap opera mode. Yeah, it's out in a month and for $70. So hopefully it was just the demo I played. Hopefully that's not indicative of the full game, but let this be a potential warning. Let this be something to look out for, you know? Temper your expectations, maybe. But yeah, then after that was He-Man. So in He-Man, that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this was technically game number 10 that I played. He-Man. But yeah, but before that was Digimon Story. So I almost forgot about that, because I did actually keep a little list. I took notes. I took fucking notes, dude. Meh. But after He-Man, right next to the arcade free play, they had an exhibit for the Art of Nintendo Power. And this might be the coolest thing they had at PAX. Because what it was a bunch of preserved original artwork used in Nintendo Power magazine. And I do mean like running all across the gambit. Like running the entire gamut. So like here you have like a bunch of these clay models of shit that they use for covers and stuff. Like, you see this cover for like for the Mega Man 2 issue, you got little Dr. Wily in this capsule, and the Wily machine from the end of Mega Man 1. And you got like little Mega Man writing the item 2. Well, there they are. The original models used for those covers. It was so fucking cool to see in person. And then, like, these Nintendo Power strategies for, like, one of the Game Boy Mega Mans. You know, you got Crystal Man, Ring Man, and all this shit. And these are all the original, like, cell drawings that they used to put in the magazine. Like, if I zoom in, hopefully the image quality is good enough if I zoom in. To show you, like... Yeah, so yeah, like, the original pages for, yeah, Mega Man 4 on Game Boy. And then all the illustrations, like, you can see like, the glossiness of the actual cells they used. Like, and it's an immaculate condition, too. Like, this looks like freshly drawn. You would never guess this shit was 30 years old. Like, they preserved this, like, incredibly well. Now let's shrink this back. Get this back to normal size. Okay, that ought to do. As I understand it, this is not by Nintendo themselves. This was entirely like a hobbyist. Because this guy, the guy who runs this, has an account on Twitter. I don't think he's got a Blue Sky account yet, but he's got an account on Twitter. Because I was looking at the account after this, and yeah, just seeing like a bunch of this stuff, like, oh, like tweets of like, oh, I just got this stash of artwork. Like, basically tweeting out all of their acquisitions over the years, and then just now they're all on display. And yeah, shoutouts to this incredible Dive Man illustration here for the NES Mega Man 4, I believe it is. Yeah, more Mega Man 6, more of these cell drawings in incredible condition. And then here, these are pencils for a Metroid comic, a Super Metroid comic that ran in Nintendo Power. These are all the original pencils. So, like, there's no colors, there's no inks, there's no sound effects, no dialogue, it's just the raw pencils. And, like, an entire table, every single one of these frames was a different page. And, like, the artwork quality here is fucking incredible. Like, let's, like, zoom in. Also, by the way, shoutouts to the Expedition 33 cosplayers. These dudes were all over PAX this year with their red berets and stripy shirts. Like, by far the most common cosplay were the French costumes from Expedition 33. And yeah, there's a couple of more pictures where they just photobomb my ass. But yeah, look at this shit. I mean, thankfully, this was in a completely different building because, like I mentioned before, all the panels and exhibitions and stuff were in the super tall building, and then the expo hall where they had the Borderlands Rage Room, that was in the Arch building. So these were in two separate buildings entirely. So the artwork was safe. Don't you worry. But yeah, look at the it's fucking incredible. Oh, man. And then sometimes you had artwork that was maybe a little less than incredible. I mean, technically still skilled, but perhaps less representative of what the game is supposed to be. Like, we had this cover for their Secret of Mana issue. That's supposed to be Flammy. If you don't remember what Flammy looks like in the Mana games, go ahead and Google Flammy right now. Flammie. And you might notice a bit of a difference. So yeah, they even had this original piece of artwork perfectly preserved. They had, like, not everything by far, but they had so much. Just, like, immaculately preserved that you would never expect. And then here, this Star Fox cover, they had all the original pencils before the colors, and this cover looks fucking incredible. Yeah, American Flammy's hardcore. Also, very funny that this issue, they're talking about the Super FX chip, but also DuckTales 2 review on NES. Just to give you an idea of what the landscape was like at the time. And speaking of ducks, Darkwing Duck and Mega Man X2. And also I like the detail of all the sound effects being separate illustrations that they overlaid later, presumably to make the layout a little easier to do. And then this one, I'm not sure what the deal with this is, because as you will notice, this is basically like the box art of Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow, but it's not. It's a redraw of the box art for Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow, but for a poster, because this is for a fold-out poster. So they basically, you can see all the sketches, all the layouts they had to do to, recreate this for the poster. I don't even know how you get your hands on something like this. It's so random, but still, fucking cool as hell. I'm not the biggest fan of the art style shift that Dawn of Sorrow went through, but all the same, this shit is cool. Let's see. And yeah, then there's this fucking Final Fantasy 2 cover. Can you guess what this is supposed to be in Final Fantasy 2/4? I don't fucking know. I see the Mist Dragon down there, but I guess that's supposed to be Cecil? Fucking beats me. Maybe that's a Chocobo? I don't know what else it could be. Yeah, and they even had some stuff like the player's guides. They have the cover artwork for the Street Fighter 2 Turbo Player's Guide. And either that or he tames a zoo. But also, fucking look at Sagat back there. He just doesn't give a fuck. This would go so hard as an album cover. But no, we have to settle for it being a strategy guide cover. And then there's this, going back to the clay models for a second. And this one is super wild to me, too. So, let's zoom in. Booger Man is a hidden character in Clay Fighter 63 and a third. But what about Elliot Hauser? Like Hobocop, the 11-year-old from St. Paul, Minnesota didn't make it into Interplay's Twisted Tournament Fighter, but he had his likeness modeled into a clay maquette like the ones that were digitized into the game. Elliot scored the grand prize in Volume 98's Player Poll contest and won a trip to Interplay in California, where his sculpture was being molded. He rounded off his weekend getaway with a day at Disneyland, but, being the gamer he is, Elliot's favorite part of the trip was seeing Interplay's programmers at work, and then being able to test their gaming skills at the local arcade. And so yeah, you'll see that there's this little clay model of Elliot down there. And sure enough, they had the model there. And perhaps not the most flattering likeness, but all the same. Well, that's the thing, not even immortalized in the game, because this is only for... I actually did a little bit of... I read about the story behind this one, because apparently Elliot got to keep this model, and he kept it for the past 30 years. But then Elliot was trying to downsize, get rid of some stuff. He heard about this Art of Nintendo Power collection, and he's like, hey, you want this, you want my Clay Fighter statue? And so they got the Clay Fighter statue as shown in the pages of Nintendo Power. Preserved for all time. An artifact from Clay Fighter 63 and a third of all fucking games. Yeah, I know, right? Especially considering, like, a lot of these other ones were probably kept in, like, you know, private collections by collectors and archivists and stuff, but this was just kept at the dude's house. And he just held on to it for all this time. And it still looks as good as it does. It's kind of insane. Yeah, and then we got more posters. Demon's Crest. Super C. And this part is actually really cool. This is the part, like, this is the fold-out map they made for Dragon Warrior. And, as it turns out, this map was actually made by taking a bunch of fucking Polaroids, a bunch of actual fucking photographs, and collaging them together into one cohesive map. So they just took like a zillion screenshots off of their TV screen, which is why you have the little Erdrick. Or not, I guess not the Erdrick, because that's Dragon Quest 3, but you got the little guy, you have the Dragon Warrior himself in so many of these little corners, because these were actual gameplay screenshots. All collaged to make one giant comprehensive world map. To put in as a fold-out. And somehow, some way, this exact collage got preserved. Like, you think they would have just thrown this shit out, but no. They kept this in a closet somewhere for the past 40 years. And it survives to this day, and it still looks this good. Absolutely mental. And yeah, not only do they keep official art, they also got their hands on fan art that was sent into Nintendo Power. All the fan art on this page, preserved. Like, okay, we're gonna have to zoom in some more. Because yeah, I mean, already it's enough that they were able to preserve some of the actual, like, professional artwork. Because, you know, maybe the artists held on to it, they donated it later, but the fact they managed to get their hands on the fucking fan art is absolutely insane to me. Like, all the envelope art and shit. And just to give you an idea of when the time this issue came out, fucking Justice League Task Force and Yoshi crossover fan art. This ransom letter, give me a Nintendo 64 or never see Mario again. Sincerely, Lorne Engels. So yeah, he got... I mean, I'm not gonna criticize what's probably like a 10-year-old, but were I this 10-year-old, were I Lorne Engels or Erglis or whatever his name is, can't really make it out, I would not put my home address on a ransom letter. Yeah, exactly, some things never change. It didn't start with DeviantArt, and it certainly didn't even start here. Just this particular brand of ultra-sincere crossover art that makes no sense is eternal. We're looking at the Nintendo Power Art Gallery that was at PAX. And so we looked at a bunch of professional art, and now we're looking at all the fan art they managed to preserve. Which is kind of nuts that this still exists, that they still preserved all this. The Robert Garcia Yoshi fan art. I don't think I saw that one. But yeah, like, fan art of the N64 demo kiosk. Just you could submit fan art of anything, and they would publish it in the pages of Nintendo Power. And you got Turok over here. Yeah, imagine if you were one of the kids who drew this, and then you came back here years later, expecting never to see this shit in person again. Oh god, yeah, okay, that's right. Yeah, now I remember the Robert Garcia. Yeah, the art of Yoshi. And now I remember this. Yeah, perhaps that's on a different power scale, but still all the same. I think Yoshi League Task Force is still pretty strong. Anyhow. What was next on here? Oh yeah, we have even more. Even more fan art. Because yeah, they preserved a ton of this shit, dude. Yeah, we got Luca and Robo. We got X, Killer Instinct, Tetris Attack, lots of Mario 64 and Mario RPG, and Yoshi's Island. And Final Fantasy III. I don't know what fight this is supposed to be, but all the same. So yeah, you'd think already the last pick I showed would be like, that's already a lot of fan art to preserve, but they still got all this shit too. Like, because like for years, I just assumed that like after they published this in the magazines, they would just like throw this shit out. Like, I never expected this to be preserved in any significant capacity. But here we are. And it's being shown off at PAX. Oh yeah, and this one's pretty cool too. This was the cover for Super Castlevania 4. Oh, the sword one? That's also Mario RPG. Yeah, it's the giant sword that crashes through Bowser's castle. Along with one of the Axum Rangers. And you can see Mario down there. Yeah, this Castlevania one's also super cool. You can see like all the process images, all the pencils and stuff, like they're penciling out the layout. And then the giant painting for the final piece, cuz like this is the actual magazine cover, and then this is how fucking big the actual painting was. I watched Power Rangers as a kid. Basically only Mighty Morphin though, because by the time they went to like In Space and Turbo and all that stuff, I was kind of growing out of it. Yeah, I was a big Mighty Morphin fan as a kid. I dressed up as the Black Ranger for one Halloween. Yeah, that ought to be good. I mean, I know a lot of people who watched it later on. Like, one of my best friends in high school, like, still watched Power Rangers the whole way through. And actually, when I went to San Diego Comic-Con in 2010, I went to the Power Rangers panel they had there, and the guy who was because it was for Power Rangers Samurai, and the moderator of the panel was the actor who played Bulk, like Bulk and Skull. Apparently, he came back for Power Rangers Samurai, so he was just there to like take questions and everything from the audience. And that was actually really cool, because like even though I'd been totally out of the loop for Power Rangers, I was like, yo, that's Bulk! And yeah, I'd like to get into watching like Toku and stuff, but it's the backlog of things I have to play and watch is just so immense. Like, I don't know when or if I'll ever find time to watch Toku. Like, be it Super Sentai or Kamen Rider or whatever. I'd love to, but yeah, it's just not enough time in the world. Like, if I could just enter the hyperbolic time chamber with like a couple suitcases full of DVDs, just let me do that. Like, burn a couple months watching a bunch of shows and then have it be only like a day pass in the real world. That would be an ideal arrangement for me. Yeah, it doesn't help that there's so many of them. They just don't stop coming. And yeah, here's another angle for the Castlevania 4 cover. But yeah, just to give you an idea of how massive this painting was compared to the magazine cover. Like, this is like legit, like, hang on your wall status. I mean, yeah, I guess that's true. Oh yeah, and also, they still had a bunch of originals of the Howard and Nestor comics. Like, these are all, like, they got the, because yeah, if we zoom in a little bit, you'll see they had the published versions here, and then they had the originals on the side. I don't know if it's the colors faded or if the printing just made it more saturated, because you can see that there's like a difference in color here, but otherwise, they're in fantastic condition. I would unironically hang the American Flammy on my wall. I mean, in a vacuum, on its own merits, it's a fine painting. It's just not really representative of Secret of Mana. Jetman, Zoolanger, or Ranger. I mean, Zoolanger, that's just what Mighty Morphin was based off of, right? I feel like that would be a pretty logical starting point. Like, yeah, that's what I thought. And yeah, we got some more Howard and Nestor here. This is like a whole Mega Man spoof that they got going on. Yeah, maybe someday I'll play Nestor's Funky Bowling on stream. Who knows? Yeah, and then we have a bunch of Kirby art from their Kirby walkthrough. Lots of really charming artwork down here too. Like, I love this, like, this little comic showing off how the bonus game works. Oh boy. Nestor's Funky Bowling has retro achievements, does it? Perhaps I'll have to consider it in the future. But yeah, I love that, like, this is supposed to be like what the swordsman, like, this is their like idea of what the swordsman was supposed to look like. Just this dude in a pseudo armor who's like totally like disproportionate to Kirby here. And then Poppy Brothers Jr. looking dead inside. Like, this is a Poppy Bros who has seen some shit. And then you can see how they were all actually, like, in the layout and stuff. Yeah, this is the Poppy Bros that has lost all spark of life. Just going through the motions. Yeah, he does kind of look like he's from over the garden wall, yeah. I totally get what you mean. Oh yeah, and we got an even closer close-up here. With all the paper grain you could ever want. On actual quality watercolor paper. And I'm actually kind of amazed in all these illustrations that they resisted the urge to make him like hardcore American Kirby, like make him all like angry and full of attitude and stuff, because like this is generally like pretty true to Kirby. I'm kind of shocked. But yeah, all this artwork is delightful though. It's aged pretty well, all things considered. Yes, this is a biblically accurate Kirby. Yeah, and we got another close-up of the sword Kirby comic. Little explanation. Then there's this guy. So, the deal with this guy. This is a mascot Mario costume that was used at Nintendo promotional events, including the Nintendo World Championships. They found and restored this Mario head. Or this Mario costume, rather. Although they does say, like, it's a little too small. Even if you zoom in, you can't really make out the little sign here. But they explain how they found this from a private collector who was trying to restore the costume on their own, which is why if you look at the actual picture of what the costume used to look like, it's not the exact same head shape, because the original foam that filled the head completely dissolved over the years, so they tried to restore it on their own. And so the guys who run this Art of Nintendo Power exhibit, they bought the costume and they basically completed the restoration. And here it is. You can go up and pose with Mario. Don't you want to say hi to Mario? Don't you want to shake Mario's little hand? Just reach out and grab Mario's little hand. It's okay. There's nothing to be afraid of. Just grab his hand, and it'll all be over soon. Anyhow. So back to the video games and all that bullshit. So I played Pac-Man World Repack 2. And it was pretty alright. I still haven't played Pac-Man World any of them. But as I understand it, this is actually like both pretty faithful in what it recreates, but it also adds like a lot of new stuff that the original game didn't have. Because I know that there's been a lot of grousing, especially as of late, over the current abundance of one-to-one remakes. And I was kind of thinking about all that while I was playing this. But it seems like this is actually doing a pretty decent job of towing the line of like following certain elements one-to-one, but also expanding on it in different aspects. Like apparently one of the bosses, because like there were two parts to this demo. You could either play the chill mode or the challenging mode. Like chill mode was like the very first level with the very first boss. And then the challenging mode was like a later level in an ice world with a polar bear boss. And as I understand it, that boss fight is completely different on the original GameCube version. And also the GameCube version I don't believe had voice acting, but this one does have voice acting, and they got the guy who played Pac-Man in Pac-Man World 3 to come back to voice Pac-Man in this one. So it does like a lot of like stuff like that I think is really interesting and cool as like an alternate take on the same game. So I think that, even if this is like, amidst all this discussion about one-to-one remakes and their necessity or validity in the light of things like Metal Gear Delta and like, do these remakes even have a point to them? I think stuff like this is cool, where they kind of like, it's a little bit having their cake and eating it too, but I think it's doing its best to please both audiences. It's providing something new while also being like, hey, here's the thing you remember and love. It's just shinier now. Yeah, and I love it. Like, Pac-Man just sounds like a guy. He doesn't sound like a funny little cartoon man. He doesn't sound like a big American hero. He just sounds like a dude. He just sounds like your uncle. He just sounds like the guy behind the cash register. He's just a guy. And I love that. Yeah, he's not even Pac-Man. He's just Pac-Guy. He's just Pac-Dude. But then after that, it was finally my time to play Kirby Air Riders. My reservation had finally come up. And so, as you will see, they had a shitload of stations for Kirby Air Ride. But while you were waiting, they also had the Sakurai Direct on these TVs, teaching you how to play City Trial. So while you're waiting to play City Trial, you're just like, hello, I'm Masahiro Sakurai. Here's how you play my video game. But, yeah, so the way this demo worked is that once you got up yeah, you can see more of him like doing his little gameplay walkthrough and demonstration. So the way the demo worked was, once you got there, the staff members would basically tell you, okay, here, go do all these tutorials first. We got a tutorial mode, and we're gonna have you do like 5 specific tutorials that we tell you to do. Like, just go to the menu, click this button here, do these tutorials. Once everybody's done the tutorials, we'll do City Trial. And then once you... Yeah, it is exclusive for Switch 2. And for good reason, because shit pops off like crazy in this. And it looks really nice, and it runs at a flawless locked 60. Did not spot a single frame drop. But, yeah, so we played City Trial once... And then, because the first time I played as GUI, and then the way that the whole, like, City Trial works is, you go around, you pick up all these power-ups in the city, and then you go into, the stadium, into one of the, 4 competitions. And I didn't either I didn't remember, or I just didn't know, but you basically only enter the stadium that you pick. Like, it's not a vote. You just pick which one you want to go to, and then anybody else who picks that one will follow you in. Otherwise, everybody else will just go to the ones they picked. So, I was the only one in the first City Trial to go to the long jump competition, and then I won. I won the long jump competition because it was only against CPUs who were not very good, while everybody else was off doing like the battle arena stadium game. But then the second time, because they let us play City Trial twice. The second time I played as Susie from Robobot. And I got like a real shit kicker of a build. So I entered the battle that time, and I managed to get second place. And yeah, and I got into the weird tank where like, instead of like stopping to drift, it just keeps going in the same direction until you let go. I got into that weird ass tank, which is actually pretty convenient for battling because it lets you turn and like actually target enemies, but still being on the move to avoid fire. It's a pretty ideal machine for the battle scenarios. And yeah, if you haven't seen the direct, they got so many characters in this shit. They got Gooey, they got Susie, they got Starman. So City Trial, the demo is you have 5 minutes for the actual City Trial part where you're going around the city picking up the power-ups. And then after that, it depends on which stadium you choose, because the long jump, that was like 1 minute long. But then the actual battle, that was like 2 minutes long. Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright are not in yet. They may very well be. We don't know, because again, they have Starman, they have Knuckle Joe, they have Gooey, they've got Magalore. Like, I would not be surprised if Mr. Shine and Mr. Bright showed up. And Krakow is there as an environmental hazard in City Trial. I did actually run into Krakow, and I got some bonuses for blowing his ass up. A Dynablade shows up. So who knows who else might show up. But yeah, I didn't play a whole ton of Kirby Air Ride back in the day, so I'm not really an expert. Like, I can't tell you, like, the finer nuances and like the differences, but like from what I recall, yeah, this is exactly like, this is the City Trial you want. Like, this, it's looking real good. I'm super stoked to play the final thing, which won't be very long now. That'll be in October. But yeah, because yeah, the Pokemon demo, I didn't mention this before, but the Pokemon demo, each part of the demo was 10 minutes, so that was 20 minutes on Pokemon. And I think Kirby Air Ride averaged out to about that, because there was still like downtime, we still had to do the tutorials, we still had to wait for other players to select their characters. So I think all told, Kirby Air Riders also shook out to about 20 minutes worth of gameplay. So yeah, all this to say, it's a pretty decent amount of time on both demos. It was very nice to see. Yeah, we need Ribbon in there. We need glasses, fail girls with pigtails. God damn it. With freckles. They're an endangered species in today's gaming climate. Yeah, we got some more air ride pics of all the different setups, because again, there were like a zillion setups for this, and even though there were a zillion setups, if I had waited in line like some kind of normie to play all these, that would have taken me like 4 hours, because the Nintendo lines are always long as hell. Yeah, then I went to the Capcom panel, and all told, the Capcom panel, there wasn't a whole lot. Like, they showed off some, like, they basically played the trailer for Monster Hunter Stories, the new one, like the same one as the Nintendo Direct. They gave a couple little plot details. Whatever. Yeah, I had the Warp Pipe Pass, because that was the system they had, where, like, you would pre-register online, and then you could, like, book a time to show up at the Nintendo booth, and basically cut ahead of the rest of the line. Like a Fast Pass. That was for Pragmata, where I was in line for 3 hours at the end. But, like I said before when I was talking about Pragmata, it was totally worth it because Pragmata is probably my game of the show. Pragmata fucking whipped ass. And actually, speaking of which, after they talked about Onimusha, where they showed off like a new like mini boss, and then they talked about Resident Evil 9, where they had nothing to talk about, they decided to go talk about Pragmata. And for Pragmata, they had a special guest. It was fucking Maximilian Dude. Just showing up out of nowhere. So, yeah, Pragmata. Oh, do you not know what Pragmata is? Because, okay, so Pragmata is a new game from Capcom. It's a third-person shooter. You're playing as this dude in, like, on a moon base. You got, like, you know, you got your guns, you got like a dash, you've got like a hover and everything, but you've also got this little robot girl who's hanging out on your back. And her whole thing is that she can hack enemies, because all the dudes you're fighting are robots, and she can hack enemies. And whenever you hack an enemy, you're doing a puzzle on the right side of the screen at the same time that you're shooting dudes. And this sounds like it would be a complete mess in practice. But no, it actually works super well. You enter this flow state, and, like, it takes a while to get used to, but once you get used to it, you lock the fuck in. You are just, like, zeroing in on dudes. Like, you're gonna hack this guy, and then his chest opens up after you hack him, and then you just, like, shoot him in his gooey parts. Because, like, the first time I played the demo, it took me 22 minutes. But then they were like, oh, you know, you still have 8 minutes for your 30-minute allotment. You can play the demo again. And then, you know, I had basically internalized everything, like all the mechanics, and I was able to get back to the boss of the demo in 8 minutes. Just like zooming through the entire demo. Just like knowing exactly what I'm doing, just popping dudes out of the sky, just hacking dudes, like, it was so much fucking fun. I didn't really have any expectations of Pragmata going in, but now, like, I'm a true believer. Like, again, this is like my game of the show. And it ran great. It ran at 60 FPS. I didn't really notice any frame drops or anything. Like, it just ran, ran super solid. But yeah, the reason Maximilian Dude is here, getting back to this, is because Maximilian Dude, he's always been, like, super tight with Capcom. And he went through a bit of an arc with Pragmata, where he basically kind of resented it, because they showed it off at the PlayStation 5 reveal, like, 5 years ago. Then they went silent on it, but, like, Max's chat always was like, oh, what about Pragmata? Or you gotta put down gift sub bets on Pragmata. Do you think Pragmata's gonna be at the show? And then Mac got so sick of it, he banned the word Pragmata in his chat. Like, he had, like, zero faith that this game even existed, let alone that it was gonna be good. But then at Summer Games Fest this year, Pragmata suddenly shows up again. It has a demo there. He plays it, and he's like, oh, fuck. I actually love Pragmata. And, you know, he was very public about all this on his, like, on his channel, on YouTube and Twitch and everything. And so, because of all that, Capcom got him to come out to PAX to, like, play through the demo. And, like, basically talk all about it. And then, like, also they had questions for the director, which was, like, pre-recorded, like, series of questions. And they actually talked about some pretty interesting stuff, because if you remember the reveal for Pragmata, it has this whole sequence where you're like they're in Times Square, but that's not actually Times Square because you see a satellite crashing through the ceiling. They're actually like in a holodeck. And then at the very end, it's like, oh my god, they're actually on the moon. And so they're like, oh yeah, the Times Square thing is still in the game, and there's actually going to be other sequences like that where, you know, despite the fact that you're in a moon base, you're going to go to environments you wouldn't expect. But the satellite part specifically is not in the game anymore. With like the satellite crashing through the ceiling. That part is not in the final game. So that was actually a pretty interesting thing to learn. But yeah, Pragmata was like vaporware. Then now it's back, and it actually kicks ass. Yeah, exactly. It's finally time. Deep down next, baby. But yeah, yeah, the demo they played was the exact same one I played, and the demo they showed for Onimusha when they were talking about that during the panel was the exact same one I played, so... Honestly, at the end, not a whole lot that I didn't already know going in, but it was still pretty cool. Especially, you know, with Max showing up and, like, a lot of the other little tidbits that they talked about. It was pretty neat. And also, at the end of all the Capcom demos, they would give you a pin for that game, and then at the end of this panel, they're like, oh, check under your seat. And then I got a second Pragmata pin under my seat, so that's nice. That's a bonus. Yeah, then after that, I was basically just hopping and bopping around to various random booths, because at that point, I'd pretty much seen all the stuff I had set out to see. So this right here is the Time Crisis plug and play. You might remember this as stirring up a little bit of controversy a little while back, because they said, we've got a plug and play that'll make Time Crisis work on your flat screen TV using the power of AI. And that's not in and of itself necessarily a bad thing, because it's not generative AI. It's like just algorithmic, whatever the fuck. It's just like machine learning, whatever. But unfortunately, in practice, it's still kind of shaky. So like I was waiting in line behind this guy, and then, you know, he's playing the level up until he gets a game over. Then he passes the gun off to me, but like he calibrated it all fucky. So I'm like, okay, well, can I go back to the main menu and calibrate? And so I try to mouse over. Or because like, rather it works kind of like an IR sensor, like a pointer on the main menu to, like, you know, because you've got Time Crisis, you've got Point Blank, and you got like what's the other two games, like Steel something, like their 2D light gun games from before Time Crisis and Point Blank. But so I aim at the calibration button on the main menu, and it's just wigging out like crazy. And eventually they had to hard reset the system because I just could not, like, they're like, oh, can you like point the gun like this? I was like, can you take a step back away from the TV? And I was just like, I'm trying everything, dude. This is not stable. And then even after they restarted the system and recalibrated it, it was still like kind of funky in terms of like accuracy. And that's not just John's. That's not just me saying that because I got hit or miss shots or whatever, because I did do better than, because the last guy, he really calibrated it super shittily, and I was doing better after that, but it was still a little off, so I think the technology has promise for something like this. Like, this is one of those things where it's like, oh, you know, maybe AI could be a practical application here, because it's not just plagiarizing people. It's just an algorithm. It's just, like, analyzing, like, the visuals and, like, you know, developing a response off of that. But we're not there yet. We're just not there yet. It was more accurate than something like gyro, because even if you were to do gyro, you would still need a pointer on the screen to, like, give you some kind of, like, some kind of feedback. But here it's like whenever you pulled the trigger, like the crosshairs would show up to, like, let you know where you shot at, you know? Something like that. Yeah, that's them playing, so... And the visuals were, like, pretty, like, faithfully, like, they didn't, like, smooth out or anything. It's like, pretty much like the arcade visuals, just at higher resolution. They didn't do anything to the textures. It looks fine. But yeah, maybe a couple iterations from now they'll get there, but it's not there yet. Then I played, well, actually I played a couple games. I played Double Dragon Revive here, which is the new Double Dragon game from Arc System Works, which doesn't look super great. Like, it does look very much like an Unreal Asset Store game. But in terms of playability, it's fine. Yeah, it's funny because they've been advertising it quite a bit too. Like, it keeps showing up at these shows, and everyone's like, "Oh man, it's a shame that this doesn't look better." But the actual gameplay's fine. It's got some neat like environmental effects, like there's like all these environmental interactions. Like, you can like kick dudes up against the wall to make them wall splat, like both up against like the wall in the back of the screen and like the walls on the edges of the room. And then you can like do like kind of combos off of that. You can hit them on the ground, but hitting them while they're on the ground is super finicky for whatever reason. But you can do stuff like there's like one part where you're in like a basketball court, and then you can uppercut a dude, and then he can get dunked in the basketball hoop for an instant KO. And there's one part where I kicked a dude into a fridge, and that it was an instant KO as well. Like, the fridge doors closed on him. Like, lots of fun little environmental interactions like that I thought were pretty clever, that were pretty cute. But, it's still kind of, like, rough around the edges in some weird ways. Like, again, like, hitting enemies on the ground just, like, would not trigger a lot of the time. And then, like, because it's, like, a side-scrolling beat-em-up with, like, these layers like this, but it's also 3D, it's, like, it's not only what plane you're on, but also the direction you're facing, which is really weird. And then also, like, the final boss of this demo was, like, a guy with a baseball bat, and every time you knocked him down, he would drop his bat. But because this boss's entire moveset was based on a baseball bat, he would just pull out another one. So I just kept knocking this dude on his ass, making him drop his baseball bat, and he'd pull out another one. So by the end, there were like 30 baseball bats on the floor. It was insane. Like, perhaps that was something they should have, I don't know if I want to use the word reconsider, but perhaps iron out, you know? And yeah, that's the thing. It just looks pedestrian. It just doesn't look very impressive. Like, because you're doing this in a post-Streets of Rage 4 world. Hell, you're doing this in a post-Double Dragon Neon world. This doesn't even have as much visual sauce as something like Double Dragon Neon, and that came out on the PS3, you know?
I implore you to reconsider.
Yeah, I knew that was coming.
I implore you to reconsider.
Yeah. So, that was, like, maybe pick it up on sale? I don't know. Because maybe it's the kind of thing where it's like, the deeper you get in the game, like, they do some really cool, innovative shit. Like, it was decent enough, but maybe not for full price, you know? But then also, elsewhere, yeah, they're gonna keep remaking Double Dragon 2 until it works, goddammit. They're gonna make a Double Dragon game that's good eventually. Just you watch. But yeah, also at the ArcSys booth, I played Bubble Bobble Sugar Dungeons, which I don't have a picture for, but that's the Bubble Bobble roguelike. And I wish I could say more about it because the demo basically ended right after I finished the tutorial. Because it was basically one of those demos where it's like, it's the full game, but it's on a timer. And then the timer ran out basically as soon as I was finished with the tutorial. Yeah, a Bubble Bobble roguelike. And that was another thing they announced during their ArcSys Direct alongside Dear Me, I Was. And Damon and Baby. Really? The Sugar Dungeons comes with a port of Bubble Symphony for Oh, weird. Okay. I was not aware of this. No, not David and Baby, Damon and Baby, the new game from Daisuke Ishiwatari, the creator of Guilty Gear. Everybody thought he was going to make a new... Okay, to kind of sidetrack for a bit, a couple months ago, they did this Arc System Works Direct. And like part of the thing was like, oh, they're going to announce Daisuke's new game there. And everybody's like, oh my god, is it going to be a new fighting game? Is it going to be a new Guilty Gear? Are they going to bring back Blaze Blue? Is it going to be something new entirely? Like, holy shit, a new game from Daisuke. And then it was Damon and Baby, which is like a top-down shooter thing that looked graphically really weird. Like, everybody was left really underwhelmed. Yeah, you can look that up on YouTube later. I don't want to get things too off track, but yeah, suffice it to say, people were kind of pissed after that. But we'll see how the actual game turns out. You know, it's still a ways off. But elsewise, I did also play another game I don't have a pick of is Mamoru-kun Recurse. That's a twin-stick vertical shmup where you just walk around. It's kind of like a twin-stick version of Pocky and Rocky. It was a PS3 game, and they're doing a remaster of it. It was pretty neat. Yeah, kinda, Ego Angel. I see where you're coming from. It's very much like, yeah, they're making a new Mamoru-kun. Yeah, it's a remaster of the original. It's called Mamoru-kun Recurse, and I got to play it. It was pretty neat. I don't know. I did not see the title screen or anything. Because the demo, it looked like it was basically like the full game with like every mission unlocked. Because I just did one that was like, oh, hey, do these 2 bosses. And I was like, okay. So, inconclusive. It might be in a trailer. I don't know. Yeah, that was pretty fun. Let's see. What's next? Oh, yeah, actually, another thing about Double Dragon I forgot is that the localization of it is super weird. Like, here. When Dragon Orb reaches 100%, command prompt will appear above enemies when nearing them. So, like, yeah, there's that. Like, command prompt will appear. And then also lots of telltale signs of overly literal translation, like, these attacks will be preceded by the enemy emitting a red aura, so let's move out of the way with dodges or jumps. Which is a very Japanese way of phrasing it, because lots of Japanese, like, when they're making suggestions to someone, like, instead of going like, oh, you should do this, it'll say, let's do this. That's how they phrase in a lot of these tutorials. And so they kept that phrasing the exact same as the translation, and it just sounds really weird in English. Yeah, it's a very antiquated translation. So this does kind of not instill the utmost confidence in Double Dragon, shall we say. And also, randomly, who here has Seahorse's Bad Apple emotes? Because there was this booth here for this little MIDI console that let you homebrew your own games. As one of the demos, someone just ported Bad Apple to it. Because of course they did. Okay, that's the last thing I did, but there are a couple other demos I played. Let me just read them off of my notes here. So yeah, I also played the My Hero Academia All's Justice, which, I was not a huge fan of. I did play, One's Justice on the Switch years ago. And this is basically more of that. It's a My Hero Academia game, except, it looked really grainy. And it was kind of, like, it was really aliased looking. There was like, no anti-aliasing, which was weird because it was running on PS5. I don't get it. And then also, it just felt really slow and not great. Yeah, maybe someday they'll give us a Jump Superstars 3 or a Jump Ultimate Stars 2. But today's not that day. And I also played Rivals of Ether 2, Rivals 2. They showed off a new character there. It's the mouse girl, the punch girl who's a mouse. She's got her abs out. Pretty cool. I don't play Rivals of Ether much, and it always fucks me up that they have smash attacks mapped to their own button. Like, that always fucks me up. Because I'm always trying to do smash attacks. I'm like, why can't I... Does this game just not have any? Like, what's going on? And then I'm like, oh, wait, it's on the X button. That always fucks me up. But yeah, Mouse Punch Girl was cool. Ah, well, maybe I just have to do that then. Yeah, and then the last game I played was a game called Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree, which I believe is in the background of one of my shots here. Hold on. If I go all the way back to the Capcom or to the Bandai booth, I believe there's a picture of it there. Far, far back in the before times. Okay, yeah, it's there all the way off to the side. So basically what this is it's basically like a Japanese mythology themed take on something like Hades. Only it doesn't play nearly as good as Hades does. Which is kind of a shame, because Hades feels snappy and immaculate. But this one did not feel nearly as nice. And also you're attacking on, like, you're hitting the attack button on R1, which feels kind of weird. Not a huge fan of that. But they did have, like, a couple interesting ideas. Like, they have 2 weapons you alternate between. And, they also let you, like, bring, like, a partner character of your choice that you can, like, freely move around with the R stick. And you can assign, like, commands to. So it's got ideas, but it just doesn't feel as nice as something like Hades does, which is unfortunate. Oh my god, it's you! I didn't know that was you! I should have said hi! And is Little Nightmares 2 out? Not yet, because this is Little Nightmares 3. Yeah, this is for Little Nightmares 3, and I did not play this. I don't really... I mean... I've got nothing against Little Nightmares, but it's not really my bag. So, the art by Toru Nakayama for Toa and the Guardians of the Sacred Tree? I don't know. I don't think so. But I might be wrong. I do not know. And then they also had Sword Art Online, but I didn't play that. Let me just resize. Yeah, Sword Art, more like Sword Fart. Glop. Okay, there we go. That'll do for now. Yeah, that was just a bunch of pictures, like the stuff that I looked at before. They were selling Battle Fantasia for $50 here, with water damage on the cover, when it cost $20 on price charting. Fucking highway robbery at this booth. $50 fucking dollars. And also $40 for these plushies. Which, like, I like Futaba and Tali, but I'm not paying $40 for Futaba or Tali. I'm sorry. It's on... Oh, I was not even aware there was a Steam version of Battle Fantasia. And yeah, there was stuff worth buying. I did buy a couple of things, but you actually missed me going on a big rant about how a lot of these retro game resellers will fleece you with their convention pricing, so always do your research before you buy. Because yeah, like Vice Project Doom over here, it says $60, and that's the same price it goes for on price charting. So sometimes you can find a price that's just totally fine. Other times you find Dirge of Cerberus being marked up by $15, or Battle Fantasia being marked up by $30. We'll get into that in a little bit. Because I do also need to talk about the swag I got. And also, yeah, all the arcade stuff I played, like Gimmick Exact Mix and such. The Rage Room. So let's see. Yeah, and then the last thing I basically did was I attended the panel for the Video Game History Foundation, where Frank Cifaldi up there talked about all the adventures they had in like preserving stuff for the Video Game History Foundation, like how apparently the Game Informer offices, he was invited there back in like 2019 to archive a bunch of stuff because they were trying to clear out space and they were like, yo, we've got like zillions of issues of Game Informer. We've got all these prototypes and all these review builds and all this shit. And so basically he went there back in like 2019. Apparently he camped out there. Like he stayed there for like a month, brought his own equipment and like dumped a shitload of cartridges and CDs and stuff. Really cool stuff. And then he also talked about how they got SimCity on NES. How they found the source code for the localization of Mother and things like that. And then this rather poignant sign here. Yeah, video games are a digital medium, but archives are stuck treating them as physical objects. Documents aren't being scanned and shared remotely, and by all accounts they won't be. Some institutions are collecting priceless material without having an actual plan for letting people use it, and I'm pretty sure none of us are collecting digital games in a serious way. So shit's kind of rough right now in the games preservation space. So when we talk about how digital games are not great for preservation, it's mostly like, a lot of people might have them, but they're not really holding on to them when the time comes. Like if they get delisted, having a version of record is very difficult. Like lots of people just delete that shit or whatever without getting a second to thought. And then, yeah, I think that's about it. So here's all the stuff I brought back from PAX. My swag, as it were. So I guess we'll start from the top here. My PAX haul. Got a shitload of pins and patches. So yeah, like I said, I got 2 Pragmata pins because I got one from playing the demo. I got one from the PAX panel. I got my Onimusha pin, which is just the Onimusha logo, so yep, kind of whatever. And then when I played the demos for Kirby Air Riders and Pokemon ZA, they gave me these Iron-On patches. And then playing Bubble Bobble, Sugar Dungeons, and Double Dragon, at the end, they wanted me to fill out a survey, and I was pretty frank with my opinions, but all the same, I did get pins. And then by playing the Nintendo demos at that one Switch 2 booth where I got jump scared by Randy Pitchford, I got a pencil case. Whoop-de-doo. And then possibly the funniest bit of swag I got is I got this tote bag with Pac-Man, a Pac-Man Cross Maruchan Ramen tote bag that came with 2 servings of chicken flavor Maruchan instant ramen. This was, in fact, part of the bundle. I did get this as PAX swag. This is not my own ramen. I'm not sure what prompted this this crossover, this meeting of the minds, this Clash of Titans, but here I am benefiting from it. Because, yeah, once you played the demo for Pac-Man, they gave you this postcard, and then they're like, go turn in this postcard at the front desk at the Bandai booth. And then once I turned in this postcard, they gave me this tote bag with my ramen. I felt that was an important point to clarify, that this is not my own ramen. I did not set up this photo op just to illustrate a point. No, this is what it came with. I mean, I just wish it didn't have fucking peas and corn in there. Like, peas and corn don't belong in ramen, goddammit. Get that shit out of here. But yeah, also, they had a Magic the Gathering booth where every day at noon they were handing out free welcome decks. So I did get myself a welcome deck of Spider-Man Magic the Gathering cards. And the thing with the welcome decks is that it was half randomized. So half the deck was the deck representing the character on the box. So I got half of a Spider-Gwen deck. And then the other half of the deck was randomized. And the other half of the deck I got just so happened to be Miles Morales. Very, very fitting, if I do say so. But we'll go into that a bit more later. So as for the games I actually bought, I did pick up The Skycrawlers Innocent Aces for the Wii. Which, for those of you who don't know, is basically a secret Ace Combat game. This is a tie-in with an anime movie developed by Project Aces. Exclusively for the Wii. And then because I figured it was only appropriate after my declaration of intent to do a Tron sort of series, I picked up Tron 2.0 Killer App for the GBA. Which did cost a little more than it really ought to have, but I figured I'd be paying shipping for it anyway, and I never see it in person, so whatever. Yeah, exactly, my Tronathon, my Maratron. Yeah, and then I got my little pamphlet for the Time Crisis thing. And then also, with the Spider-Man deck, they gave out these little Daily Bugles. But they're actually little placemats. You open up the Daily Bugle, and in the middle, yeah, it says your very own playmat, pages 2 to 3. So yeah, you open up pages 2 to 3, it's a giant playmat. And then on the back, it's a crossword puzzle and directions, like instructions on how to play Magic the Gathering. It's $15. That is $15, not $75. God, no. Tron 2.0 Killer App was $15. Even though on price charting, it's more like $10. But, I guess $5 is stomachable. Yeah, and then also I just got some lanyards. Mortal Kombat and Digimon Time Stranger. Yeah, it's called Dial-Up Games. Dial-Up Games had some pretty nasty prices, I must say. Because for as much as I grouse about Pink Gorilla, they had the most reasonable prices at the con. My problem is that they still have that pricing outside of the con as well, with Pink Gorilla. If you're in the greater Seattle area, I would probably suggest going to Another Castle video games instead. But Another Castle does not have a booth here. They do have a booth at the Portland Retro Gaming Expo for whatever reason. Going way the fuck out of state for it, but I guess they just don't want to pony up the money for a PAX booth. Go figure. And yeah, the US retro scene is just kind of a hot mess. Yeah, I think that's about all my swag I got. But, I figure you want to see what's actually in these Magic decks. What kind of cards I got. So, allow me to oblige. So these are the highlights, really, because there's like a bunch of, like, whatever cards. There's a bunch of lands, but the highlights I got, Gwen Stacy. I got this taxi driver. He's got a really fun effect where he gives other creatures haste. And he's also got some pretty decent attack on his own merits. Pretty handy little card, I imagine. We got Spider Islanders. And Shocker! Mock him at your peril. But honestly, like, Shocker doesn't seem like a bad card here, because he's got first strike, he deals 2 damage to any creature and to the opponent whenever he comes into play. Like, that's not a bad card. He's 5/5 too. Like, you could be doing a lot worse than Shocker here. And then we got, Miles Morales, Spider-X, the Prowler, and then probably my favorite card of the set, Grow Extra Arms. I fucking love this card. Like, I wish the camera did a better job of picking up his facial expression here, because it's priceless. I created that potion to rob me of my spider powers. I want it to change me forever. But not like this. Not like this. Also gives any creature +4/+4, which is kind of nuts. And it's even cheaper if you give it to a spider. Oh, yeah, and of course, I do have a couple more pictures, but not really something at the convention per se, just something in the environs around it. But you might recall a couple years ago, during the pandemic, that Sega shut down GameWorks, the last few of their GameWorks arcades, including the one in Seattle. But not long after, the original proprietors basically bought it back. They bought back the property. They bought back all the cabinets. They revived GameWorks on their own. So if you go to the Seattle Convention Center, you can still stop by GameWorks and play a shitload of arcade games and get hot wings. And you can pay your respects to the giant Kagemaru in the window. 30 years on, Kagemaru remains an icon of downtown Seattle. Virtua Fighter will never die. But yeah, that's basically it. That is my PAX experience. Yeah, best friends with Homer and Stan. Oh yeah, the Elden Ring 2. Well, okay, we talked about it a little bit because they had 2 setups for Elden Ring. They had portable setups and they had docked setups. I played the portable setup, and the portable setup was just as bad as you heard. Like, you go outside, the frame rate tanks. And when you're indoors, you're running around through caves, the lighting just breaks at random and just introduces black squares where there should be lights. But from what I could tell from people running the docked stations, it seemed to run okay docked. And I don't know why. Like, I can't be sure if I just saw it at a good time or what, but that's the impression I got. But honestly, I'd say probably the most solid Switch 2 port that they had there, besides something like Hades, which isn't terribly intensive or demanding. It was probably Borderlands 4. I have to give it to Randy. Borderlands 4 was probably the most performant and better looking Switch 2 port there. Because Final Fantasy VII did have, like, lots of weird dithering and goopy textures, at least in the demo build. So, once again, Randy wins by doing nothing, I guess. We owe Randy here an apology. Everybody say you're sorry to Randy. It's real disappointing to hear Elden Ring runs bad, especially when I've been recently playing Cyberpunk and it's incredible. Yeah, it's not. You know what? You're right. I'm sorry for asking you to say sorry to Randy. That was a miscalculation. That was poor judgment on my part. It won't happen again. But yeah, all that to say, it must be said though, Borderlands 4 was probably the most solid port at this booth. For whatever that's worth. Although I have been hearing that, despite how actually, you know what? This is actually pretty perfectly dovetails into some of the points I've been making, but remember how rough Star Wars Outlaws looked during that Switch 2 Direct? Like how it just looked kind of choppy and didn't look super great? Apparently people have been playing the release version of that game, and they're saying that it now is as good of a port, if not better, than Cyberpunk. So all this to say, there's still time. They can still fix Elden Ring. They can still fix Final Fantasy VII. Because again, it must be said, Final Fantasy VII in the demo looked worse than similar footage we saw in the trailers. So I could have just been playing an older build. Anything is possible. So who can say? But, yeah, the jury's still out on Elden Ring, though. And hopefully I wasn't just seeing things when I noticed that it seemed to be running better in docked mode. Because if it's one of those games that just kind of runs like shit in portable mode, but runs fine docked, then that's unfortunate, but at least there's a version of that that's playable. But I guess we'll see. Because anything can happen. Is the moral of this particular story. Is the moral that Star Wars Outlaws has taught us. But yeah, is there anything else I can mention before we hop over to Wind Waker? Yeah, I mean, there's the fucking Borderlands masks everywhere. There were the Expedition 33 French people everywhere. The fucking Rage Room. Oh yeah, I didn't take a picture of it, but I did also play the Street Fighter II Champion Edition pinball game at the Free Play Arcade. Which I want to give a shout out to because it implements the car crushing minigame in a really fun way. Like, in the bottom, in the base of the pinball cabinet, there's this little square that's dark. But once you enter the car crashing minigame, it lights up, and it's a mini pinball table inside the pinball table with just one flipper, one ball, and a car. And you basically just use the flipper to smash the car as much as you can with the pinball in the allotted amount of time. And I thought that was really clever and cool. Pinball games had the sauce, man. And, I think that's pretty much everything. Yeah, I think I covered basically everything. Oh, also, I will say that playing Kirby and Pokemon and all these Switch demos was the first time I've ever used the Switch 2 Pro controller. And that's a nice-ass controller. But I will say that my fucking fat fingers were pushing those back buttons on accident quite a bit. Thankfully, they weren't mapped to anything, but I could feel myself clicking those buttons a lot. So we'll see how that works in practice, I suppose. But the rest of the controller felt really nice. It also helps that they were basically fresh out of the box, so they were still perfectly smooth. The sticks glided around perfectly nice. D-pad was nice and clicky. Good stuff. Yeah, although I had a great time, but I will say that I did exhaust most of what I wanted to do on day 3, because by the time day 4 was around, I was basically just wandering around playing random shit. I didn't really have an agenda. I went back and just spent a fair amount of time at the arcade free play. So And I actually wound up going home a little earlier than expected on Monday. So, whereas in past PAXs, I did have a bit more of a packed schedule. I usually tended not to be able to hit everything on my agenda in past PAXs, but here I hit pretty much everything. Which I don't exactly know what that says about the current state of things, but that is the fact of it. Yeah, all I ask is that the D-pad be better. It doesn't have to be great. It just has to be better on a base level. That's good enough for me at this point, you know? Just give me a D-pad that isn't total shit. And even after a couple months, mine still feels almost brand new. Because, yeah, I figured that might be the case, considering, like, again, this is at a con. Hundreds of thousands of people are, like, playing this for nonstop. Like, putting their grubby mitts on it, like, God knows where their hands have been. What kind, like, little kids with snot and chewing gum and shit on their hands, like, and still was, like, completely fine. Yeah, now that I've basically talked about everything, I think it's, probably about time to switch over to Wind Waker. Unless anybody's got some questions. Anybody, have any, questions for teacher? It's better, but I sometimes still have issues with, like, erroneous inputs. It happens slightly more on this one than it happened to be on my Pro Con 1. Okay, well, that's concerning. That's not great. Uh-oh. Are we back? Okay, because I saw it drop some frames there for a bit. Meh. Yeah, I guess you can do that now. Like, I was going to go on BRB for a second. Just so I could get a drink, get a snack before I tackle Wind Waker. Okay, good, because, yeah, I did drop some frames there for seemingly no reason, but we're back. We're good. Anyhow, I'll be right back with Wind Waker. We'll be tackling the ocean platforms, just try to get that achievement out of the way. Try to collect lots of doodads, lots of rupees, lots of that stuff. Hopefully more pieces of heart. Because I think this is just going to be the big cleanup stream before I try to, like, actually finish for real. Is how I think tonight's session is going to go. It's not going to be, you know, it's not an all-night session, but still a pretty decent amount of Wind Waker to be done. So, all that said, I'll be back in just a second, so hang tight and don't go nowhere.
君はバベルの木地球に優しい無敵ロボ時代を超えて今轟くどこか火をかける無力大を負け知らず君とあり
And we're back. Loath as I am to cut off, it doesn't matter. We are indeed back. Let me, I gotta change some categories real quick. Gotta set this shit back to retro. Do. Alrighty. And then I have to redo this. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do just fine. Yeah, they're getting Magical Vacation. Meanwhile, over here, we're getting, what was it, Forsaken on the N64? Yeah, Magical Vacation, that's a game by Brownie Brown, who would go on to make... They would go on to develop Mother 3, along with the Latent Life mode in the third Latent game, I believe it is. Or was it the fourth? It might be the fourth. I think it's the fourth Latent game, actually. But yeah, that game had the Latent Life mode, which is like a little town sim with all these Professor Layton characters. And we did get Magical Vacation... No, Magical Star Sign. We got Magical Star Sign localized here on the DS, I believe it was. But it didn't sell very well at all. So that's about the end of... That's where that ended. And Magical Vacation, I do believe is a fan translation. And I'm pretty sure Japanese NSO has Mother 3 at this point. I'm pretty sure. I'd have to go back and check. And, yeah, I've never played Forsaken before. That game's a complete cryptid, but, like, there's, like... It's just one of those games, like, because Acclaim put out so many random games on N64. But I guess it's an original IP of theirs, I guess, because, I mean, Acclaim's, they're making this big deal about coming back. Like, Acclaim is back now, so I guess that's one of the games they could put out there that they still had the rights to, because... Apparently, Iggy's Wrecking Balls is owned by someone else now. Oh, hold on. We got some funky formatting issues going on with my... Oh wait, I have to also do this, because OBS is kind of a nightmare sometimes. Thanks a million, OBS, you're the greatest. Nope, that's not it. That's not the right one. OBS, please. Give me a break. Oh, God, come on, OBS, please. I beg of you. Gets a little hacky, but it works. Get to see a little bit behind the curtain. Maddo, I'm possibly the only Iggy's Wrecking Balls fan on Earth. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. We all have that one game that we're fans of that maybe we really shouldn't be. Yeah, we only need 5 more statues, but that's not gonna happen until we go back to Hyrule. Oh God, why did you respawn me right here? Why'd you respawn me right next to these boats? You assholes! Yeah, on the agenda for today, we're gonna be doing a lot of combat shit. We're gonna be doing so much combat. We're doing a lot of cleanup. Because there is an achievement for clearing out every single ocean platform. And by God, we're gonna get it. Also, why is that still... Why does my category still say just chatting? It's supposed to be retro. What's wrong with you? Okay, good. Now stay that way. Oh, wait. God, that's right. We can't go to this one. Because, yeah, now it's retro. Because I changed it back before... For some reason, it changed back to just chatting for a little bit. And also, stream delay means that, like, I already fixed it before you even noticed. That by the time you heard me say, oh, why is it still just chatting? I had already changed it back. Alright, so we gotta go all the way to the Forsaken Fortress, all the way up north. Not dealing with your shit, Shark. Just chatting, more like just charting. Yeah, if that ain't the perfect way to encapsulate Wind Waker's endgame. Damn you, Reverse Flash, you bastard! Yeah, it seems like Firefox has been given a lot of, like, Twitch has been giving Firefox users a lot of grief lately from the sound of things, because, like, apparently even for, like, if you want to do the 4K viewing, or 1440, whatever the hell it is now, it's like, that's been super finicky for Firefox users. There's just no winning. Okay, and if this shark isn't gonna do anything to me, then I guess we can just vibe for a bit. I can have my drink. I sure wish they just let you teleport over the Forsaken Fortress, though. Because it takes way the hell too long to get over there. And it's funny, I was at the Pink Gorilla booth back at PAX, and as you might have seen in the picture, like, they have like a bunch of plushies hanging around all over the place. They still have like a zillion Toon Link plushies with Wind Waker HD branding on them. Like, I don't know if Nintendo's still just making those Wind Waker HD plushes, or if they just have that many, like, in a box. But, like, man, Wind Waker HD was 12 years ago, dudes. I know you're probably feeling like Sanaya being like, oh wait, but the Wii U's still pretty new, right? Wind Waker HD isn't old. Ow. Oh, hell no, get me out of here. You heard me. Wind Waker HD came out in 2013. If I remember right, it was October 2013 too, so we're hitting that 12-year point very soon. Yeah, exactly. If anybody's got that Voxander emote, use it now, I guess. Also, I forget if there's anything with this boat. I don't think there is. But we can certainly give it a look. Because, like, what a tease that you just put the shipwreck here and there's nothing in the shipwreck. But I mean, hell, if the Forsaken Fortress is abandoned, then, you know, no skin off my back, I guess. Alright, so let's consult the chart. See, platform chart. Okay, so the idea here, the idea for tonight is that we are going to be going zigzagging from the top, left to right, then right to left, all the way from the top to bottom, hitting up all those platforms until we get the achievement. And some of them, I believe, even hide pieces of heart, so that'll also be a good way for us to get that achievement as well, because I think those are the only ones left. Maybe a couple of random sea charts, but that's gonna be the bulk of them. And I'm not sure where exactly in space these... where are you? Where are you? Yeah, it doesn't specify where exactly in the tile these platforms are, just the number of them. So we will have to keep an eye out. Because the last thing we want to do is miss any. Because boy, wouldn't that be annoying. I was being like, oh, wait, where's... But I thought I got all of them. Which one did I miss? Then having to retrace all your steps and having to hit up every platform again. Okay, well, thankfully this one's just like right here. And I did do like 2 of these beforehand, so there will be a couple of dupes, as it were, some redundant ones, but in the interest of I wasn't touching that. Fuck you. And so there's these little cannons right here next to the ladders. And the idea is that you shoot them with your own cannon from the boat. But I did learn some tech. So once you kill them all like that, it still doesn't count as complete because you need to blow up these cannons. But what you can do, if the tech I learned is accurate, what you can do is you just drop a bomb right over them. Yep. And the blast is big enough that it'll actually go through the floor and knock out the cannons. Which means far fewer, like, you're wasting far fewer bombs and there's way less trial and error as you're trying to deal with the tides and everything. You just strategically place them right there. That's nice. And we will have to make a quick pit stop over at Dragon Roost Island to deposit these feathers once we get enough of those. Let's see, how many of these do we have? Okay, 22, we got more than enough, so once we get there, we can drop them off and get that Chivo. And so I believe this tile was only 1. Yep, so now we just go all the way to the east. It's time for us to go sailing, brothers. Unfortunately, this game does not have a sea shanty system like Assassin's Creed Black Flag does. Although, not much of a sea shanty if it's just you and your dad boat. So how y'all doing this evening, Chad? What are you up to? How has the past week been treating you? What did I miss while I was out? Yeah, exactly. The sea shanty is inside all of us. Right here. And imagine I'm pointing right at your heart. And I do believe I already got all the submarines, so I don't need to worry about that one. So profile. Yeah, we got all the submarines. We're good. Finally catching up with work. Also doing work at the moment before I torture myself with more X-Fusion. X-Fusion. I don't recall what that is. Came home from a good day of doing basically nothing at work to find some Yu-Gi-Oh cards I ordered in my mailbox. Life is good. Nice. Yeah, I don't know when we'll get back to Yu-Gi-Oh, but at some point. Because I did have fun with Yu-Gi-Oh. I'll find the negative thoughts. Well, don't... I hope you feel better. I hope the negative thoughts pass, you know? Was already behind on commissions when I hit burnout. Then as I was coming out of burnout, I got COVID, so I'm currently trying desperately to claw my way out from under my mountain of bullshit. Yeah, I'm glad you feel better though. I'm glad the COVID has passed. Because had COVID once, I don't care to ever get it again. I'm gonna play more Ace Attorney Investigations 2. I can see how this is a people's favorite Ace Attorney game. Because I never played 2. I only played the first Ace Attorney Investigations, and I liked that all right. I liked it okay, but I never got to the end of it. I just kind of got distracted and then forgot to pick it back up. And that was like 15 years ago. But I did pick up the collection a while ago, so one of these days, I'll get back to it. Oh, Super Metroid... Oh, right. The Super Metroid ROM hack that's a retelling and rework of Fusion, right. I think I saw a clip of, I think it was Voxandra playing it, where there's a part where there's like a troll, like, garbage chute that just drops you out into outer space and it's an instant kill. Like, shit like that. Lots of dumb troll shit like that. And yeah, no worries, Mr. Taco. Just, yeah, you don't have to say anything that you don't feel comfortable talking about. And I'm glad... Oh, excuse me. I'm glad I can be of some help. That's not the right chart. That's not it either. Where is this chart? Where did I go? Okay, it's coming up. Okay, so let's see the platforms. Oh, there they are. There you are. Yeah, like I was saying though before I got a little distracted. I'm glad I can be there to help. That I can help ease that burden. Okay, there's only one ladder. That's interesting. And no cannons. Peculiar. Yeah, I don't think I've been to this one before, so this will definitely be progress towards it. Ah, hell no! Not these stupid assholes. Also, that one was dressed in white for some reason. That's weird. Okay, so I get an achievement for every single bespoke platform, so this platform also has its own achievement. That fucking toucan Sam looking motherfucker. Another golden feather, oh boy. Yeah, then I have to get back over here. Oh god, there's two of them now. This is getting out of hand. Okay, that should be that one over there. Yeah, there we go. Give me that shit. Oh, don't fall. It's already 6 out of 29. We're making pretty decent progress. I was thinking this was going to be much more of a slog than it's turning out to be, but I guess we are still early on in our little quest, so this could get worse very quickly, I suppose. All right, now where to next? Oh, that's actually really easy. I can just go straight on in the direction I'm facing. In fact, that might be it right over there. Okay, now I'm facing the opposite direction. It should be over here. And Dragon Roost Island is right there, is it not? Okay, so... Okay, we're gonna stop by Dragon Roost to drop off the feathers, get our reward for that, and then we'll continue our platform quest. As I finish off this this mini cupcake, because unfortunately, in my hubris, in my folly, I have forgotten to pick up more Uncrustables at the store. I am deprived of my usual gamer snack. Also, these cupcakes are super crumbly and dropping crumbs all over the place. I know it's a tragedy, but we will overcome. I will get to taste the Uncrustables once more if I just persevere. Also, I should mention that between streams, I did also get the achievement for getting the Beetle Gold Shop membership, which got me, let's see, I believe it's in my delivery bag. Yes, my Beetle fill-up coupon, which fills up all my consumable items to maximum number, but it's one use only. And honestly, at this point in the game, it's kind of useless. So, I don't know if I'll ever be cashing that in. I think I'll just be holding on to it as a status symbol of sorts. You know those Welch's peanut butter and jelly graham cracker sandwiches you had in school? They still make them and you can still get them in school, but you can't buy them. Well, that's bullshit. What the fuck? Okay, so clearly, the answer is you have to break into an elementary school, and when they ask you why you're there, you make a run for it before the cops get you. That way you don't look suspicious, you see. I've thought about bribing a middle schooler. You know what? Fair enough. I think we've all been there. We've all hit that level of desperation once in our lives. Oh right, yeah, I have to actually pull it out and show him. So are you really going to let me have 20 of those? Really? Are you sure? Yes! I'm going to stick these little beauties in a letter and send them off right away. I'm going to tell her all about you, too. I'm so happy, seriously. It's not much, but please accept this. Oh. Do I get a letter? I wish he was wearing a gold feather suit the next time he came back. That would be funny, but unfortunately. He's sending him off to his girlfriend, who may or may not be real. Which means he might just be pawning it off for cash. So do they send me a letter back? Is that it? Because apparently I think they give me a piece of heart out of that. And that's when the achievement procs, but nothing as of yet. Maybe if I let time pass. Yeah, the Legend of Zelda version of Canada is Termina. And just like, oh yeah, I got a girlfriend back at Termina. I mean, you never meet her though, because you know she's in Termina. But I swear she's real though. Dear Matt O.B., I recently received some golden feathers from my boyfriend who mentioned you. I'm something of a bird enthusiast, so I know how hard it must have been to get all these feathers. I want you to be as happy as we are, Matt O.B., so I'm sending you this heart as a token of our affection. Nice. My girlfriend was banished to the Twilight Realm. That's rough, buddy. There we go, that's the Chivo. That's the do it. Let's see, pop open the charts again. Actually, we do also have a new treasure chart we'll have to keep an eye out for. Where are ya? Number 16. Okay, Shark Island. That's a little ways down, is it not? Yeah, we're not going to be seeing that for a little while yet. But it'll be there waiting for us when we get to that leg of our journey. Our platform annihilating journey. A likely story, Blue Star Rob. You're not fooling anybody with that crap. Turning into a seagull. Who do you think you are? Who do you think I am? Let's see. Platform chart. Okay, it's just one tile over. Okay, there we go. There's the next platform. I don't think this is the one I already did, but it might be. Because it is like right on the way. Maybe this is the one I already did before? Well, I guess we'll find out. If there's a treasure chest there already, then I just hop off and bail. Easy enough. Also, I find it funny still that these little platforms are basically like what they made the Smash Bros. Stage. There's these little platforms in the background just shooting at your boat. Oh no, I guess I didn't do this one before. Honestly, by the end of this, I might actually cap out my wallet. This is a distinct possibility. Welcome back, Asuka. We're back. We're back in our bullshit in Wind Waker. I don't think so. Just getting the maximum wallet, just obtaining the maximum size wallet is the achievement, not necessarily capping it out. Okay, if we go to Tingle Island, that should be good enough. No, Tingle, not our wallet. Fuck off. And honestly, like, at this point, like, I already paid him all my dues. I got nothing left for him. He has no further services to provide me. I'm not opening that fucking Tingle Tuner again. Unless I really need a rupee shield for whatever reason. Actually, you know what? I wonder. Because that achievement for the Savage Labyrinth, there's no way the Tingle Tuner works in the Savage Labyrinth, right? Because now I'm actually thinking, what if I use that in the Savage Labyrinth to give myself, like, rupee shields? Because that doesn't count as magic. That's Tingle. That's not me. That's just Tingle, baby. I have no control over this. Oh, this one has no ladder at all. I have to completely fight this dude from the sea. That's interesting. Yeah, I got all the dungeons, I got the Triforce, so now it's basically, they're like, oh, go back to Hyrule Castle. But once I do, that's when the end game will really kick in. And then that's when we, Zelda, I mean, spoilers for The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. Zelda gets kidnapped, we break the barrier to the rest of Hyrule, and we go to Ganon's castle, we do the final little stretch. So right now, we're basically just doing cleanup. Although, all that being said... Oh, jeez. Yeah, all that being said, we will still be making a couple of trips back and forth from the land to the sea, because we're gonna have to go to Kinko's a couple times for some of those statues. For all the boss rush bosses we were unable to get earlier, as well as, like, Puppet Ganon and such. Not that button. Oh, God damn it. Get on the boat. Yeah, I've got, let's see, how many pieces of heart? That should be 7 pieces of heart left, because I don't believe you get any other full heart containers. I'm not sure. I don't think so. Maybe? Oh, so you can just go up there, huh? Do I use the hook shot for that? Is that what they want me to do here? Oh. Oh, duh, they want me to use the fucking, the Deku. Not the Deku, like the... Yeah, the Deku Leaf. So I have to jump out of this boat as soon as I hit this way. Well, this is funny. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's the last container. So I don't think there should be any more, like, full-on containers. So we do have to do a little bit of heart piece hunting yet. Yeah, one of the others has a ladder, but I could just hop out right here. Oh, did not get out soon enough. But you know what? That's probably the intent. They want me to go up here and then ride the wave, or ride the tornado like that. That's probably what they want me to do, but... I was getting a little antsy. Because I have done that before, just hopping out of the boat right into a little updraft like that. Not that it ended terribly well all those times, but it is something that I have done before. I can't blow them off the edge. Oh, this one's already just open. It's just right here. All right, now where's the platform number 2? Okay, that's not the one I just... Oh, wait, no, okay, that one already has the treasure chest, but there's still dudes on it, because it's not the dudes that affect that. So let's see. Actually, hold on. Okay, so we want to go east for this one. Also, it's very weird that you just can't hear the tornado at this distance. Like, it actually sounds kind of wrong. Oh, and we missed it. Oh, but we don't actually even need it. That's funny. Eat shit. Another golden feather, oh boy. Okay, so we do need to hit the, send it west this time anyhow, so... Might as well see if I can do this without hitting the water. I have my doubts, but we can certainly try. Yeah, they usually do a Nintendo Direct in September. I think that's a pretty safe bet. And I mean, they have to announce a date for Metroid Prime 4 at some point soon, right? Maybe announce some new Kirby characters for Air Riders? That would be cool. That would be hype. Now give me some more magic. But yeah, usually they follow like a set pattern, so I don't know if it's early in September or what, but I think it'll be sometime this month. I think it's a pretty safe bet. Like, I would not be surprised if Metroid Prime 4 at this point is like their November game! Okay, well, these guys have to die before they'll let me get close. At the very least, this most, no, Dad, but I don't want to talk right now. Got shot out of the fucking sky like a clay pigeon. Okay, if nothing else, I have to get rid of this one up here. Oh, wow, I actually got it. Holy shit. Yo, all right. Okay, I think that ought to be fine. Rumor right now is the 12th or something, but it could be any time this month. Some September Directs have been in the earlier parts and some near the end. Yeah, it could be any part of September, but usually, yeah, September itself is the safe bet. Because I think, like, the only time they've really bucked any of those, like, patterns was, like, what, during, like, COVID and such? And, you know, that's because it was, you know, fucking COVID. Yeah, it wasn't at PAX. Because, yeah, now that you mention it, it was playable, apparently, at, the Switch 2, like, events that they were doing right around the announcement. Because they had, like, Dragon Drive there, they had Mario Kart, they had Bonanza, And they had Metroid Prime, but they didn't have Metroid Prime at this event at all, now that you mention it. That's peculiar. Haha! Get fucked! Yeah, was it also at Gamescom? Okay, where's the other cannons? Because now I can do my my trick, my one weird trick. One weird trick. Ocean platforms hate this. Yeah, Air Riders will probably support their game chat thing, so I don't see why it wouldn't. That's like the big thing they're pushing. Because like that's like the whole thing that they're advertising like the Switch 2 off of. That like to Nintendo, that is the Switch 2's biggest gimmick. Not the mouse controls, not the better screen performance. The big Switch 2 feature as far as Nintendo is concerned, as they want to advertise, is game chat. That's why they got the Paul Rudd commercial going. That's all about game chat. And that's why like the tagline is now like together, anytime, anywhere, everywhere, or something like that. I feel like playable Bugsy is a safe bet. Okay, and then we got one more over to the Schwest. Yeah, okay, there we go. Because yeah, I think the problem with the Switch mouse controls is that like they're very prone to interference. Because when I was playing Mario Paint on the Switch, when I was playing it docked at my TV, I had some problems getting it to like recognize like consistently. But when I played it on tabletop mode with the Joy-Con like right next to the Switch, it was practically perfect. So I do think that a lot of complaints about like Joy-Con mouse controls are kind of rooted in that. But also there's like baked in like mouse acceleration and stuff, which can cause a problem in some games. And for what it's worth, I heard that they work just fine in Drag and Drive. Like, functionally, they work in Drag and Drive, but the problem with that game is that it's just not a very fun game. Unfortunately. So I'm definitely, like, I do feel like a Metroid Prime is going to be, like, the big, the moment of truth for the Switch mouse controls. Because, like, they have to be perfect, because that's going to be, like, the big showpiece for Switch mouse controls. Because, like, nobody really cares about Drag and Drive. It's got to be, like, if Metroid Prime doesn't make a good showing with those, then I don't know if anybody's ever going to bother ever again. Eat shit. And I do believe that some of these platforms give you a second treasure if you blow up all the cannons, so let's just go ahead and do that while we're here. Be thorough, cover all our bases. Because, yeah, I use the mouse controls as well for, like, oh, whoops. I have used the mouse controls as well for, like, navigating the eShop and the menu and stuff, like the main Switch OS menu. And I didn't really have problems with it there. But yeah, I guess if you don't like mouse acceleration, then that's gonna be a problem. Let's see, now we have to go... It'll probably be faster if we fly back to Tingle Island and then just sail east from there. But yeah, definitely Metroid Prime is going to be the come to Jesus moment. And yeah, I'm still super curious about that Splatoon spin-off, if they're gonna put in mouse controls in that, because something tells me Splatoon with mouse controls is gonna be absolutely like, there's gonna be some fucking killers on there, you know? And I think I saw a Joy-Con grip that they put out that makes it more like a vertical mouse. So like, I'm pretty sure you could get a grip that makes mouse mode a bit more palatable, shall we say. But yeah, Splatoon with gyro, also a fantastic experience. Like, if mouse controls wind up sucking too bad for Splatoon, then I won't complain going back to gyro. Yeah, that's also the thing. I've got tiny little baby hands. So, like, a lot of people complain about the Joy-Cons, but they've always been, you know, fine to me. Because I got the perfect hand size where it's like, yeah, that's not too small. I'm not, like, cramped up or anything. But this is the exact same tiny hands that make a Game Boy Micro remotely usable as well, so... Shark's gonna steal the treasure before I do. That's my loot to plunder, you bastard. Okay, not yet. The next tile over. Oh yeah, I completely missed the Sonic Racing beta because I was at PAX all weekend. Like, again, PAX is a local show for me, so I do come back home every night after PAX. But I'm usually like so wiped out. I'm just like sitting in a chair, maybe watching some people on Twitch, and just kind of like melting, decompressing from a whole day of walking around and standing nonstop. So I did not really get any time to play Sonic Cross Worlds. But I've heard weirdly mixed things about it. Like, I know some people who love the shit out of it and some people who hate it. I'm super, because they did say they're gonna put out a single player demo at some point in the future, and once they do that, I'm super curious to try it out. Because, like, I gotta know where I fall in the divide. Where I fall in the Sonic Cross Worlds Civil War. I have the hand size where a GBASP is not comfortable anymore. I mean, to be fair, the GBASP was never terribly ergonomic in the first place. Like, you're just kind of holding, like, a square. And with, like, tiny, tiny shoulder buttons. And, like, I don't know, it was always kind of a weird shape. Whereas the Game Boy Advance Regular did have a fantastic shape, but the only problem is that, like, you know, no backlit screen or anything. And you couldn't really fold it. Okay, this is the one I already got. Yeah, this is the one I've already collected, so we can just go. All right, next one over. The tracks in the beta were pretty basic, but I won't hold that against the game. Naturally, the early tracks are going to be more basic. Yeah, but at the same time, it's like, you know, for a racing game, you're still going to be racing on a lot of those tracks a lot just by virtue of, you know, playing multiplayer, so... You'd still want the mechanics to shine on those basic tracks, so... If you're not feeling it even on those basic tracks, then I think there might still be a deeper underlying problem, so I get that. And I mean, we'll see about the Sega characters. It does sound to me like Sega cares a lot more about their crossover DLC characters, but like all their Nickelodeon stuff, it just sounds like they've really got their priorities in a weird place when it comes to all that. Like, people have been wanting a Sonic Racing transformed, like, 2, all the characters and everything, and it's like, they really just seem averse to doing that. And even now when they're putting Sega characters in as a free DLC thing, it's like, they don't even get voice lines. They, like, they don't interact with the other characters at all. It's like... And then there's some stuff like Joker doesn't even get an animation for when he's on the Extreme Gear. It's like, at a certain point, it's kind of like, why did you even bother, you know? Because, like, if the game is good, then, you know, I'll still, you know, I'll still play it, but it is kind of like, it could have been more, you know? Like, it could have been that, like, they could have really taken advantage of it and, like, oh, here's all these other Sega worlds to, like, justify the cross-worlds mechanic. Like, you can make it primarily Sonic, but you could also add in, like, you could go to, like, Kamurocho, you could go to, like, Samba de Amigo world, all this other stuff. You could go to space, use Space Channel 5 shit. You could go to Mementos. Like, you could do so much shit with the cross-worlds mechanic, but, like, they're not really doing that, you know? It just kind of smacks of a wasted opportunity. Man, all that work for 10 rupees. And yeah, $70 is also a bit of an uphill battle. And yeah, Pac-Man, for whatever reason, that's the one that seems to be like the DLC with the most sauce, especially considering that, like, it's a two-way promotion and, like, there's gonna be, I think, 3 levels based on Sonic that are gonna be added to Pac-Man World. Because, like, we already saw the one for Green Hill Zone, but then they're like, oh, wait, no, there's gonna be more, actually. It's not just Green Hill Zone again. So I'm definitely curious to see what those are. And then also, the stage they added for Pac-Man just looks kind of cool in general. Whereas, like, SpongeBob, it's like Bikini Bottom, and it's like, okay. Sure. But I don't know, I was kind of hoping for more Sega in this Sonic crossover game rather than Nickelodeon. Or Minecraft. And where is this? Okay, the other platform is right on the other side. Got it. Right past all the goddamn sea hats. And also, I find it super weird that, like, because the reason they said that none of the crossover DLC characters have voices is just because it made rights easier and everything, but, like, shouldn't the rights process be significantly easier when it's a character from your own company? And, like, Ichiban, for one, already has, like, voice clips that would be appropriate for a kart racer, because Like a Dragon, like Yakuza 7 Like a Dragon has a kart racer mode. Like, you could just reuse that audio for both English and Japanese. But apparently they thought otherwise. Eat shit. Well, that's one way to do it. Oh yeah, the RGG Summit. That's right, I forgot. They're probably gonna announce more of a what's it called? The what's it called? It's not Project Century anymore. I forget what the real name is. Like something Heaven. Huh. Okay, that's weird because yeah, I'm not getting any dropped frames or anything. I would just say yeah, Stranger Than Heaven. There we go. Because yeah, the stream's fine for me. Although I did see that there was a bit of a drop-off of people, so maybe... Okay, yeah, weird. Because I did notice a sudden drop-off of viewers, so there must have been some kind of blip for some people. Because yeah, it doesn't seem like I got any more dropped frames. I've reloaded twice and nothing on my end. It might just be Twitch fucking up. Wouldn't be the first time. Okay, it's fine for Spiff too. Huh. Yeah, I know, right, Mr. Taco? You... How could anyone believe such a thing? This character assassination. Twitch would never fuck up. It's outrageous of me to even suggest such a thing. I should apologize to John Twitch now. I've made Jeff Bezos very sad. Oh, right, yeah, Virtua Fighter would be at the RGG Summit too, wouldn't it? I didn't even think about that, but you're super right. We'll probably get some, like, new characters for that. Because, yeah, we've seen Wolf, we've seen, Not Sarah. I don't believe we've seen Jackie yet, so we'll probably get Jackie or Kagemaru or something. Because they're probably gonna do, like, all the classics. Maybe Pi... Yeah, maybe Pi? Yeah, I get a little counter in the corner on Dolphin. It's cropped out on the stream display, but from where I see in the little black space, I get a little counter for every platform because it's counting all the treasure chests I've opened. But I'm still blowing up all the cannons just to be safe. Okay, so from here we just head. Nope. This will probably be fine. I'd have to look up what the actual thing is, but like... Because yeah, what you typed doesn't really mean anything, I don't think, but it's one of those things like, hold on, I can... Well, what are the Kagemaru win quotes here? Is that one of his win quotes? So... Yeah, what's his quotes? Oh, it's like a stance change. Oh, ware ni teki nashi. So it's like, yeah, it basically means, yeah, like, yeah, you're no match for me is what they have here, and I'd say that's accurate. Because yeah, it's just like, it literally means, yeah, like, it literally means like you're not my enemy, but it has the the implication that's like, oh, you don't like, you're not my enemy because you're not even a match. Like you're nothing to me. It's like I can't even take you seriously as my enemy or opponent. Is like the implication of that phrase. Yeah, what in itakinush. Exactly. I'm here to provide a service. I'm here to enlighten you. Now, where are those damn platforms? Oh, there they are. They just popped in. Yeah, exactly. It's not to be friendly, but it's you're not even worth considering. Exactly. Yeah, it's let me type it out. What in itakinush. Yeah, that's how it's written out. And it's also like slightly antiquated Japanese too. Like kind of formal. It's ninja-ese. I like how the boat's keeping up with me. Because the tide's rising, like the wave was rising as I was climbing the ladder. So just like I'm climbing up the ladder, making no progress, and dad boat's just like, "Are you wooden, son? Making a whole lot of progress there, buddy. Old sport." Oh shit. And then that happened. So back at it again. Okay, so apparently... Okay, this is just these two platforms, right? Okay, it's just these two. So there's nothing on this platform. Unless I have to blow up these cannons first. That might be the idea. There we go. There are few things scarier than climbing up a ladder in water, and as you go up, the water doesn't get any further away. Yeah, if it was still water, I would be very scared. But because it's the ocean and it's just kind of bobbing up and down like that, it's perhaps a little less harrowing. Okay, we're about halfway through. This isn't gonna take nearly as long as I thought it would. Not that I've been getting a whole lot of substantial rewards out of this, to be perfectly honest. Okay, so we'll want this to be facing... Which direction is the wind going, anyhow? Okay, we're actually at a pretty good angle here. Alley-oop! Don't mind me. Nice. And guess what? Now you're dead, idiot. That's 15 out of 29, and... Really? I mean, okay. I guess those are pretty useful for making potions, but... Still very underwhelming on the face of it. Okay, hopefully I don't drown on my way back to the boat. That'd be very unfortunate. How do I do that pause buffer thing they do on all the speed runs, where that makes you, like, swim backwards really, really fast? Or is that only in HD? Okay, and then I just have to head west from here. Oh, there's new tech to make it even easier. And is that new tech in this version specifically, or do you mean that there's easier tech in Wind Waker HD to do that than pause buffering? Oh, thank you, Mr. Taco. Yeah, I was actually just about to go to bed that night when I saw Taveshi on my feed just post that piece of fan art. Like, and I'm kind of afraid I would have missed it either because it wasn't tagged or anything. So I'm really happy I caught it when I did. Actually, you know what? How about while we're sailing along here? I don't keep up with Wind Waker speedrunning. I just saw a Linkus video about it in recent memory. I don't think I know who Linkus is. That is not a name familiar to me. Yeah, Taveshi's cool. Cool streamer and a great artist, too. Like, draws all their, like... I think every time I've watched Taveshi, they've got, like, a different PNG tuber, like, get up for every game they're playing. Like, drawing bespoke outfits for every game. And they all look great. Because I saw, like, a Dragon Quest one, there's a Psychonauts one when we raided in the other day. And yeah, that makes sense. A Zelda speedrunner who does content about speedrunning. Checks out. Because I like to do more things like that for my own model, like drawing more like bespoke stuff. But it's just that one, I'm a really slow draftsperson, whatever you want to call it. And also, like, I've got all, like, the moving, like, I got all the layers and, like, bouncing bits and bobs and stuff, and it might just get a little complicated. Because, like, I think I've talked about it before, but there's, like, I got some new emote slots recently, and I've got I got this great idea for an emote I want to do, but, like, I'm gonna have to actually draw it out, and, like, all the frames for it, because it would be an animated one, but right now, like, all my, like, free time, I'm trying to, like... I'm either just, like, zoning out playing Uma Musume, or I'm doing video shit. So once the video shit is done, I'll replace it with, making emotes and shit. Do you think there'll be a 3D Mano someday? I mean, never say never. Because I think part of the appeal of, like, the reason I went for, like, a PNG tuber like this rather than something even like Live 2D is because I wouldn't have to be like beholden to like a webcam setup, you know? Because I have two different computer setups for streaming. Like I got my console setup and I got my PC setup. And just having to like finagle with cameras across the two, I thought would be like a bit of a hassle. And not to mention, like the laptop has power concerns of its own, and doing a 3D VTuber setup on that might be a larger power draw. Because already we discovered that just this PNG tuber is an added power draw. So I imagine that a 3D VTuber would be even worse for that. And yeah, exactly. You want to create the thing, you gotta create the whole damn thing. And sometimes it's just like, oh man, do I have to? But nobody's gonna do it if it ain't you. So yeah, it's more of like a it's a logistical thing, and also I just kind of like the way that this looks when I just kind of bounce and bob around and stuff. I just think it looks kind of funny. But again, never say never, because like the circumstances might change. I might find a way to make it like logistically work out. I might get a more powerful laptop in the future that won't just like slowly shit its pants when I try to run multiple applications on it. So maybe at some point in the future. But also I like kind of being in charge of like having like being the artist of my own thing, so like I can just like if I have an idea for something to do with my model, I can just make it myself. I can just like put in the work. I don't have to pay anybody to do it. I don't have to learn how to 3D model or anything. I just draw it, and then I do all the stuff to make it work in the PNG Tuber software, and it's done. And that means like if ever again you like other stupid ideas like transformations or redeems, little goofy stuff, like I can just draw that myself. So there's a lot of benefits to the current solution. Okay, we just keep going. But hey, maybe I'll change my tune if I find someone who I'm like, oh, you know what, they could make a 3D model of me that would totally whip ass. Or maybe I just go, you know what, this bunny girl thing ain't working out. I gotta get something different. Because I've been watching Holly Heck maybe streaming recently, and yeah, they just recently like completely abandoned VTubing altogether, just going to like voice only and occasionally being on camera, and like they had this whole stream of like switching between different self-representations and such. So now like that has got me thinking about the nature of that sort of thing, and like what if I did change my mind in the future about this? Like what if this no longer appeals to me, this whole VTuber thing? Do I go back to Game Boy camera? Do I just do a different model or what have you? Like, it has got my brain percolating a little bit. Not that that would happen anytime soon. I'm still, as of this moment, I am still quite pleased with this current arrangement. But you never know what the future holds, you know? Tastes can be fickle. Oh no, they're gonna keep harassing me here too. Yo, I did the spin dodge all the way around the mast. No! God damn it, Link! God, I wish this ladder wasn't such a precision target. Where did you come from? Yeah, you gotta play the really sad music too. After the smash cut to black. Okay, I think that's all the cannons. Yeah, that's all of them.
Oh.
And I will say this about 3D models too, is that like, if we wanted to do goofy interactable shit, I think 3D models would open up the field for that. Because like, if you've ever watched, I'm just fucking name dropping everybody today, Jesus. But like, if you ever watch like The Last Seahorse, like I just think about like their model, like all the goofy shit that they can do is like shampoo hats and just like throwing cheese and shit. Like a lot of options open up to you, I feel, if you go 3D in terms of funny interactables. Yeah, there you go. Just like that. Okay, okay, now we just go southwest. Okay, let's get the fuck out of here. I hate being around these things. Fucking bane of my existence. Seahorse's chat is verified only, and I ain't gave him on Twitch my phone number, so my only interaction with them was when Masumi did her Chrono Trigger playthrough. Huh. Does Twitch have my phone number? I guess they... oh wait, they do, because I have two-factor on, so they'd have to have my phone number for two-factor for like sending me security codes and everything. Okay, now we have to turn a hard south. Ah, there it is. There it is. Off in the distance. You know what, actually, you know what, how about, okay, I think this is the proper formatting here. Yeah, there we go. For anybody who in chat who didn't know. It's also delightful streams, and if you like DJ sets, they got you covered. Lots of also royalty-free music you can use for your own streams and such. Oh, god damn it, not these guys. Oh, oi, 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 okay. Okay, that's 18 out of 29. Wait, why are we at the light ring chart? Okay, hold on. Okay, we've actually made a pretty decent progress across this map. We're more than halfway through. Because yeah, now I think it's just mostly going to be these singular ones, and then there's one triple and then one double. Yeah. Oh, thank you. Like, I kind of don't know what to say. Also, I just, oh boy, I just spit a lot doing that right now. I hope that doesn't lessen your opinion. So where's this next platform? Where are we at? Oh god, okay. Well, we have to get past all these fuckboats. Don't like my proximity right now. Okay, but yeah, they can't hit me while I'm moving. We're good. We're fine. It's all golden. Now the only, because I did a pretty decent job of like avoiding all of these, right? Also, way to go fucking putting a cannon right by the ladder, you fucking geniuses. But yeah, I've been doing a pretty decent job, I think, of like saving all these for later. So I can just do them all one by one like this and not really have to worry about like, oh, which ones have I not done yet? Oh, how many are left? That sort of thing. But, that wasn't necessarily the case for the caves. So when it comes time to do the achievement to clear out all the secret caves, that might be a lot of, redoing a lot of the same caves over and over again, because there's no easy tell for that one, short of going to the end of the cave and seeing if you already opened the treasure chest at the end. Because at least here, it's like, you go on the platform, there's already an open chest, you're like, ah, I've been here before, got it, and then you can just leave. Not so with the caves. So that might be something I have to, do on my own time. So as to not, have an entire stream where I go, is this cave good? No. Is this cave good? No. Okay, how's this cave? No. Because I don't think that's probably not the most fun time you could be having on Twitch.tv. Okay, do I have any other cannons? Okay. Aha! A second chest! I knew it! You thought you could fool me. I was wise to your trick. Ooh, it's a fancy one, too. Probably a piece of heart, if I had to guess. Yup. You've collected a total of 2. Get 2 more. And now we just keep heading east. So maybe now is a good time to consult my my strategy guide. So I have been kind of flying blind here. I don't think this has a map of all the platforms, per se. I think it just tells you, oh, there's a piece of heart here, etc. Yeah, there's nothing specific about platforms, so there'd have to be a lot of cross-referencing and such. And then there's these assholes again. Leave me alone! Is it over by the cabana? Is it the cabana island? My personal oasis? Okay, no, it's past the oasis. And I don't think there's anything left to do in the oasis either. I think that's pretty much cleared out at this point. Oh, that was weird. Did that show up for anybody else? Like, there was like a weird, like, skip. Yeah, I got the chest up there, so that's... Oh, actually, you know what? I will also need to do the achievement for all the Korok trees on all the islands. So you know what? Maybe once we're done with this, we can go ahead and do that as a nice change of pace. Because we got 20 minutes to dump all the forest water on all the Korok trees. Which, if I recall correctly, in the HD version, they bumped the time limit up to 30 minutes, which makes that way easier alongside with the Swift Sail. But here in the original version, it might actually be a challenge to go and pour water on all those trees in just 20 minutes. Because there's eight trees across 8 islands all over the ocean. And not all of them are within, like, easy access of one another. So that will be quite the adventure once the time comes. But for now... Into the ocean with you, dipshit. Oh, wait, I've already got this one. There's a chest opened. Okay, but do I get anything else for blowing up all the cannons? Might as well do that real quick. Okay, apparently not. Apparently we're all good already. Okay, so over by the Cliff Plateau Islands, this next chest, or this next platform, rather.
Hey.
Hello, Vermilion Briar. How's it going? We just, we spent several hours talking about, PAX, but now we're back to Wind Waker and trying to take out all the ocean platforms for the Chivo. All right, have a good night, Blackfoot. And thanks for stopping by and hanging out. No, thank you. Okay, shark just kind of showed up to intimidate me for a second and then dipped. Cool. Oh, looks like this one doesn't have any cannons whatsoever. Oh, but there's a fucking Wizrobe there. Here to ruin my day. I'm not even on the platform yet, dude. Give me a break. Oh, they're gunning for my ass. Oh, Jesus. Oh, God. Oh, it's all falling apart. Oh, my God. There's another? How many of you are there? Holy hell. All that for a fucking Boko Baba seed. I'll fucking Boko your Baba. And what's funny is if you know any Japanese, that actually could be an actionable threat. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any cannons here, so this is the only treasure we get. So wait, where's this next platform exactly? Okay, so yeah, it's 2 tiles away, so it's gonna be over by the Southern Fairy Island. You know, I've said in the past, I don't really mind the speed of the boat by default. But that being said, for circumstances such as this, might not be unappreciated if I had something like the Swift Sail right about now. But the only way you're gonna get Swift Sail on GameCube Wind Waker is if you play the randomizer, as I understand the situation. And we're not going to Kinko's just yet. Actually, hold on. Okay, no, we just did that for a piece of heart. We've already got your statue. We don't need you. So yeah, we're not going to Kinko's just yet. We gotta go fight some bosses first. And get their photographs. Alright, have a good night, Blue Star Rob. And thanks for stopping by. And have a good sleep. Have a good bed. Oh yeah, the Sky Crawlers, it's basically a secret, Ace Combat game, because it's made by what is it, Project Aces? It's a licensed tie-in game for a movie, for an anime movie. And yeah, they got the Ace Combat people to make a game for it, exclusive to the Wii. I believe in Japan it's published by Bandai Namco, but it's one of those things where like they didn't want to publish it here, so just Xseed took it over. And yeah, it does have motion controls by default, but you can actually play with a controller, which I would imagine is probably the ideal way to play. I can't imagine that game playing particularly well with motion controls. Oh, whoops. Bizarre. There we are. There's the triple platform. Okay, it looks like they all have their own ladders, too, so I don't have to do any hopscotch bullshit. But yeah, it's not particularly rare, the sky crawlers, because again, I got for like 15 bucks. For some reason, I had a craving for Twisted Metal. You know, I've been hearing good things about that Twisted Metal Season 2. If that's what you meant. If you meant the TV show. But if you meant the game, that's just as fine. That's just as well. Although I will admit that the only Twisted Metal game I have played is Twisted Metal 4. Which is, as I understand it, not one of the good ones. It's not one of the fan favorites. But it is the one where you can play as Rob Zombie. And they play Dragula, because seemingly every game at that point in time had to have Dragula on its soundtrack. Yeah, where it was Sweet Tooth granting wishes instead of Calypso. And you could actually play as Calypso, so you could, like, get his position back. Oh, hell yeah, it also plays Dragula, let's fucking go! Yeah, that more than anything has sold me on watching Twisted Metal Season 2. Like, they understood the assignment. Ah. I see. So that's what we're doing. Okay, this one I actually will need to fly over to. So what's the direction of the wind? Definitely not this direction. Because, yeah, I've only ever played 4. I haven't even played Black. All I know about Twisted Metal Black is that apparently at some point, I think it's during the credits, they play, Paint It Black. Which, I mean, makes sense for Twisted Metal Black. And that's always a nice, fun, cheery song, isn't it? I did play the shit out of that song on Rock Band, or not, Guitar Hero 3. Just fucking ragdoll out of here, you piece of shit. Yeah, there's a lot of things I could say about about how we didn't get Twisted Metal, the new game, because Sony is in a real state right now. Because yeah, like, the show is so clearly made to promote a new game, and then the new game never came, so now it's just the show. I mean, apparently the show's good. People like it. And apparently it plays fucking Dragula. They're doing everything right, but there's no game to capitalize it, like, off of it with. So, fucking, what the hell is Sony's problem, man? Can I blow these cannons up with an arrow? Is that possible? Because that would make my life a lot easier. Okay, apparently not. Apparently an arrow does dick against this thing. Okay, fucking, I'm leaving. Leave me alone. Yeah, they can't even make a new Everybody's Golf on their own. They have to pawn that off to Bandai Namco, along with a Patapon collection. Man, I gotta say, learning this tech about just dropping bombs on the deck like this, so you don't have to contend with these fucking cannon platforms, like actually shoot them down, has made my life so much easier. It has made this process so much more bearable. Yeah, that's God. Yeah, I forgot. I forgot about Freedom Wars too. Freedom Wars is also on Switch. That's like 3 PlayStation, like PSP and Vita games that like Sony just doesn't give a shit anymore. And like, it'd be one thing if they were doing it themselves, like if they're like, oh hey, we're gonna go multi-platform now, that's our thing. We're being like Microsoft, but it's like, no, not even. They're just giving it to Bandai Namco so they do whatever the fuck they want with it. Like, it really just smacks of them not giving a shit anymore. Well, I mean, Valkyria Chronicles 2 and 3, that's Sega. You know, that's their own problem. And Sega... that's a tall ask for Sega, too, these days. If I'm gonna be completely honest. But I mean, they did a remaster of Valkyria Chronicles 1, and never say never, I guess. Yeah, honestly, that's what I'm expecting, Thai Games. I'm expecting them to just, like, Bandai Namco to be like, hey, here's Ape Escape. Because Sony doesn't want anything to do with it. Like, I'm just waiting for that announcement to happen during a Nintendo Direct. Like, can you fucking imagine? A Nintendo Direct, they announce... Like what? Like, not even an Ape Escape collection. They announce a new Ape Escape at a Nintendo Direct. It could very well happen at this point. I forget what direction we were going in. I think... Okay, no, we gotta go over to the west. Although I suppose, to be fair, they did get the, they did let Konami do the, ape, like, Snake versus Ape thing in Metal Gear Solid Delta only on PlayStation, whereas on the other consoles, and I think, yeah, it's on Xbox and Steam, it's a Bomberman mode instead, so... Apparently, Sony does still give a shit about Ape Escape to some extent. They're not totally willing to just put Ape Escape on other platforms, as of yet, but... We'll see. What the hell's up with that island? What's with the Ring of Fire? Is that something I haven't done yet? Which island is this? Oh wait, Shark Island. I have a treasure chest for Shark Island. Right there, actually, as a matter of fact. Let's make a quick detour and pick that up. And also, Shark Island does have its own achievement, like for the battle gauntlet inside, so we'll have to remember that as well. And it is missable, I do believe. So we'll have to be very careful. Okay, we overshot it a bit, but no worries. just a bit further. Nope, nope, wrong button, wrong button, wrong button. All right, what do you got for me? Yeah, I was actually thinking about that. Because, like... Because which one was that? That was Ape Escape 3 that had Metal Gear Solid, right? And, like... They've re-released Ape Escape 1 and 2, but I don't think they've ever re-released 3, probably because of that. But I mean, now that they're talking with Konami for Snake versus Ape, then maybe they can work something out. Maybe something has been worked out and they just need to announce it publicly. It'd certainly be nice. Anyway, we gotta go back to the platform chart. Yeah, we got one more all the way over there. All the way over, y'all. And that's also the thing, Sony didn't even really sell them, they licensed them off, which is kind of like what Sega did with, you know, when they did like the Panzer Dragoon remake, Streets of Rage 4, it was kind of like, it's kind of the same thing as that, but like, Sony is like a multi-million-dollar corporation, they're a platform holder, like, part of their job as a platform holder is to create software for people to buy, like, to continue investing in their platform, you know? And they just kind of don't feel like doing that. They're like, hey, Bandai Namco, you do it for us. And I guess you can put it on Switch while we're at it. Oh man, this shark is having a rough go of it. Yeah, Konami's in a bit of a weird place, too. Just because, like, they're trying to get back into... what's going on with the shark? The shark just keeps despawning. It's not even going back in the water, it just disappears. Like, look at this. The shark just hits the pole and then just blips out of existence. Link is so powerful, he's killing sharks with his mind. Erasing them from existence. Oh, this is a packed boat, isn't it? Bit of a party barge. Ow. Yeah, we sure are getting a lot of these golden feathers, which is making me kind of regret having grinded them the other day. But oh well. Yeah, that'd certainly be a start. Like, imagine how much goodwill they'd get for, like, releasing a collection of, like, the 3D Bomberman, like, platformers. Like, put out Bomberman 64 again, you know? Like, people would go nuts for that shit. Or hell, just even like a collection of the classic Bomberman games. Like, make Saturn Bomberman playable on, like, anything that isn't a Saturn. I mean, I'm glad that they're at least making Super Bomberman R. You know, like, those haven't been incredible games, but, like, they're trying something. Like, they had ideas and concepts for new modes, which were interesting. But like, man, how about making some of the old stuff accessible too? And I mean, to be fair, Thai Games, they kind of did that already. There was the PC Engine Mini. And it did actually have a pretty decent selection, all things considered, you know? Like, it had Tokimeki, I mean, if you got the Japanese one, it had Tokimeki Memorial. I believe if you got the Western ones, it had Salamander instead. And yeah, it did have the misfortune of coming out like right during COVID and being an Amazon exclusive, and you had to jump through a bunch of hoops to get it from Japan. But I did pre-order it. I got pretty lucky in terms of all that. But so they've done it once before is kind of my point, and that like I think it's not a tall ask to get them to do it again. I guess is what I'm trying to say. $300 now, Jesus. And they have a production error. What manner of production error? This is the first time I've heard of this. Ah, here we are. Because I didn't know about any production error. This is actually legitimately news to me. You stay over there, you bulbous piece of crap. Okay, I hope I can climb up these ladders without getting shot down. True, that is a grievous error. A mistake for which they have paid dearly, I'm sure. Actually, you know what? I'll keep that on this button because I'm gonna need it later. And yeah, honestly, I'm kind of expecting them to do a 3D Castlevania collection at some point. Like, it feels like it's only natural that they would, you know? Oh, that's interesting. Oh, I see what you're doing. There's a button on both. So I have to go back and forth across both platforms because you're being a little cheeky. You're being a little obnoxious. I see your game. If you don't use the proper power consumption brick, 2 high amps, you can fry the controller board for the unit and then won't be able to use the USB controllers. They sold the power bricks separately. I see. Because usually the way I powered it when I was playing is I was plugging it directly into my TV. Because, like, my TV has USB ports, and it's just enough power to power up the, most of the portable consoles. The only mini console I've had that hasn't worked by just plugging it directly into the TV for USB power is the PlayStation Mini, which is yet another reason why the PlayStation Mini sucks. But yeah, I didn't know that. That's crazy. Because I did play through all of Rondo of Blood and all of Tokimeki Memorial on that thing. And I think I also played through all of, if not all of Bonk's Adventure, most of Bonk's Adventure on that thing. And it held up fine. I mean, I don't have mine plugged in all the time anyway, just because, you know, ports are at a premium. And I already have that USB port is now taken up by my RetroTink. The RetroTink being another device that would otherwise use USB power. Man, fucking squirrely little fella, ain't he? Yeah, right. That whole power kerfuffle you went through. As far as I'm aware, because the PC Engine version is the only one I've actually played through. I do own it on Saturn as well, but I've only actually played through the PC Engine version. But as I understand it, most of the other ports basically just made the graphics fancier and added a couple new events. I don't know if they did anything more substantial. Like, it does have a different intro. Like, it's still the same theme, but it's not like an FMV. It's just like all sprite based. But like, it's still like, you know, really big character sprites and everything. Made to look all like, still made to look like an anime opening. But yeah, if it's definitely interesting from that perspective. But like, if there's like a fear that like you're missing out, like I would say that like it's nothing really earth-shattering like that. It's just more like academic curiosity level of differences. You know what? That's actually totally fair. I should probably be doing better about that myself, actually. Labeling my wires. So let's see, where are we now? Yeah, so now we just head... Wait, hold on. Okay, well, we'll head east, but I'm getting a kind of a sinking feeling in my stomach. Yeah, thank God for that. Like, I'm glad that, yeah, Mike Chi was cool about the whole situation, too. Yeah, honestly, I think, yeah, it's, I don't know if I'd ever go for an all-endings run, because that sounds like a time commitment, especially with how much RNG can be involved in Tokimeki Memorial. Like, that was very brave of you to do. Also, I don't know when I'm gonna fit it in, but I've decided that at some point I am probably gonna stream Mitsume tonight. I just don't know when I'm gonna fit it in. Because, let's see. I do want to, yeah, because we gotta finish up Wind Waker. I do also, at some point, want to go and do, the 3 Hearts runs for both Oracle of Ages and Seasons. Get some of the Chivos remaining for those. Like, do the opposite end of the linked playthrough there. There's also, I do also want to continue playing some more of those 3D Sonic games, because we had kind of a thing going with the 3D Sonics. I want to keep that going. Next Tuesday, that'll be the Dreamcast anniversary. I want to do something for that as well. Just so much time, like so much shit to do, not enough time. Yeah, exactly. There's just time is a precious resource right now. Even Shuri's ending only took you 2 attempts. Wow. Because I always heard that made out to be like this big thing. Although I guess if you save that for last at that point, like you got a good grasp on all the nuances and some of the idiosyncrasies of that game and how it works. So that probably helps. It's like, it's not your first rodeo by that point. You're like, I know all the possible event variants that can happen. I know how to mitigate all these, all the bad RNG, all that stuff. So hopefully, because I think... Okay, because I've only got 2 platforms left, but I think I might have 3 chests left. I might be in danger here. Ozzy might be in a pickle. What the hell are those blue things? Is that ice? You leave me the fuck alone. Okay, that's just a shitload of ice. What the hell? No! Yeah, come and get me, you assholes. I got arrows. Not afraid to use them. Yeah, Link drops like a rock in this game. When he gets hit by like attack damage, he fucking drops like insanely fast. It's so weird. I'm guessing it's like a countermeasure so that you don't get juggled, but it's so funny. It's like, your ass just gets dropped. I mean, he is carrying the hammer and the boots. Okay, I've got 2 more after this, which means that hopefully one of these platforms Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Oh, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Ignore for this session. Ignore for this session. Chat. We haven't saved that entire time. I don't know. It just crashed on its own. Oh, fuck's sake. This seems to be an oh fuck, the game died kind of crashed. Oh, Jesus Christ. I didn't save once that entire time. Let this be a lesson. Save often. Well, I guess there's nothing to do but to get back into it. Yep. That sure is my save file from a week ago. Yeah, we're back here right in front of these fuckboats. Okay, Okay, here's what we're gonna do. First things first, we have enough gold feathers anyway to give back to that Rito guy. We're gonna go get that piece of heart, just right off the bat. And, I guess we just take it from the top. Yeah, maybe we just do different side quests, and then I'll just do that again on my own time. Maybe that's the prudent solution here. Because, oh boy. Yeah, well, we can blame Tingle, that's fine. Oh yeah, I do not blame you a single second, Mr. Taco. That is definitely what those in the know might call a clippable moment, but definitely on the other end of that spectrum. So we were talking about how I could just do that side quest to just like water all the Korok trees. We could just no, that's good. You're good. It's fine. Yeah, I can go water the Korok trees. Yeah, usually I'm way better about, like, saving constantly than this, but, perhaps the era of auto-saving has made me soft. Okay, I do have an empty bottle. Okay, let's just go ahead and, do something else for now, so let's, Where is... Okay, you know what we can do, too? I don't know. I have no idea what caused it to crash. I think it might just be a dolphin fuck-up or something. Like, I have no idea what could have possibly caused it. I can't even begin to imagine. Okay, what we can do... I do have another chart of all the giant octopuses. So let's see. I don't recall which ones I've already done, so... Okay, I think I've done the ones more on the left. So let's just go north. And, see if we can't find something good up there. Probably... Woke up from a kick-ass nightmare, Colt Mall. Well, funny you should mention that, Ego Angel. We just woke up from a nightmare of our very own. The game fucking crashed and I hadn't saved in several hours. So, here we are. I had to do all those platforms again, but I'm just gonna do that on my own time. Yeah, that's why, Asuka, we are now saving all the goddamn time. But yeah, for now, let's just go beat up some giant octopuses and get an achievement for that. I think that'll be a productive use of time.
Power up.
Remember that happening to me in MGS I got from the first hangar to Sniper Wolf, the game crashed, save got corrupted. Okay, well thankfully our save didn't get corrupted. It didn't, not quite so bad. There we go, got him. During my first playthrough of Xenoblade Chronicles on the Wii, I lost several hours because a storm knocked the power off. I had been playing from like most of the day too, so that was a lot of progress, like a fuck ton. Okay, let's see what this this octopus has to give us. But yeah, my power outage story is actually probably... So, back in the day, I think I've mentioned on stream before how I've never actually finished a game of Super Metroid. Because of every time, like, something happens to my playthrough that just kind of curses it. The first time I got soft locked, I got into that, I saved at the point of no return. Okay, we got another piece of heart, that's good. I saved past the point of no return without the sufficient items, and I soft-locked myself. That was playthrough 1. And playthrough 2, I got pretty close to the end, and then a power outage happened, and then completely wiped the save off of my cartridge. Because of the electrical surge. So, yeah, all the attempts I've had to play Super Metroid. Inconclusive. That might have to be something I tackle on stream as, like, just to give closure, you know? I mean, I got pretty close to the end both times. I know how good Super Metroid is. It's just, I've never actually gotten to the ending because of those circumstances. You know what? We're here. We might as well do it. We'll know. I'll know when I get back to it which one I Yeah, exactly. The salty run back. Exactly. I mean, it's certainly cursed in my specific circumstance, in my experience. Dude, I do not have time for you right now. Yeah. The progress counter, I can confirm, has been reset to 3 out of 29. So I'm probably not going to go through all of these platforms again, but maybe I just do them as I come across them, because, like, there is a tell for knowing which ones you've already done. So maybe that's what we do. I remember being in high school trying to play Metroid Prime for the first time. I would get through to the first boss, acquire the missile power-up for the first time, but during the cutscene the game would freeze and crash. I had to give up and play Prime 2 first. Yeah, probably, if I had to guess, it was probably like a bad disc or something. That sucks. This can be fixed by simply turning the stream into an all-nighter. Well... Don't give me any ideas. Because left to my own devices, I probably would, but I do have work tomorrow. It would be, perhaps irresponsible of me. I tried several different backups from different sources. That's interesting. And still the problem persisted. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's any other ones. Because before we got sidetracked with the whole game crashing thing, I was gonna mention how I only had 20. It was like something like 27 out of 29, but I only had one platform left. So there was one chest we were short. Like, we were short one chest. So, I do wonder if I had missed one going back anyway. Would I have had to go and check every platform again anyway, you know? So perhaps this just kind of evens out in the end. I had a cart of Pocky and Rocky that always crashed on me, and found out apparently it was my model of SNES. Huh. And it was the player's choice version of Metroid Prime that worked perfectly for you. Because of how... Yeah, so yeah, it probably was that exact same thing. Like some kind of weird, like, GameCube model incompatibility or something. But, like... that the early versions of Metroid Prime just did not play nice with your particular model of GameCube. Because of some weird internal revision. That would be the explanation that makes sense to me, anyway. So, I don't know where the last one is. Because we did 12 Eyes. I believe I already did the one that's 4 Eyes? Because that's the one that just had the fairy in it, right? Yeah, that's the one that had the fairy. We already got that one. I guess I'll just head south and see what that is like. Because I'm only missing one octopus, and annoyingly, they don't cross off which ones you've already gotten. I remember my copy of FF8 used to crash whenever Odin was summoned, so it was technically still playable, but there was an Odin percent chance that any random battle would crash the game. Later learned that it was kind of common bug. Huh. Yeah, the only thing I can think of that's similar is, back in the day, back in college, I had perhaps some less than legitimate copies of certain Wii games. And my copy of the Japanese version of Tatsunoko vs. Capcom would crash 95% of the time if you picked Volnut. Like, if you picked Mega Man as a character for your team, the game would just crash. But not all the time. Only like 95% of the time. Sometimes you can make it work, and I don't know what the... like, why. But most of the time, yeah, you picked Mega Man, it would just crash the game. Like, you couldn't even get into a battle. It would just crash right then and there. But again, it was a less than legitimate copy being played on a system not of its original region, so there are perhaps many potential factors as to why that happened. Now, we do have to keep an eye out for seagulls, because the giant octopuses are always marked on the ocean by giant flocks of seagulls. And there's another platform. We could just go ahead and fucking do it. Weirdest experience I had was with the disc game was an official copy of Brawl. I played it one day, turned off, left it in the Wii as I had to go somewhere. Then a few hours I came back, the disc just wouldn't read anymore. Like, it wouldn't even read on the Wii menu channel. Because I do remember hearing that, like, Brawl had some issues on some models of Wii, just because it was, like, I think it was the first dual-layer Wii game, and I remember that caused a lot of problems for certain Wii models. So it might have been something like that. Like, you maybe just, like, tuckered out your Wii. You're just like, oh, I can't read Smash anymore. I give up. How did that happen? I mean, I'll take that trade too. Yeah, this is the yellow rupee platform. My copy of Guitar Hero Aerosmith became unreadable. And the disc itself was perfect condition too, no scratches. Okay, is this the chest I missed before? I did eventually get a second copy and it worked fine with no issues. Okay, so it might have just been like a misprint or something. And again, we are saving. Dear God, we are saving. We're leaving nothing to chance anymore. Let's see, any seagulls, oh! I do believe that is our destination right there, this flock of seagulls. Yeah, they're all circling around, this is the spot. Yeah, then sudden onset storm. Damn, am I good or what? I was thinking it, don't worry. My brain was in the exact same space. Now, what will you drop me? Okay, that's all right. Not that money really means much to me anymore, but so I guess I don't need this octo chart anymore. We're pretty much done with you. Let's see, I believe the chart we got was, what, 16? So we gotta go back over to Shark Island to get that piece of heart. Might as well go ahead and do that, just get our bases covered real quick. Wait, no, that's not the right song. What am I doing? Where's my brain at? Yeah, now I'm just gonna be paranoid of like another crash happening at any moment now. Like I can no longer rest easy. Let's see, and then Shark Island is, okay, yeah, right over to the west. And if we run into any platforms along the way... Actually, hold on. Was that a platform literally behind us? Well, it is right there. We could stop by. Because I feel like this is probably like the most... I guess maybe not logical, but like the most palatable way of going about retracing my lost steps here. About recovering my lost progress is just... You know, it's here, we're here. Might as well go ahead and do it, so I don't have to do it again later. Oh, jeez. They actually got me. Fucking asshole. My childhood copy of Sonic Adventure on Dreamcast was so fucked from scratches that it wouldn't just crash at certain points. It would do some weird fucking shit. Maybe? I don't recall if you mentioned what specifically before. Like if you mention it, maybe then I'll remember. But off the top of my head, I don't think so. Yeah, we got the one treasure chest over there. Okay, we gotta get the fuck out of Dodge, man. The block is hot. We gotta get out of here. Oh, nice. I got one of those assholes, too. Hell yeah. One time I turned it on, went to the Mystic Runes, and all the textures didn't load at all, so everything was untextured and just rainbow colored. I'd restart to the title screen, and it would be the same way. Yeah, I don't think you mentioned this before. I don't recall you saying this before. But that does sound like the sort of thing that would just, like, some kind of, like, read error. Yeah, this does sound like something that would indeed happen. Yeah, into the drink with you, dipshits. I'm not sure what's up with this, but my copy of Sonic Advance 2 has a quirk where if you tilt the cartridge the right way when you boot the system, you have everything unlocked on like some kind of debug save file or some shit, but reseating the cartridge and booting it up again puts you back in your own save. Yeah, it's probably like, I would assume that's probably like some kind of crash handler or something like that. Because it's like, isn't that like basically how, I forget, I think it's one of the Sonic games where it's like, if you do that, it's like, oh, you unlock the level select. If you do that. Like, is this completely, like... Because I think it was, yeah, 3D Blast, yeah, where it's like, because the game would just always crash like that, they couldn't fix it, so like, fuck it, we'll just make that the level select, and we'll just say it's like a bonus code or a feature. And you know what? Pretty smart. Not gonna lie. It's crafty. I like it. I do like the amount of air they get from that. It does make a lot of these ocean fights a lot faster. Okay, doesn't look like there's any more chests here, so I'll just open these right here. Secret level select, but it's the same as the regular level select. I don't think we got the second treasure chart, did we? Did I forget to open a chest? Okay, no, I got 39 out of 41. That's accurate. That's correct. What I'm trying to describe is that it boots as normal, like nothing changes about the experience of booting the game except for the fact that you have everything unlocked. Yeah, I can't... Yeah, I don't know what that would be, then. Now, where's this other treasure chart? Wait, that's right at the top of the... Not Gale Islands. Where is this island? Which island is this? Ah, Headstone Island. It's actually right next to Shark Island. We can actually knock out 2 birds with 1 stone here. Go on just one little trip. Oh, God, what was the Dragon Plate? The Dragon Quest hot plate thing? I vaguely remember that. like some... Oh yeah, isn't it like it makes the game like... Oh god, it was like, it does something with, yeah, something with like how the, yeah, god. It maxes out all your stat values. That's so fucking silly. Like, Famicom era games especially, like, video games are just kind of cryptids. Like, they're just like mystery boxes that just so happen to work. And we're still not sure why, but we just kind of pretend we do. Yeah, I remember hearing that. Yeah, like, speedrunners were doing that shit. I don't care about you, you're not the big octos. You are minor octos. Okay, everybody act real surprised when we get this piece of heart from this chest. Everybody go like, oh my god, you got a piece of heart, whoa. I can't believe it. Because we don't wanna hurt the game's feelings. We wanna pretend this is all new. We have saved the game like 3 or 4 times since. I've been pretty diligent about that. There's also that one Battle for Bikini Bottom speedrun stream where people were putting peanut butter on their disc to be able to clip through stuff. When people were trying to figure out the optimal condiments to smear on their copy of Battle for Bikini Bottom. What the fuck?
Rabbit!
Oh, wait, it's not even a piece of heart. What the hell? What the fuck? No, wait, okay, now you're actually supposed to be actually surprised. That wasn't a piece of heart. What the fuck? Wait just a goddamn minute here. Is my brain just bad or what? I mean, don't answer that question, because the answer's probably yes, but like... Am I misremembering? Was that not a piece of heart last time? Hello, Pika Blue Bear. How's it going? And yeah, thank you for Buddy. I guess to recap what we've been through, I was doing this I talked about PAX and stuff, but then we were like going through Wind Waker, getting all the sea platforms to get the achievement for clearing out the sea platforms, and then on the third to last one, the game crashed. I hadn't saved the entire time, so here we are, back again. And now you're caught up. Damn. What you said right there? That's some real shit. Yeah, Link is no longer allowed to go to space because he's been corrupted by capitalism. And it's imperative that space remain uncorrupted by capitalism. So you heard the horrible deafening sound that the GameCube is wont to make when a game crashes. Another silver rupee, are you? I think this game might be fucking with me. I know, right? I've never seen one like that before. Oh my god. All right, let's get to the island and get our magic Korok water. Give him the fucking Great Deku Tree bath water. Because I mean that's basically what it is, and you can't tell me it's not. Alrighty, I got a list here of the optimal route for this. We got 20 minutes, 20 real-world minutes to do this shit. And give me my piece of heart from this. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, the Deku Tree bathwater, because we need to get the forest water for this side quest, and the forest water is basically all around the Deku Tree. He's just kind of sitting into stuff. Hence, it's Deku Tree bathwater. We'll pick you up too. Why not? Oh shit. Hello, Code. How's it going? Welcome in, Raiders. You came at an interesting time. I was in the middle of getting a particular time-consuming achievement, then the game crashed, and so now we're just kind of ignoring it while I do anything else and try to get my mind off of it. But how are you? How's your evening been? But yeah, for those of you who might not know me, I'm Madombi. I am a retro variety streamer in the form of a rabbit. Stream 3 times a week here on twitch.tv. And oh, goddamn, is that not the right button to hold down? But yeah, mostly playing retro games, but on occasion modern stuff too. Right now, yeah, as you can see, we are doing Wind Waker Retro Achievements, and we're kind of near the end game now. We're doing a lot of cleanup stuff, and okay, there we go. That's the button. Yeah, the stream's been going well. Otherwise, it's been a good time. And I also just came back from PAX, so we were talking about that for a little bit too. Let's see. Whoa! Don't do that. Actually, is the wind blowing the right direction even? Actually, you know what? This'll do. This will be fine. We're just gonna skip all this nonsense. Yeah, you wish. Yeah. Yeah. To recap, I got to play Kirby Air Riders on Switch 2. I gotta play Pokemon Z. I gotta play Pragmata, which might actually be my game of the show. That's the Capcom shooter with the little robot girl. And oh, thank you for the gift sub. And I need to make more bespoke channel notifications, because some of them are still the default ones. I need to work on that. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Taco, for that. But yeah, Pragmata whips ass. Absolutely love that game. Very stoked for the final release. Yeah, and I also got jump scared by Randy Pitchford at one point. And there is also the Borderlands Rage Room, which basically pissed off all the exhibitors on the show floor. Because you know what? How about I just show you real quick. Let's see here. If we go back over here, where's the Okay, so at PAX they had the Borderlands Rage Room, as you can see here. And the video is not making it quite clear just how fucking loud this was, and how you could hear it across the entire convention center. Because, yeah, they basically just let you go in a room with protective gear and just smash a bunch of stuff. And they had these metal barrels there that, whenever you hit them, they made a loud boom that echoed across the entire convention center. And, when we went back the next day, they covered all that shit in little blankets, little comforters to try to soften the noise. So I think they got the hint, they got the message that yeah, you can see here. Let me shrink this down a bit. Where's the corner? Yeah, they had to cover all these with comforters because people were complaining about the noise too much. Like, literally, like, I feel so bad for anybody who had to be near, like, anybody who had their booth near this thing. Because it was, like, even just passing through, I was just getting constantly jump scared by loud booms. All the time. I'm kind of shocked that, like, PAX let them do it in the first place. And that they didn't foresee this outcome. It did help a little bit, at least. But, it was still pretty loud. Yeah, honestly, yeah, if they filled it with foam or something, like, filled it with anything to, like, or, like, packing peanuts or something to, like, make it less echoey and loud, that would have been something. But I guess that wouldn't be as quite, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, it wouldn't let off the rage nearly as much as if it were loud, you know? Yeah, they should have done this, like, outside, like, in an empty lot near the convention center or something, or, like, they had, like, an alleyway that was, like, filled with, like, food, well, not an alleyway, but they closed off a street and they filled it with, like, food trucks and stuff. They could have put it over there or something. In an outdoors area, instead of right in the middle of the convention hall. But yeah, it's funny because it's like, I just came there the next day and I just found it wrapped up like this. And I was like, wonder why that is the way it is. Funny that. And also there was the free play arcade. We got to play Gimmick on the Exa Arcadia, and it was dope as hell. Oops, that's not. Oh, I'm pushing all the wrong buttons. Hold on. Oh, and we started back here at the hollowed out former site of the Cheesecake Factory, which a couple months ago got a fire, and then they just didn't renew their lease. Rest in peace. I can't quite catch up real quick. But yeah, we got, yeah, the free play arcade had a bunch of cool shit in it. Like, yeah, we had all the Tycho machines, we had Super Hang-On, Simpsons, Puzzle Fighter, Sonic the Fighters, My, Gundam vs. Next. Yeah, the Exa Arcadia machine. Bunch of really cool shit. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. The Cheesecake Factory burned down, and from its ashes arose PAX West 2025. And all the games therein. That's a positive way to look at it. Dolphin, I remember, has issues with Sonic the Fighters, but not Nintendo. Well, I mean, nowadays you can just play a pretty accurate port of Sonic the Fighters in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, I think it is. One of the RGG Studios games has a port of Sonic the Fighters in it. That's actually super solid. Like, there's one guy at RGG Studio who just, like, makes all these ports of old arcade games, and we know it's just one guy too. He even got an award for it. Yeah, I think Lost Judgment has it too. They put it in a couple of them. Yeah, did this count towards my 20 minutes? Let's find out. Okay, no, we're good. Actually, does the timer even count down while I'm still in here? Okay, no, it doesn't. The timer counts down as soon as I leave this door. Oh, and the man who erased his name. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Yeah, let's save the game right now, in case we have to do this again. Because yeah, there is a specific route that is laid out here, the optimal path to do this side quest. I want the wind blowing east. I know, right? Like, honestly, Sega should get that guy to like make a collection. Just get all those ports, put them into like a Sega like classic arcade game collection. So you don't have to like keep buying a bunch of like different RGG Studios games to play those. Yeah, we're gonna ignore you for a bit. All right, let's go. Sega World Sydney. I have never been to Sydney, so I can't say I know what it was like inside, but I do know of it. All right, sure thing. And thanks again for the raid. And have a good night. I mean, yeah, that's true. Also, you know, just having an arcade would certainly help too, like a physical last arcade, but failing that, you know, at least put out a collection. Let's see, can I use my hook shot to get up there nice and fast, or do I have to go through the whole little dungeon thing they got going on here? Okay, it's not gonna reach, I have to go through the hole. Thankfully, this isn't a huge thing to go through. And it does say I need to go through the cave. Have to go through all this nonsense. This does count towards my 20 minutes with this water. Wait, did I not open that chest before? Is this a trap? Okay, well, I'll have to do that later, I guess. Also, how about we equip the boomerang, make this nice and quick. Where is the exit? Oh yeah, I have to go up here. The exit is over there. I do believe I might need the Deku Leaf for this. Oh, the collection, you're in a virtual arcade. You know, that would be really cool too. You could even do that in in their Dragon Engine. You could just be like, create an avatar of a guy, and you just go through a virtual arcade. Okay, that's 1 of 9, or 1 of 8. All right, now let's get back to the boat. Where's my boat? There's my boat. Because time is a-wasting. We gotta fucking go fast for this achievement. Thankfully, time is frozen while we're doing this. Then, because time is frozen, we can just go right back over here. It does save me precious minutes. Or if not Sega Joy Sydney, they could maybe like do one like the what's the one in Japan called Joypolis? Joyopolis? They got the wall with the Seamans there. Let's see. Northwest. Right, to my private island, because in this game I did purchase my own private island. But yeah, like I mentioned before, this side quest was made significantly easier in the HD version, just by virtue of having the speed sale, but also because they extended the time limit by 10 minutes. Whereas here, we gotta bust our ass. Yeah, maybe? Don't ask Link what he was up to on his private island. The answer is doing a bunch of slide puzzles and collecting rupees that the door farted out. And I do mean literally farted out. Yeah, actually, it's funny that you mentioned nude because my Sudagaya shipment came in. Oh, thank you for the follow. But yeah, my Sudagaya shipment came in. It managed to dodge the de minimis exception being canceled, so I managed to get it in without being subjected to extra fees or anything. And in that shipment, I did just so happen to get a copy of Nude, N-U-D-E, for the original Xbox, as produced by one Oji Hiroi of Red Company. Well, thank you. Happy to have you here. No. I have N-U-D-E. I don't have any nude yet, but I mean, if you do, there's I might have to make a tag for that on Blue Sky. Oh, God. Oh, that's right. I have to go on the balcony first. Ugh. Wasting precious seconds. Oh God. The timing is so tight. I hate this so much. Wait a minute. No, he's down there. What am I doing? Oh my God. I'm wasting time. I was overthinking it. GF has a modded Xbox, so I'll probably just download it on there. Because yeah, you will need a headset though, because it does require a microphone, and the game did come with a headset. Yeah, you're taking too long is taking too long. Ooh, that's a good tag idea. You know what? That's You know what? Because I was thinking like Matto Butts, but that's not bad either. I'll have to write that one down. Let's see. Okay, from here, we ballad to Tower of the Gods. Okay. Oh, that's not bad. You know what? We got a lot of good candidates here. We got a lot of solid candidates. Also, hello, Raiders. We usually don't talk about this sort of thing. You came in at a very interesting time. Actually, how much time do we have left on the water? Oh my God, we're already at 14 minutes. We gotta hoof it. Yeah, on Eastern Fairy Island. The water is we're using it to water all the withered up Korok trees, because all the Koroks are trying to plant trees on all these different islands, but they're all withered up. They need the special forest water. And the forest water only keeps its magic for 20 minutes in real time. So we are trying to go to 8 different islands all over the map to pour the magic forest water on them. And the water is thankfully infinite. It's an infinite supply while it's still magic. But yeah, we have 20 minutes to do this. Yeah, you can see right there as we're coming up on it. We got a Korok with next to a withered ass tree. We got to go up here. Pour the magic water on the withered tree. Okay, now back to the boat. We ain't got no time to lose. Yeah, the Xbox Communicator. Oh yeah, my copy came with it, and thankfully it also came without the little foam ear pads, because foam ear pads that long tend to melt after a certain amount of time, and I learned that the hard way, because I also got the collector's edition, the Japanese collector's edition of Sakura Wars 5, and that came with a special controller with its own little headphones that had that same foam on them, and that foam was not removed. And it was a complete fucking mess. It was melted all over the place. It melted inside the headphones. And, yeah, I had to basically take a Q-tip and a shitload of like, rubbing alcohol to clean out the outside and inside of those headphones. So, thankfully, this one did not have any of that. They knew well enough to take that shit off before putting it in a box for 20 years. As a matter of fact, Pika Blue Bear, I do remember Steel Battalion and its big fucking controller, because I have Steel Battalion and its big fucking controller. And frankly, it's only a matter of time before I stream that, but the only problem is going to be the logistics of setting it up, because, as you might be aware, it is indeed a big fucking controller. So, it'll happen eventually, someday, but I'll have to figure that whole mess out first, about how to actually get the setup going. And yeah, let's see. From here, okay, bow to Outset Island. Yeah, a lot of like cheaper like plastics and metal, plastics and rubbers like that just melt over time. Like I've got a Cintiq, and that's got like that has like one of those soft rubber backings, and that has gotten really sticky over time. And even my Kirby Nendoroid had like a soft rubber like outer coating like that, but that started to get sticky, and so I basically had to like rub it all off with like dish soap. Yeah, it can only work on the original Xbox. It does not work for backwards compatibility or anything. Unfortunately, you need an original Xbox to play Steel Battalion as the Lord intended. Okay, 13 minutes. Okay, we're doing okay. So let's see from here. Northeast 1. Roger. Yeah, and thankfully, whenever you use the Wind Waker, it does stop the timer. And whenever you're paused and such, it stops the timer. Only when you're in active gameplay does the timer go. So as long as you're like quick with pulling out the Wind Waker and stuff, you're not gonna be wasting too much time. Oh yeah, that's right. The Gizmondo's made entirely out of that shit, so that just melts too. Masterclass of hardware design. And it's like not even just coated in it. I think it's even made entirely out of it, right? And that's why the whole thing just melts. The Juice Box by Mattel. I don't think I remember that one. I do not recall the Juice Box. I recall the Hyperscan by Mattel, but I believe that's a different device. Also, man, it is... Oh, boy. I hope I'm going the right way. I'm going northwest instead of northeast. Oh, God, I'm an idiot. Oh, God, I just wasted so much time. Yeah, from what I remember hearing, the reason that those cards were so fussy to scan is because the NFC chip wasn't exactly in the middle as you expected it to be. It was in the corner of the card, so you had to like put the corner of the card onto the scanner. Yeah, you have to wire them all in one go. Once it expires, you have to do it all over again from the top. And therein lies the challenge of this achievement. Of this particular side quest. The Juicebox is one of those portable media players that's made to compete with the GBA Video, Video Now, and UMD Video. Huh. Okay, how much time do I have on this water? 11 minutes. Okay, well, I didn't waste too much time, hopefully. Okay, yeah, the island I need to go to is, like, literally right there. It's way closer than the other island was. Jesus. Video Now sounds kind of familiar, but you know what? You know what that reminds me of? It's not even for video, it's for music. All this talk reminds me of fucking hit clips. Like the little keychains that had like a little like you could pay like $5 for a little like thing to clip into this keychain that would play like a super compressed 30-second sample of a popular pop song. I remember my sister wanted a hit clip so bad, and then she finally got one, and that novelty wore off real fast. Because it was only 30 seconds of a song. Oh, okay, now I think I remember, because yeah, the black and white screen, I think I remember now. Because yeah, that actually is ringing a bell. Like, this portable video player that only played in black and white. Yeah, the eroding, like, self-killing DVDs. God. Although I don't think those lasted terribly long, because nobody really bought into that idea. Okay, so from here, where am I going? Great fish, okay. Yeah, that's it, flex play, God. Absolute nonsense. Definitely made for corporations and, yeah, first. Because they were just this, like... They didn't want people keeping their DVDs and getting their movies for free. We gotta control this rental market. We gotta make self-killing DVDs. Oh shit, nobody wants them? Oh, well, I wonder why that is. All right, who knows the words to the Spiral Mountain song? Spiral Mountain go, Spiral Mountain go. That's right, Spiral Mountain, here we go. Yes, that's right, Spiral Mountain go, Spiral Mountain go. That's right, Spiral Mountain go, Spiral. Okay, here we are. I think he said he might be doing that this Friday, because I think he said he wanted to just get that out of the way as soon as possible. Oh, is there a treasure here? Where's my boat? Where's my boat? Where's my boat? Where's my boat? There's my boat. Okay, from here, where are we going? Let's see, Southwest 1, okay. Anyone remember the Toys to Life craze? As I stare over at my cabinet of Smash Bros. Amiibos. No, I don't actually remember the Toys to Life craze. So, see, it's over on Needle Rock Island, okay. So yeah, we're going the right way. Extremely, extremely tempted to play the old achievements price for a 2E achievement. He hasn't gotten the playthrough after he beats it. Oh my god. I don't know, like, that sounds like grounds for a ban, dude. Oh, you might just get excommunicated from the stream at that point. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, Amiibos did manage to outlive them when people complained, like, oh, Amiibos don't even do anything. Like, oh, when's the Skylanders game for Amiibos that lets you use all your Amiibos? And it's just like, they didn't really obsess with that. They just kind of put out Amiibos whenever the fuck they wanted, and they're just, you know, nice figures to have, and they just give you stuff across games that you might already, you know, like, it's just like, it's a completely optional thing rather than it being forced down your throat. And I think that's the secret to its longevity. It's like, you never felt pressured into getting it. You just got one if you wanted it. And also, they just so happen to be of Nintendo characters. And Nintendo characters, not sure if you know, quite popular. But ultimately, this means I get to live in a world where they made Amiibos of Terry fucking Bogard. And I think all things considered, there are worse possible realities to live in, you know? Yeah, exactly. They were wanted but not needed. Because once you make it like something you need, that's when the resentment kicks in. Okay, 7:32. Oh boy. Yeah, the time is starting to get a little tight. I think we might be able to do this though. So long as I don't make any other screw-ups. Yeah, thankfully I think they stopped doing the challenge shit in Splatoon after Splatoon 1, right? Because I don't think Splatoon 2 did the challenge level stuff, nor did 3. I think that was only Splatoon 1. Yeah, and if you do get Pro Skater 3 and 4, make sure you buy it used. Let's see, from here, we are going northwest. Yeah, Splatoon 2 and 3 don't have that shit, so I think they learned their lesson, at least. Although I do... Well, I mean, ultimately, you would still have to buy an Amiibo, but if you happen to get the Smash Amiibo, I think that would count, right? Because it still counts as a generic orange Inkling one. Yeah, Microsoft buying, like, the entire Western game industry sure has been great and has had no negative repercussions whatsoever, huh? I'm so glad that everybody was championing that acquisition so hard that it was going to fix Activision and that... Oh, it's the best thing that could possibly happen to Activision. It's gonna get rid of Bobby Kotick. It's totally, you know, and he totally won't just give him a giant golden parachute. It's going to be a net positive for the industry. We might even get more Crash Bandicoot games. We might even get Toys for Bob to make a Banjo-Kazooie game. Oh, what's that? None of that happened? Oh. Oh. Oh, and now whenever you buy one of their games, you're funding Microsoft and all the shit that they're doing? Oh. Oh, but no, anybody who opposed the buyout, the merger, they were just Sony ponies. They were just haters. They just didn't want to see Xbox win. Yeah, that's an idea. I mean, perhaps saying it myself might be a little self-serving, but you know, there's worse ways you could spend your money, like giving it to Microsoft. Yeah, we're still waiting for that part, Red Widow. We're still waiting for the part where Xbox wins, but any day now, it's coming. Don't you worry. Xbox is gonna win so hard, and the billions and billions of dollars they spent buying Activision, which totally wasn't overpriced, by the way. It was a completely reasonable amount of money for Activision. They're totally gonna make all that money back. They're gonna get a return on their investment, and it won't have been a giant money sink. Yeah, perhaps people should be meaner to Phil Spencer, is what I'm trying to say. Perhaps people aren't mean enough to Phil Spencer. Or Satya Nadella, for that matter. Yeah, on a long enough time frame, probably, but you know, maybe we could hurry that up a bit, you know. Oh, you mean getting the return on their investment? I mean, yeah, that's also on a long enough time frame. But again, they spent like how many, like $70 billion or something insane like that, like more money than God. And like, how long is it gonna take to make all that money back?
Oh.
Okay, I think we're gonna make it. I think we're gonna make it after all. This is the last tree. Hell yeah! Oh, now it's a big tree. All that for one piece of heart. Really busting your ass for this one piece of heart. Swordsman, come see how healthy my forest trees become. Wow, I'm so happy. Thank you so much. Yeah, Donata. If someone like Dave Oshry made a console we would have solved gaming, yeah, probably. Yeah, even at this point, like, because before I would be tempted to say, oh yeah, Nintendo's doing fine, but even then, like, that Switch 2 is too expensive. Mario Kart should not be $80. But let's see. What else can we do? What other Chivos are on the list? Let's refresh the page. That's right, we could get the Hero's Charm. And the Hero's Charm, I do believe... Let's see, I think I had a thing for it. Did I not? Did I close it? I might have closed it. Because the way you get the hero's charm is different between the original and the HD. I remember that much. Okay, I need 20 more joy pendants. How many joy pendants do I have now? Okay, actually, I'm not too far off. So you know what we could do? We can try to reclaim a couple of these ocean platforms. And while we're there, we use the grappling hook to get some joy pendants. And then we go to Miss Marie, we get the hero's charm. We get one more Chivo for the night. How about that? Yeah, Nintendo raising prices for the Switch. I mean, to be fair, that's not entirely their fault. It might have something to do with geopolitical circumstances. Yeah, what's great about that too is that the Switch release of Night Trap, actually, the trailer they have for that is, the very beginning of that trailer is footage from C-SPAN of Howard Lincoln saying, Night Trap will never appear on a Nintendo system. And then it hard cuts to the Switch logo. Fucking masterful work of trailer cutting. Like, whoever did that deserves a fucking raise. Alright, yeah, we gotta take that off of you first. We get one off of you. One off of you. Were there any cannons on this platform? Yes, okay. We're also gonna blow up all the cannons for safety. Okay, no extra treasure chest here, just the default one. Yeah, double switch also on the Switch. Okay, let's look at the platform chart. Okay, the next one was over. If I go to Dragon Roost Island, I go north 1 square. That should get me there in quick time. In a reasonably rapid fashion. What bothers me the most about the whole Switch saga is that it's not that it costs more, or that what the Switch 2 saga is not that it costs more or that the games cost more. It's to play Switch 1 with Switch 2, you have to pay for the enhancement. I mean, you don't. You can play any Switch 1 game on Switch 2. The thing you have to pay for is certain games have upgrade packs. So, like, that part sucks. Like, some games were like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, like, if you play them on Switch 2, like the Switch 1 version, it's still like 30 FPS, all that stuff. And if you want the enhancements, you have to pay extra for it. But other games, they have as a free patch. Like, Pokemon Scarlet Violet, that gets bumped up to, like, higher resolution, higher frame rate, like, higher draw distance, all the performance improvements, that's free out of the box. And, Dragon Quest 3 HD 2D got a free update on Switch 2, for Switch 2. where if you put the Switch 1 game in your Switch 2, it'll just run at 60 FPS now and at a way higher resolution. But yeah, some games you do have to pay for the improvements, which does suck. Because like I'm thinking back to like how Final Fantasy VII on like if you played the if you had Final Fantasy VII Remake on PS4, you could get the upgrade for PS5, and it would come with the performance improvements. It just wouldn't come with Intergrade. You just had to pay for Intergrade. For like for the intermission DLC with like Yuffie and everything. That's the part you had to pay for. But all the other upgrades were free. And I do wish that were the case on Switch as well. Because it does make it a bit more like confusing than it really ought to be. I mean, that's a thing. Like, Pokemon ZA and Pokemon and Metroid Prime 4, if you buy the Switch 2 copy, it will also play on your Switch 1. Because that's how those, like, Switch 2 edition cartridges work. Like, all the fine print at the bottom. That's basically, like, it includes the Switch 1 version of the game on the cart as well. Like, if you play, the Switch 2 version of Fantasy Life I believe it's the same thing, and, What other games had the Switch 2 edition? Because I believe if you bought the physical copy of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, the Switch 2 edition, you could put it in your Switch 1 and it'll just play the Switch 1 version of those games. I mean, that part is an excellent quest. Oh, wait, we were already here before. I already did this part. I'm not spending any more time here. Fuck though. Yeah, my forest water is plain water, but I don't care. Probably just because, like, that way you can still play it on Switch 1 and have a physical copy, but you're not paying the $10 surcharge for the Switch 2 version that's also included. Oh, god damn it. I gotta get the hell out of here. I'm in trouble. Okay, I'm just... We're teleporting back to Dragon Roost Island, even though it's like literally right there, because I don't want to deal with these Wizrobes and all their bullshit right now. Switch 2, more like Switch Poo. What were they thinking? I mean, it's definitely true that we're back in the era of arrogant Nintendo. Because remember, Switch was made off of the back of the Wii U, and the Wii U burned a lot of people, so Switch 1 was Nintendo desperate to impress. And now they don't need to impress anybody anymore because the Switch 1 was such hot shit. So now they are definitely in arrogant Nintendo mode. And we'll see how that pans out long term, especially given the geopolitical situation. Oh, hello, No Slam. How's it going? One Noel Slam Rocket. Well, I'm glad you're doing good. Were you here, were you present when my game crashed and I lost several hours worth of progress because I hadn't saved in a long ass time? So, we're doing one achievement all over again. So all this to say, always save your game on a frequent basis. Never stop saving, because you never know when you'll get hit with the GameCube death screech. Which, as I just learned, also happens on emulator. I thought that was a GameCube hardware exclusive, but no. Apparently emulated GameCube games will also give the death screech. Okay, we gotta rob this dude before we kill him. Yeah, exactly. This is a PSA. Don't be like me. Oh God, I don't know if I need that as a redeem sound. Veto. I'm vetoing this idea. And I don't think there's any cannons on this platform, right? Okay, yeah, this is a cannonless platform. Okay, where can we go now? I wish it would really stop resetting my charts like this. Okay, we can just go. All right, time to go back to Tingle Island. We're not gonna stop and say hi. Our business with Tingle is through. You can get Stardew for free on Vita permanently? How the hell do they manage that one? Like, I assume that whatever they did is fixed by now, right? Or can you still just get it totally for free? He uploaded it to YouTube as Atari Pork, and it's basically a TV edit of an AVGN episode. I didn't know that. That's hilarious. And he even edited the swears out. I need to go watch that, because I haven't watched that episode of AVGN since it was like, God, like back on like game trailers or whatever it was back in the day. Because it wasn't game trailers, right? Or Screw Attack? Screw Attack was part of game trailers? I forget. It's been too long. Okay, it was both. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I had forgotten my lore. We're gonna take care of a couple problems right off the bat. Actually, you know what? Before that, let's also... Yeah, the only practical application for the magical armor. Yeah, all the lost Vita Stardew sales. Won't someone please think of Concerned Ape? Who apparently just can't stop making Stardew content updates, as it turns out, because apparently they took a hiatus on developing the Haunted Chocolatier to make more Stardew content. That game will never stop. Concerned Ape displaying concerning behavior. I did indeed die to the hatch that leads to outer space. You got gotten the exact same way. I'm sorry, but does that mean I technically spoiled you on that, but you got anyway? So my warning did not reach you in time. There's a craft that does hockey sticks whenever a new Stardew patch drops. Oh. Okay, we got to go on this one. Okay, is the wind blowing the right way?
That's a clue, kid.
The watering cans. Okay, so I got the wind blowing in the right direction already. We're good. Even better, there's an upgrade, but you got space jump through the outside of the thing, so half spoil, half what the fuck. Okay, cool.
Hey.
Also, hello to Raythiel. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh, I'm going in the drink. Oh, it's over for me.
Hey.
And hello, Peekabloos. Fancy seeing you here. Oh my god, so many people showing up. We did a couple other achievements in the meantime. We did the watering all of the Korok trees. We did all the giant octopuses. So only now am I really getting back to the ocean platforms. So yeah, like, I don't know if I'm gonna complete all these on stream tonight. I might just do most of them off stream because, like, I already showed everybody like most of these, and then through no fault of my own am I forced to do them again? So I don't know how stoked some of you may be to watch this all again, but we do have significantly more people from Code's raid, so maybe y'all want to see me tackle all the ocean platforms now. Maybe that's something that would strike your fancy. Okay, can I make the landing before my magic runs out? Yes, I can. Yeah, there's a clip of the moment. Mr. Taco did make a clip of the moment where you could hear my heart split in two. Hey, do you have any magic in you? Of course you don't. Why would you? Oh, are you saying that this was Tingle's revenge? That Tingle crashed my game. That this is some like, it's like some fucked up creepypasta. Yeah, my copy of Wind Waker is haunted. Tingle was all fucked up and evil, and he crashed my game because I didn't use the Tingle tuner. Game over. Return of Tingle. Only it plays like a super bit crushed Kululimpa instead of the weird Ganon laugh. Okay, I don't think I'm gonna be able to make this jump, but we can certainly try. Yeah, he's got the hyper-realistic blood eyes. You can't not have the hyper-realistic blood eyes. I mean, what kind of creepypasta would this be if we didn't have the hyper-realistic blood eyes? I will keep on saying hyper-realistic blood eyes. Now I have to wait for the tornado to come back around, and we'll see if I get shot out of the sky. This will be fun. Hopefully not, but... Oh, this tornado actually goes really fast. Actually, you know, if we weave around, we can actually... Oh. Well, all right. I summon hyper-realistic blood eyes in attack mode. Oh, shit! God damn it. Oh, I was not paying attention. Doing a cool backflip into the ocean and drowning myself. Like a real hero. Yeah, I deserve that. The transfer pack, that was the Game Boy one, right? I don't know, actually. Because, yeah, it was basically just Pokemon Stadium and what, Perfect Dark? Oh, yeah, and Mario Tennis and Mario Golf, that's true. Those also used it for, like, data transfer stuff. But yeah, that's about it. Mario Golf, Mario Tennis, Pokemon Stadium 1 and 2, and Perfect Dark. Okay, now, before I do a cool flip into the abyss once more. I should call her my N64. Yeah, I haven't used my N64 in a hot minute. Like, the last time I played N64 games was on my Mister. And I don't have a snack adapter or anything to enable peripheral usage through legitimate controllers. Yeah, we were on the fuck Microsoft train a little earlier. Were you there for that? But yeah. Sure is great. But Microsoft basically bought out the entire industry, and so now we have to boycott the entire Western industry. Whoopsie daisy. What's next for Retro Achievements? I am not entirely sure, because I don't know if I want to. Okay, because after this, like we get all the achievements for this, we'll still have to do the achievement for beat a full playthrough of this game with only 1 bottle and 3 hearts, which would necessitate an entire replay. So I don't know if I'm going to do that right away. I'll probably space that out. And I do also have to do much the same for the Oracle games, but I don't know if I want to tackle those right away yet. So I might do something else. I've been looking at a short list of achievementable games that would be up my alley, my want to play list. Yeah, beat the game just means get to the end. Yeah, so basically just beat Ganon with all the stuff, or with none of the stuff, rather. The exact opposite of what I said. Yeah, I got a decent list of games to play. I was thinking maybe something a little simpler, something shorter than this, because this was a pretty big set. Maybe something like, I was watching Tsukimi Bidorni play Iridian 3D, and that did kind of put the fire in my belly to maybe play Iridian 3D. Because that does have a retro ratio of 12, which is kind of nuts, but the achievements don't actually look all that bad. It's mostly just beat the game on hard mode. I think it's more so that Iridian 3D is just kind of obscure, and nobody really bothers past stage 1. Hell yeah, I said Iridian 3D! Launch title for the GBA from Shinen Entertainment. Or was it Shinen Limited? Either way. Yes, as a matter of fact, I did say that. And I was thinking maybe Mario Kart DS, but that's a pretty big set. Maybe Neo Turf Masters? That could be fun. Maybe we go back to Mega Man. I could do Mega Man Legends or Mega Man 8. Maybe I do Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. Or maybe WarioWare. That might be fun. Either way, there's a lot of choices, a lot of potential out there. Custom Robo, I don't know if it's got. Wait, no, it does have a set. The custom Robo set is kind of tedious because you do have to basically get every single Robo part, and you do have to do all the post-game tournaments. It's a lot. I'm pretty sure we already, like, because there was a stream a little while back where I just streamed Neo Turf Masters for 5 hours straight, and I'm pretty sure I already made a Neo Turf Masters joke during that stream. It's been done. I can't go recycling my own material.
これが科学の力や
Oh, shit, hey, hello Taveshi and Raiders. Welcome on in. We are playing The Wind Waker for Retro Achievements. And, you missed it earlier, but, my game crashed, and so we're redoing this, this particular achievement. So, it's like you missed nothing at all. But first, I actually will go ahead and get a different achievement while we're at it.
渡しとけ
Yeah, we were also talking about PAX stuff earlier on. I don't know if I should really regale you with the Borderlands 4 Rage Room, who were basically the main character of PAX, and that's not in the positive sense. That is very much in the derogatory sense. Should I show them the Rage Room? Should I show them the Rage Room? Ooh, SMT1 on the PS1. I've never played that version. I have played it on. I have played the Super Nintendo version. That game's kind of fucked up, but it is really cool. I hope you enjoy it. Oh, hold on. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, kind of ate that message. But yeah. Okay. So for a little bit of background, at PAX, there was a Borderlands 4 booth, because of course. And they had a thing at the side called the Rage Room, which was, you know, I'll just show you. This might be a little loud. But it was this room where you could just, they would dress you up in protective gear. They'd give you a smashing implement, and then you could just basically break a bunch of stuff. And this was right in the middle of the convention floor. And it might not be picking up entirely on video, but every time someone hit one of those metal barrels, it made the loudest banging noise in the world. And it basically pissed off everybody that was in an adjacent booth. Because even on the other side of the convention hall, you could hear every boom. Like, even Mega 64 during their PAX panel, they were talking about how they were trying to play the Resident Evil Requiem demo, and they could hear the booms coming from this fucking booth. So, the following day, I'm just skipping ahead through my little slideshow that I was showing off at the beginning of the stream of my PAX experience. But yeah, the following day, I walk by the booth, and without explanation, there's all these comforters wrapped around all the barrels. I wonder why that is. But yeah, leave it to Randy Pitchford to make an impression in all the worst ways possible, in new and inventive ways. Yeah, God, I wish it were the Streets of Rage room. Yeah, maybe perhaps that was indeed Randy's plan. That by hearing the loud-ass noises from across the convention hall, you would get so pissed you would want to participate yourself and smash all the shit therein. Oh, and speaking of Randy, anybody who follows me on Blue Sky might have caught wind that I got jump scared by the very same Randall Pitchford. And I have photographic evidence. Caught on camera in 4K. Oh, whoops, that's not the right key. There he is, the grease elemental himself. Oh, and Mr. Taco, thank you for the gift sub. But yeah, there he is, watching over his Twisted Domain in the Switch 2 booth where they were having Switch 2 demos of Borderlands 4. And when I say I was jump scared, that was not an exaggeration, because on the opposite side of this Borderlands kiosk, right in the middle of the screen, that's the Final Fantasy VII remake demo that I was playing. And I look out of the corner of my eye while I'm playing this demo, and Randy Pitchford is right fucking next to me. Like looking at someone playing the Borderlands 4 demo, and I nearly shat my pants right there on the spot. It was a legitimate Randy Pitchford jump scare. No hyperbole. But that would mean that we're too late. That the deadline already passed. That we missed our opportunity. We didn't even send the calling card. We get the bad ending, where Randy Pitchford still gets to have a career. Shout out to that guy's print all over that Pokemon 3rd gen shirt. Hold on, I was not paying attention to that. Hold on. We gotta zoom in and enhance some more. Oh, that's a cute shirt. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, right in the middle. He's got the Gen 3 map on his shirt. Wait, that wasn't the only jump scare. Yeah, we can't go back in time back a week to try again. PAX is over, unfortunately. Because if I had the opportunity to go back in time to PAX a week ago, I would just play Pragmata again, because Pragmata whipped ass. I said it to anybody who was here earlier, but Pragmata was legit my game of the show at PAX. Like, Pragmata whipped ass. Perhaps, maybe not enough to justify waiting in line 3 hours, but considering I was able to beat the demo almost twice, that kind of evens out to like an hour and a half per playthrough, an hour and a half wait per playthrough, you know? So maybe through that lens, it's a bit more worth it. But yeah, speaking of jump scares, and speaking of Pragmata, I also went to the Capcom panel that day. And also, yeah, I went to the Nintendo Power exhibit here. They had a bunch of cool ass shit. But yeah, we went over this in greater detail in the VOD. But yeah, I also got jump scared by Maximilian Dude at the Capcom panel to talk about Pragmata. They just brought him out because he was turned from Pragmata's biggest hater into its biggest convert. So I guess they brought him out to show him the appeal. Oh yeah, let's go back to the DQ1 map, because that's actually sick as hell. It's super sick as hell, because yeah, the whole thing with the Nintendo Power Museum is that it's basically like this, I think it's just this one guy has basically been like trying to collect all this original Nintendo Power artwork. Like all these covers and comics and original drawings and clay models and things. And that even includes the Dragon Quest I map, which actually is a collage of photographs. Like, you zoom in here and it's actually a bunch of photographs together, like of actual screenshots. Like they just took out a camera and took pictures of their screen. You can even see the player character in different bespoke, like little corners here, like on all these different little areas. But yeah, they took this collage and they shrunk it down and made it a fold-out poster. And I'm kind of amazed that this specific collage still exists, that they didn't just throw it in the trash when they were done. That they held on to it for, like, what, 30, nearly 40 years. Honestly, the same could be said about a lot of this stuff. Like, going back a bit, like this cover for Mega Man 2 with these little miniatures of Dr. Wily and Mega Man. They still exist, and they're still in pretty decent condition, all things considered. As I understand it, the way you took screenshots back in the day is that you basically, like, at least how they did it at trade shows, is that they basically had a giant, like, cone, like a giant pyramid that they would attach to the lens of their camera just to block out all outside light and just to basically have just the CRT within the little box attached to the lens of their camera, and they would just take actual ass pictures of the screen that way. They would just basically block out all outside light and take pictures of the screen with a decently high quality camera. And that's how you did screenshots back in the day. Before, like, digital capture. Actually, yeah, hold up. Yeah, it's a little small. I didn't get a super big picture of it, but if we zoom in up here, they do in fact have the Simon's Quest cover with the severed head. And down here they have the severed head. So yeah, it's all there. It's kind of crazy. The robot, this one, that was for a Super C cover. You can't see it super well here, but yeah, you can see it over here. It was a cover on the cover for Nintendo Power's issue on Super C. The Contra sequel, Super C. Yeah, that's also for whatever reason the display case was super scuffed, so yeah, it's a little bit of scuff covering up the vampire head eyes. Yeah, it does. They didn't have the very first Mario. Unclear if that still exists, because honestly, if you had asked me if any of this shit survived into the modern day, I would have told you there's not a chance. But here we are, so never say never. It could very well resurface. Indeed, that's Dr. Wowie. What, Mega Man? So yeah, there may come a day where it resurfaces. Just have to hold out hope. And yeah, they did at least have all this original cell art, all this original pencils for this Super Metroid comic, a bunch of original Howard and Nestor stuff. All these paintings, just incredible gallery. And apparently they tour around too. So like if you go to a local retro game expo near you, they might roll up. So worth looking into. Because this stuff is super cool to see in person. Like they even have fan art. They still have all this fan art that people sent in. Insane that this still exists, that they didn't just throw this in the trash after they were done. Like, look at all these envelopes. And again, I feel that it bears repeating, that we have to show again this crossover fan art for Yoshi and Justice League Task Force. That someone sent in fan art of Yoshi League Task Force. Just, this couldn't have come from anywhere else, man. Yeah, don't mess with girl game players, that's right. And then this fan art of the N64 demo kiosk, because why not? The N64 demo kiosk was pretty cool. Actually, she's 100% pro, don't you know? It says right there on her shirt. You know, maybe that's what I need. I need 100% pro for my shirt. Exactly. Gamers too, it's too normal. You gotta call me a game player. Cause I mean, I'm something of a player if you didn't know. And actually, you know, speaking of available in your home in 1995, only on Nintendo Ultra 64, I do believe. Yeah, here we go. Here's Killer Instinct. And shoutouts to Luca and Robo. But yeah, PAX was fun. All this to say, PAX was a good time. And if there's any gaming events near you, be on the lookout for this exhibit, because they do apparently tour around. You too can maybe get a picture with Mario and his tiny, tiny hand Don't you want to hold Mario's little hand? Come on. Just reach out and grab it. You can trust this face. You can trust him. Anyhow. I'm on the wrong island. God damn it. Oh, yes. Believe me, I am aware of Nestor's Funky Bowling. And it has been revealed to me that Nestor's Funky Bowling even has a Retro Achievement set. So there may come a time where I have to tackle Nestor's Funky Bowling. Exactly. Oh no, it reset. Oh no. Hold on, we gotta get back. We gotta gaze into Mario's eyes one last time. I won't know peace until I have Mario gaze upon me. It soothes the soul. Anyhow, when was the last time I saved? Probably a while ago, so you know what, maybe not a bad idea to save. Okay, that's multiple requests to make an emote. I do have an emote slot open, so maybe. I'll have to think about it. I mean, not to reveal too much, not to pull the curtain back too much, but if I ever were to do a VR stream, I probably have a VR helmet strapped onto me, onto this visage, this figure you see before you. Yeah, we should at least at this point have the requisite number. Oh yeah, we got enough. So this is an easy achievement we can get right now, right in the bag. Oh yeah, we healed this emo kid in between streams. So yeah, as it turns out, all the other joy pendants we got were not actually complete waste of time. Because if you give her 20 more... Did you bring me joy pendants yet again? How many joy pendants have you brought? 21? My goodness, when I put these together with the ones you've already brought, they've add up to a whopping 42. You know what, that wasn't even intentional. Oh, thank you, I'm so joyful. To receive so many mountains of these beautiful pendants, I'm quite simply brimming with joy, my dear. And yeah, believe me, I know of the Virtual Boy VR headset emulators, and I don't know if I'm brave enough. I have used a Virtual Boy in real life once before, and I don't miss that headache. To thank you, I have to give you my most precious of precious belongings. I shall give you this very special piece of jewelry. Now close your eyes, dear. This item is so rare there is not another like it anywhere in the world. You got the hero's charm. This mystical trinket gives you the ability to see the life forces of your foes. Equip it on the quest status screen. Actually, you know what? Isn't it dashing? It is the rarest of things, and it will show you its true worth when you wear it in the presence of a monster. Because this doesn't consume magic, does it? Because this might actually be useful for the for the Savage Labyrinth. This might actually not be, excuse me, a bad idea. Just so we know what to prioritize and such. Oh, does it use magic? God damn it. Okay, well, let's get into the presence of an enemy first and see how it goes. I mean, true. Maggie's dad doesn't have a private island, but she did. And now I do. It's my island now. Let's see, Okay, so if I go southeast from here, I should find a new platform, and that should be a good test of this mask and see. We can see if it consumes any magic. Yeah, she has to be old money. She's definitely not buying that shit on a teacher's salary. I mean, yeah, some retro achievement sets are just weirdly arbitrary like that, where they have it for one platform, but not another. I mean, I guess it's like, it depends on whatever the person wanted to develop it for. I guess it's whoever gets there first. But sometimes they're just also weirdly different. Like, I was looking at the sets for Mega Man 8 across both Saturn and PS1, and the PS1 set seems totally fine. But the Saturn set is made for sickos. And what the fuck do you mean there's a snatcher for Virtual Boy? Some people just... I don't want to say they need to be stopped, but maybe they should be discouraged, you know? Of like, maybe there's a... Maybe you could put your talents to good, rather than evil. Okay, so we will see if this does indeed consume magic. I mean, yeah, they do give homebrew software retro achievement sets, like all the different ports of Cave Story, including the homebrew ones. So, wouldn't be out of the question that they do that. I mean, I was thinking the same thing about that one Jurassic Park quote, but I thought maybe it might be a little, Okay, no, it doesn't consume magic. I can just wear this forever. I can just wear the creepy mask for all time. Well, all right then. So, yeah, it's probably gonna be a good idea then to wear this during the Savage Labyrinth, just so I have, like, an idea of the monsters I am dealing with. If making homebrew Virtual Boy ports are evil, then send me to hell right now. Oh no! What have you done? How could you? We can keep this on. It's stylish. And look how happy he is. He's got this big old smile. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Lego Island is a very specific pull, but I could actually see it in kind of a fucked up way. Because, like, that game is, like, entirely in first person to begin with, so I'm just imagining, like, a very dithered red version of Lego Island. And I feel like that's not too far off the mark. Okay, there we are, and there it is. The sinister ocean platform. Okay, just ignore me, don't shoot at me. Okay, good, it actually ignored me. Surprising. And only fired off shots way too late. I'm already in your walls. Okay, I got this one already too. Hold up. Okay, well, I don't need it, so I'm just going back. Okay, but certainly the one all the way to the east I have not been to before. Because, yeah, this is kind of what I was afraid of, and the reason why I was doing it in order, the first time around, like, from top to bottom, because I figured we'd run into scenarios like this if we went at them all willy-nilly, where it's like, oh, wait, I've already been to this one before. Oh, wait, I've already been to this one before. Okay, there's got to be a VR chat world that's just Lego Island, right? There's gotta be. Like, there's no way that doesn't exist. Including, like, the racetrack and everything. Someone has to have made that. Yeah, I could maybe make my own map, but because it would be so helpful if they just crossed them off on this chart when you already got them. Because, like, they already do that on this chart. They have the technology to cross shit off of these charts, but they only do it on this one and none of the others. Once again, Tingle is taunting me. He's a fucking blight on my life, dude. I can't handle it. Ah, God, in this thing. I'm not even gonna pick up your spoils. Yeah, this would just be so much more... Yeah, he's the only one who knows how to draw. Shit, maybe he's just the only one who knows how to just write, period. That's why he's the only one who can, like, decipher the charts for you. And people say the combat in this game is bad. All that for 20 rupees, baby! Actually, let's also blow these up, just to be safe. Yeah, God, I'm so glad I learned about this strat. It saves so much trouble. Oh, wait, no, not your stupid chart again. God damn it. Where are we? Platform chart. So yeah, we did this all several hours ago, but then, disaster struck. And so now here we are doing it again, but while we were going around and doing other things, we did hit up some of the ones along the way, so hopefully that simplifies and speeds things up a bit. What does it do? You mean, what does what do? What is the it you refer to? Oh, the bombs? Okay, because the bombs actually have such a large blast rate, because the way they want you to attack all the cannons on the platforms is just to be in your boat and shoot at them from your cannon on your boat. But that's really, like, it's really temperamental because the ocean goes up and down, and, like, you constantly have to adjust your arcs. It's really annoying. So the easier way to do it is just to climb up there, put the bombs down on the platform right above the cannons, and the blast radius is so large that it clips through the ground and it blows up the cannons anyway. And there's some platforms where blowing up all the cannons will give you an extra chest. And this achievement is to get all the chests from the ocean platforms. So yeah, like right now, if we go here, we try to take them out the normal way. Yeah, we have to keep adjusting our angle. We're getting shot at. I just got knocked off the boat. This sucks. So instead, we're gonna climb up the ladder and just nuke them from above. Yeah, this one doesn't even have any enemies on it. And they're usually in these little quadrants like this, so you can tell by, like, the diagonal ridges along the way. Oh, that was all of them. Yeah, bada bing, bada boom. I mean, you know, that's valid. Gunstar Heroes is pretty good. I would not blame anybody for excising all the knowledge and memory from their brain to make more room for Gunstar Heroes. I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. That's understandable. And yeah, that's the moment my heart ripped in two, and I had to redo all of this. Actually, you know what? Speaking of which, how about we just do a safety save right now? Just to be extra sure. You can't be too sure, as it turns out. And there is another platform over there, which I will have to fly to. Yeah, that'll do. Hey, you stupid idiots, you didn't leave a ladder. How are you supposed to get down? You stupid. I guess that way. That's one way you can get down. I mean, I may have done that too with Wind Waker HD. It's a difficult temptation to resist. Oh yeah, and this is the one that just gives us a baba seed. Yeah, okay. And then I have to go all the way back. Oh god, gonna drown on the way there. Yeah, the touchscreen is actually super handy in Wind Waker HD. You can, like, all this stuff of me, like, pulling up all the different charts and looking at the charts all over again. In Wind Waker HD, you can just keep the chart on your touchscreen the entire time and just look down at the gamepad to look at the charts. It's actually really handy for that. And even though we are playing the fuck out of this game, like squeezing every drop of blood from the stone that is this game. Wait, hold on, are we? Oh, I guess we are. Even though we are squeezing every last drop of blood from the stone that is this game in the pursuit of retro achievements, mark my words, we will play the HD version at some point in the future. Maybe not right away, maybe not for like a year or two, but eventually. Because I think it's worth doing anyway. You know, it's an interesting, you know, point of comparison. Although I don't think we'll be going for literally everything in that version if we do. It'll be a very basic, quick and dirty playthrough. Won't be nearly as exhaustive as this has been. Because, God, for whatever reason, the time isn't accurately kept for this game in Dolphin. Like, it says I've played for 30 hours, and, believe you me, I have played this game for a lot longer than 30 hours. But the Retro Achievements actually keeps track of how long it took you to beat the game. And we haven't actually beaten the game yet, so that will be an accurate timer once we get there. Although having to do all this shit twice is certainly gonna fudge the numbers. Oh shit! There's homebrew Wind Waker HD randomizer that works on real hardware. That's sick as hell, actually. What the fuck? I'll have to try that. Maybe... Because I did also at some point want to do Wind Waker randomized on this stream, and that would actually be a pretty fun way of doing it, I think. Because a lot of people just do it, like, via Dolphin and whatever, but, like... I don't know how many people are doing it via Wind Waker HD. Although with the Dolphin version, you can also, like, put in all, like, modded character models and stuff. You can replace Link with Goku and all that stuff. You know, some might even argue that Wind Waker's only fun if Goku is there. Because everybody likes Goku, you see. And that perhaps we should be more thankful for his presence. Yeah, exactly. Like Kiryu, like Cosmic Kiryu. Yeah, exactly. Okay, are we there yet? Yes, don't forget to thank Goku. Yeah, this is the wrong stream. I can't encroach on Masami's bits any more than I already am doing right now. But it's an extremely good bit. Off you go, fella. Ah, okay, yeah, there's still the cannons. Yes, yes. I don't think I've actually seen any of the Matt Mercer karaoke stuff, because I played through Pirate Yakuza entirely in Japanese, with the Japanese voiceover. Because, like, Yakuza is one of those things, much like Sakura Wars, where, like, if I try to watch it in English, I just, like, I don't know, I just feel this weird disconnect. It's so, like, it has to be the Japanese voices or else it just sounds wrong, you know? Because I've been playing it with Japanese voices for so long that anything else just sounds weird and, like, fake, almost, you know? Oh, no, it's not Alex Lee. You're thinking of Yang Ya. Because, yeah, Yang Ya is the guy who plays Kiryu, and his singing could definitely be better. Yeah, Alex Lee plays a very different character in Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. He plays, oh god, what was his name? Guy in the wheelchair. What's his name? Shit. And yeah, there is that buff to 7. Yeah, it's an entirely new cast. And that's actually why I think, like, because I watched other people play through 7 and I didn't mind it nearly as much. And I think it is partly because of that. Yeah, because it is like mostly new people. And also because Kaiji Tang does a really good job as Ichiban. Because I don't want to be all like, dubs suck or whatever. Like, not at all. Like, Kaiji Tang fucking kills it as Ichiban. Make no mistake. And yeah, Pirate Yakuza, like, they have the ocean hunters in that game. Like, show of hands, who remembered the ocean hunters even existed before it showed up in Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii? Like, of all the polls they could have made, that one is absolutely nutty. And yeah, that's actually right. Yeah, it is Kaiji Tang as Detective Pikachu. Yeah, in the games. To be clear, yeah, in the games, because in the movies it's Ryan Reynolds. Even though everybody wanted Danny DeVito. Oh, hell no, not these guys again. I hate these dudes so much. Get away from me. But of course, the platform here is right in the middle of all of them. Yep, yeah, exactly. He's voiced by Deadpool in the movies. Yeah, thankfully, once you get close enough to one of these platforms, the sea hats, as they are called, the ocean pea hats, do tend to leave you alone. They just kind of hover around. Like, he's coming by. He thinks he's gonna start shit, but he's not. We're just kind of missing each other. Some real clown shoes shit going on this platform. Yeah, you always remember the bokoblins as being like tiny little guys, but oh well, unless you're talking about the sea hats, because yeah, the sea hats are massive and they make obnoxiously big targets. And they make helicopter noises. It's not great. But because they make such big targets, you can just kind of do this to them. Nice. Yeah, I figured that's what you meant when I thought more about it for more than just like 1 second. But I mean, the goblins are still kind of big compared to Link, though. Okay. Oh, hell yeah. Because, we're probably gonna play PSO on next Tuesday for the anniversary of the Dreamcast, but it will be Dreamcast PSO. I don't know if you got that up and running, but if you do, you are more than welcome to join. Because we were playing Blue Burst on Affinia last Saturday, not the Saturday that just passed, but the Saturday before. Because the Saturday that just passed, I was at PAX. Yeah, I know, right? Fucking crazy. So that will mark like a year that I've been doing like consistent weekly Phantasy Star streams. Or at least semi-consistently. Mostly consistently. Am I playing on Ragdoll on Dreamcast? On Dreamcast, I'm playing, what's it called? Hold on a second. I've got it, bookmarked something. It's, what's the name of it? Yeah, Silverrun. It was Silverrun. Thank you. Yeah, I've been playing mostly on Silverrun. And I was playing on Ragdoll for episode 3 when we were doing that for a little bit. And I might go back to episode 3 if anybody's interested, because back before when I tried episode 3, it was kind of stream poison, as I like to call it, but maybe now things are different. Maybe now we can do episode 3 and just like people won't just immediately tap out. Not the right chart. Also not the right chart. Okay, yeah. I guess you could do that, huh? Just like take the same character and switch between servers like that. I guess you totally could just do that. Ragdoll has server commands to change your player model into a Sonic character. You don't say. And what's the population of Ragdoll compared to Silverrun? Because that was like the big thing that basically, like the reason I have Phantasy Starter Days is because I was basically playing Phantasy Star Online on Dreamcast exclusively on Saturday, because that's when anybody showed up at all, because like Silverrun is dead on weekdays unless it just so happens to be the Dreamcast's birthday. Oh, so even smaller than Silverrun then. I see. Because when I first started playing Phantasy Star Online on stream, it was for the Dreamcast anniversary, and there was like 30 people online on Silverrun that night. And like, people were being like super friendly because I was like a noob getting started out, and they were like, oh hey, here's like $1 zillion and a bunch of equipment for free. But then yeah, every day that wasn't the Dreamcast anniversary was like Total Hunters Online 2. Like exactly. And the only way you could basically mitigate, oh god, these guys. The only way to mitigate that was to play on a weekend. That's the only time you get decent population, and that's why Phantasy Starter Days became a thing around here. And then once we ran out of content in Silverant, we moved over to Blue Burst so I could do episodes 2 through 4. And then once that basically ran out, we moved over to playing all the classics. So we went through Phantasy Stars 1 through 3, and this Saturday we'll actually be getting started on Phantasy Star 4, finally. It's all been building up to this. Yeah, I'm super looking forward to Phantasy Star 4 because Phantasy Stars 1 through 3 have definitely been educational, but they are a little hard to go back to. Like, I basically played all of Phantasy Star, like all of them, with the M2 versions that add, you know, increased walking speed and lower encounter rates and all that stuff. So, that helped a lot to making those games a bit more enjoyable. And perhaps a bit more streamlined of an experience. But for Phantasy Star 4, I'm just gonna go pure vanilla, because everything I've heard about that game is basically like that game, you don't need to do anything to it. It's just good as it is. So I'm just gonna play that on the Mister. And we're gonna see. Okay, we have to set the wind to go east now. But I'm definitely looking forward to it. I've heard a lot of hype for Phantasy Star 4 over the years about how it's one of the best RPGs of its generation. Because yeah, Phantasy Star 2, that one's like really historic. It's really famous for some of the stuff it does, but man, is that a game that loves to waste your time. And Phantasy Star 3 as well to a lesser extent, but like Phantasy Star 3 has also like a lot of like really interesting concepts with its generations mechanic. But it's still like really weird. Like you can really tell it wasn't the same people who made it. I played through 1 on Switch because I had the auto map function. And then for 2 and 3, I played it on the M2 collection on PS2. Which is Japan only, but does still have the English versions on the disc. Which is very convenient. For streaming purposes. Yeah, I played PS2 on the PS2, exactly. Drinking Rolling Rock on the Rolling Rocker. Yeah, and all the towns are the exact same tile set on Phantasy Star 3, no matter where you go. It's like, even if when you're in like the winter area, there's not even like a snow tile set for the grass. It's just everything is still grassy and normal. And even in the desert, like everything looks the same in Phantasy Star 3. It's kind of a drag. Well, that's the thing, Mr. Taco. I did play Phantasy Star 3 on the PS3. Because I was playing, the digital PSN version of the M2 collection that you can buy off of the Japanese PSN, which is also significantly cheaper than getting an actual physical copy of that collection, because that collection goes for like $100 now. But on PSN, it's only 700 yen. So I just bought the digital copy, and so I played it on PS2 on PS3. Yeah, the dungeons in Phantasy Star 2 are way too labyrinthine for their own good. It's like, that game loves to waste your time. I played it on PS2 as emulated via PS3. It still counts. You know what, let's be thorough here. Gotcha. Yeah, that's the same story I heard. That was basically like all the dungeons were designed by like some form of new hire, and they just didn't have time to revise them. So they're just like, fuck it, put them in the game. Put them in the game as is. Cause man, it's ooh, yay. I only need 4 more pieces of heart now. And then I'll have the maximum life. Because, yeah, between all the dungeons being way too complicated for their own good, the insanely slow default walk speed, the amount of grinding you have to do for money and experience, and then when you go to Dezo at the end, and you need to keep swapping hats to do anything, or else you just get scammed out of money, and then every time you land on the planet, you have to go through the same maze again, and you can't just fast travel anywhere until you go to... It just wastes your time so much. It's so obsessed with wasting your time. But at least you get fast travel pretty decently quickly, unlike Phantasy Star 3, where you basically get fast travel at the very end of the game. Hopefully Phantasy Star 4 is a bit better about it than that. And hopefully it has a slightly better walk speed, too. Because, man, Phantasy Stars 1, 2, and 3 were all afflicted by crazy slow walk speeds. Do I have a PS4 to play Phantasy Star 4 on? Unfortunately, I do not. But if I were to get the PS4 version of the Sega Genesis Collection, I do believe that Sega Genesis Collection that recently got discontinued does have Phantasy Star 4 on it. I do have it on Switch, so I can actually look at it right now. It should say on the back of the box. Yeah, let's see here. Oh, of course we're back in P-Hat country. I leave for 5 seconds and we're back in P-Hat country. I didn't really have a problem with the walk speed in 4, but I'm not particularly bothered by slow walking speed in most games. Can you at least hold down a button to make them run? Is that an option? Because I'll take that gladly. Let's see, are we there yet? No, not for a while. So let's see, yeah, they do have Phantasy Star 2, Phantasy Star 3, Generations of Doom, and Phantasy Star 4, The End of the Millennium, on the Sega Genesis Classics Collection on the Switch, which was also on PS4. So, if I felt compelled to, I could play Phantasy Star 4 on the PS4 and keep this bit going. But I don't have a PS4 anymore, I just have a PS5. And I don't think, like... I mean, I guess I'd still be playing PS4 software. You could make that argument. But either way, I have it. I have a Mister. I'll play it on that. Because also the Sega Genesis Classics Collection does have input latency. Not that it really matters for an RPG, but all the same. Okay, we're coming up. We're in the tile. Just gotta keep our eyes peeled. There it is. There you are. Too late. I'm already too close. Can't do shit about this. Oh wait, I've already got this one. It's already opened. Boo. Well, we're getting close to the end again. If we just go straight west and then slightly south, I think that should be good enough. Alright, should be popping up any second now. Don't quite recall where it is, but it's somewhere around here. Ah, there it is. There's that stupid platform. And I'll need to start keeping count of how many treasures I've got left versus how many platforms I got left, because back before the game crashed the last time we were doing this, back when I wasn't saving at all, I did notice that I was maybe one off, so this time we're trying to be a little bit more careful as we go across all these things. Oh boy, and of course, this is the one with all these fucking whiz robes. These Toucan Sam ass looking. I hate these guys. I hate these guys. Yeah, just keep hitting each other. Makes my job a lot easier. Hey man, whatever works. Oh god, there's two of them! This is getting out of hand. I think I might have already made that joke. Okay, so that's one chest. Okay, 22 out of 29. How many do we have after this? Do I have to blow up these cannons as well? Wait, were there no cannons here? I guess there weren't any cannons, so I guess there's nothing else to kill. Not too long ago, but I'll save again. It certainly doesn't hurt to save again. So let's see, we got 4 left. There are 4 platforms left. So we're gonna see just how many chests are left when all this is said and done. But we're nearing the light at the end of this tunnel. So much lost time and progress, but by God. We clawed our way back. We never gave up. We stood firm in the face of despair. And look at us. We're back, baby. Okay, there's the submarine in the corner of the world. There it is. There's the platform. Though it is not a favorable wind direction, so I might have to... So we're gonna have to go west anyhow, and this will be a good enough angle. This is the scary platform. God, I love just being able to, like, just throw them overboard. Like, oh, you thought this was your platform? Well, not anymore. It's mine now. And I don't want you on here. Now, what will my prize be? Okay, it says I'm still missing 6 after this. Which does kind of put a giant, because I've got 3 platforms left, and it says I'm still missing 6. Did I skip one by accident? I might have... Actually... Did I go across the entirety of the second row, or did I just skip that? Shit, now I don't remember. God, this is why I wish they would just cross this off the chart for you. Ugh. Imagining spending my days living on one of these platforms. Yeah, that would be pretty cozy. Like... It's like that one lighthouse over in, like that Icelandic lighthouse that's just on this giant tall-ass rock that you can't reach unless you have a helicopter. Like that, but, you know, maybe a little less treacherous. Like, you could just have, like, a little ladder on a platform, but, like, just being in this, like, this big isolated thing in the middle of the ocean. And you just live there, you just hang out. With, like, just ocean around you in every direction. That'd be pretty sweet. I mean, if nothing else, you could take up fishing. But yeah, otherwise, getting other groceries and, perhaps potable water, that might pose a problem. Maybe you could just get that sort of thing, like, delivered by drone or something. No, but that's why, like, you invite your friends, like, oh, come to my ocean platform home. Like, we're gonna hang out on the platform out in the ocean. And then you're the guy with, like, the cool house. Oh, I see. I am getting a little sleepy, so hopefully what I surmised earlier that I just accidentally skipped a row is correct, and I'm not just gonna be going on a wild goose chase for finding the correct platforms. Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, no rent or anything? They could just hang out on the platform? You could even, like, set up hammocks. You could even, like, set up hammocks and stuff so they can, like, nap on the hammock right over the ocean? And, like, far enough above the water to be, like, safe to do so. So you're not, like, getting dipped when, you know, the tides change or something. Or getting, like, nibbled at by sharks or something. Yeah, then this doofus with the green hat comes and just knocks you off the ledge. Blows up all your artillery. Okay, this is the one that caused the crash last time. The one with these ice blocks. This one, we're definitely gonna save before this one. We don't know if this is gonna be a repeat offender. If this is a one-off fluke, or if there's something about this platform that just Dolphin does not play nice with. Because this is the only platform with these ice blocks. So you never know. It could be something inherent to the island. Okay, moment of truth. Will this crash the emulator again? Okay, we're good. We're good. It didn't crash. We're gonna save again, just to be safe. But also, all these pots are very suspicious. Yeah, all this headache, all this agony and grief for a purple rupee. Okay, there's no cannons or anything either, so I guess we can move on. After robbing them blind a little bit more. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be hitting the rupee cap. Because there's like nothing else to spend it on. I've got the gold membership. I've decoded all the Triforce charts. There's like literally nothing for me to spend my money on. Which basically puts me at a point where I wish the magic armor took rupees like it does in Wind Waker HD. Oh nice, you got Silverant working. Hell yeah. Yeah, I have the magic armor, but in Wind Waker regular, it actually consumes magic, but then in Wind Waker HD, it consumes money instead. Which honestly, considering how much of a surplus of cash you have at a certain point, yeah, that's moblins that send the weird letters. So yeah, don't get it twisted. It's a very important distinction. How dare you, Mr. Taco? But also thank you. But also how dare you? I mean, I guess I can't say anything against that. Who am I to judge a bokoblin for their interests? Yeah, more games need to be Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. This is true. And actually, there was a weapon, I think I have it in PSO, actually, where it's like, one of the weapons that consumes your money as you use that special attack. I think I got that. I'm trying to think of how they would justify in something like Cyberpunk, but I guess there could be. I still have yet to play Cyberpunk. And I also still need to watch Edge Runners at some point. Yet another anime on the list of shows I need to watch. The show is never ending. Oh, wait, are you using Silverant on PSO GameCube? That you're running on your Wii U? Because I was using Silverant on Dreamcast. I don't know what the player base is like for Silverant on GameCube. Let's bust the arrows out. Oh, right, it's this one with the 2 buttons where you have to go back and forth. Yeah, I think Silverant has, like, cross lobbies, but I don't know if any of them have, like, true cross-play. Like, we can play, like, actually play together outside of chatting in the same lobbies. Because a lot of the other PSOs are like that, like their setups are just the same. So like when I was messing around on Ragdoll on GameCube for PSO 3 or PSO Episode 3, I was actually able to like hang out in the PSO Episode 1 and 2 lobbies as well, and just kind of fart around. My feather. And how come this is the only one I can't, like, speed up? It's very silly. And then we gotta go all the way back to this one. Oh, but that one has cannons. Does this one also have cannons? It does. So you know what? It pays to be thorough. Okay, nothing for this one, but maybe if I blow up all the cannons on both, it gives me something. We can't rule out that possibility. Also, who's even firing those cannons? I killed everybody on top of the deck. But there's nobody left on that platform. Who's firing those? You just got like you just got little guys in there. Under the floorboards. Because this is the right side, yeah? No. Okay, blowing up the cannons didn't do anything here, so I guess we'll just keep on moving. So, I guess we'll just go back up north and see if I missed anything. Hopefully, the ones I missed are close by, because otherwise I'm going to be going on a wild goose chase to find the last few platforms I didn't get. Yeah, just kind of like, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah, like they're just kind of cramped in there, but they're just like under the floorboards. And I didn't see any hatches out there, so I think they might be stuck there for the rest of time. Okay, we're gonna check these next couple of platforms, and if they got iron lunged. We're gonna go north to check out these last couple platforms, and hopefully they're there. And if not, I might just have to go searching off stream or something, because it is getting quite late here. I am gonna have to call it pretty soon. I do have work in 6 hours. Nope, wrong chart. Some more over here. Perhaps. So yeah, you gotta remain vigilant for these platforms because they'll just pop in. Like draw distance doesn't mean a thing. They'll just pop in on the horizon, like only a couple 100 feet away. Actually, I wonder, can I tell from here whether or not I already got the chest? Okay, it doesn't look like it. That looks like a closed chest. Oh God, and of course I'm getting accosted by sharks. You stop for like 1 second. You stop for like 1 second, and the sharks just descend upon your ass. Leave me alone! Get on the ladder. What is with this shark movement? You seeing this shit? Like, those sharks are Korean backdashing. And that one just faded out of reality. The sharks just can't handle my, my tactic of hanging out on a ladder. They were not built for this. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I did miss some platforms here. This would explain the mystery. Think I fell asleep mid-rated? It happens. Oh. And there they go. There were cannons. Yes, there were. So we're just gonna do our regular safety check for all quadrants here. Okay, doesn't seem like there's any secret chest here. Also, that Lobat emote was so good. Wash has got some good emotes. Yes, like that one. It's very powerful. Oh shit! Thank you again, Mr. Taco, for the gift sub. Okay, we're almost there, and hopefully. Where the hell are these platforms? right there, as it turns out. Okay, these ones have ladders. I don't know if I hit these ones up yet. Oh, that was close. Don't like that. Oh my god. Oh, a piñata. Oh, and the joy pendant fell into the ocean. Oh well. Okay, well, that seemingly did nothing. Oh wait, I have been here before. Yeah, there's an open chest over there. Shit. But then why is there... Oh, that's right, because these two platforms made chests appear on those platforms. Okay, So that means that we still have two platforms unaccounted for. Which is not what I wanted. Alright, have a good night, Asuka. I actually might not be too far behind, because, we might be at the point where I have to basically retrace all my steps to find any of the, any of these platforms that I haven't already found before. Yeah, I'm gonna have to retrace all my steps. So this one will probably have to be finished off stream. At this point, across both of my attempts, you've seen all the platforms. So I think, yeah, and everybody's starting to feel a little sleepy, so I think this is probably a good time to call it. But not before I save my game. But yeah, thanks everybody for sticking around and hanging out. And anybody who came in through the raids. This coming Saturday, we will be playing Phantasy Star 4, as previously mentioned. And then next week, I don't know what exactly I'm gonna do for Monday, if I'm gonna do anything for Monday at all, but I do want to do Dreamcast stuff on Tuesday. Because it is 9/9 that day. We will probably be doing Phantasy Star shenanigans, and then playing random other Dreamcast stuff. We'll play it by ear, we'll see. And yeah, it's kind of a shame that the crash happened, but I guess it makes for a funny story. And then after that, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Probably, I mean, we'll have to finish off Wind Waker at some point. We'll have to confront the Ganon. Oh, what did you look up, Pika Blue Bear? Don't leave me in suspense right before I end the stream. I'm on the edge of my seat. Okay, it does not support crossplays. Okay. Because I know, like, some have, like, server, like, you're connecting to the same server, you can get the same chat instance, but you can't actually, like, play the same missions together or anything. Something like that. But anyway, let's see who's live at this hour. If indeed there is anybody. Okay, not a whole lot. It's basically dead. So... I could raid Critter Vision again, but I'm not seeing a whole lot of critters on screen right now. You know what? a channel that totally isn't just Game Center CX is playing Ninja Jajamaru-kun Ginga Daisakusen on the Famicom. And again, this guy might look like Ari no Kacho, but it totally isn't. I mean, the channel is called Not Game Center CX. And why would they lie about such a thing? But yeah, in the absence of there being, like, anybody else to raid, we're just gonna raid that. So, enjoy. I gotta go pass out. Y'all have a good night. Take care, everybody.